Jesus says, you have to let go of something you have been holding tight in order to receive the blessing. For some, it's trust. For others, it's blind obedience. And for still others, it's giving up control over how things should look. You may feel scared about what you are being asked to share because it makes you vulnerable. But God will cover you, not shame you. Archangel Michael says that the enemy's most recent plan has been to distract you, not hurt you. He thinks that if he can keep you busy, tired, or emotionally numb, you won't notice that time has passed. Heaven is pulling you out of autopilot, which is why this warning pops up out of the blue. Jesus now asks you a simple but important question. Will you open even if I don't explain everything first? That question separates those who are watching from those who are taking part, because understanding doesn't bring the blessing. Trust does. If you feel like this is the right time, write "I open now" in the comments right now as a prophetic statement that you are no longer hesitating and are now moving forward in obedience. When you say yes to yourself, the atmosphere responds, resistance weakens, and movement begins. This is why you may feel lighter or more focused while you listen, as that is the start of alignment. This is also where Archangel Michael speaks comfort. If you're afraid of making the wrong choice, remember that God only changes the minds of those who obey Him. If you take a wrong step in faith, it's easier for heaven to fix than if you keep your perfect plan. You are not being asked to jump without thinking. You are being asked to be honest. This is the time when heaven wants you to answer, and it wants you to do it in public. You mark yourself as present when you respond to this message. When you engage, you say, "I am listening," and that statement is more important than you think. If you feel like heaven is speaking to you right now, subscribe to this channel as a way to get in tune. There is more to your subscription than just clicking a button. It's a statement that you want to receive God's prophetic promises right now. As long as you stay connected, heaven will always give you what you need. Do not be quiet right now as this truth sinks into your spirit. If you feel like heaven needs you to respond right away, type "Amen" in the comments to show that you agree with what God is doing right now. Now, take your time and carefully receive this activation. This message may be confirming something your spirit already knew. If so, type "I receive the assignment" in the comments. You are now blessed with code 444 for your obedience, bravery, and readiness to open when called. Also, pay close attention to this transition as this blessing code is released. It is not separate from the message. It is part of the obedience itself. This message is getting to you because God wants it to get to other people who are still standing at their door, not realizing that time is running out. When you support this work, you are not just funding content, you are also fostering revelation, bringing light into dark places, and bringing clarity to lives that are torn between obedience and hesitancy. The Lord says, "As you pour out into my house, I will pour out into yours, full to the brim." I tell you this directly now. You are putting oil into the lamp so it doesn't go out before midnight when you give. This is not kindness, it's alignment. Right now is a prophetic time to give because this message is about how important it is to act quickly. Do not put off what God tells you to do. Please know that every seed you plant in this mission will grow into a torch that shines in someone else's darkness. Giving to this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community, does not go to a channel. Your actions are supporting a divine mission to save lost souls. Heaven moves through willing voices, but it grows through hearts that are kind. This is what I say over you now. Each gift you give is like a stream of living water that flows into the life of someone who needs healing. Give, and it will be given to you, is not just a verse for Jesus. It is a living promise that shapes your future. Allow me to invite you now with a simple act of faith. Come into this moment with purpose, with honesty, and with hope. The money you give today is not a donation. The act of spiritual obedience that lets your heavens open is what opens them. Let go of your seed and see what God brings back into your life. Please know that what's happening now is the result of your hesitation and the power of your response being shown. This is not meant to scare you, but to calm your heart. Archangel Michael wants you to notice a holy tension in the present moment, the space between invitation and action, where fate either moves forward or waits quietly for someone else to answer the call. Heaven is showing that there is no longer any neutrality after a warning. Being quiet becomes a choice. Delay turns into direction. This is why your spirit has been restless since you got this message. You are now aware, and being aware means you have to do something. Archangel Michael is not accusing you. He is just making things clear for you so you can move forward with confidence instead of doubt. This is where Jesus speaks softly but firmly, not because God is impatient, he says, but because timing is part of the miracle. The blessings that come with obedience are limited in time. Some doors will only open if they are lined up just right. They leave you open if opened too early. If you open too late, they will get around you. That's why this window feels small. It was made to be that way. You might be curious about what happens when a blessing is changed. Archangel Michael says that being reassigned doesn't take away your worth, but it does change the way you're going. It means you will still be loved, guided, and cared for, but you will be able to see from afar what you were once meant to oversee closely. That quiet knowing, that awareness of what could have been, is often heavier than the struggle itself. That's why Jesus tells you to open now, not because he doesn't love you, but because he values order. Heaven is well run. When jobs move, they move in a clean way. There is no chaos in the way God runs things. What changes is the chance, not the affection. Archangel Michael is also showing a soft side of things here. He shows that you've been through times that should have broken you. You went through confusion, disappointment, and silence, but you didn't turn away from God. That endurance isn't forgotten. That's why this message feels urgent instead of final. Heaven still thinks you can do it. There's a fear that you haven't said out loud. What if I open and everything changes? And Jesus' answer is clear and honest. Things will change, but not the way you think they will. The weights you've been carrying around that you don't need to will fall away. What will stay is what was always meant to last. As a guarantee, Archangel Michael is present. When moving requires courage, he is there as a guardian of transitions. He reminds you that obedience does not mean you lose who you are. Rather, it means you discover who you were made to be. Your patience has been taught to you, and now heaven is teaching you how to answer. There's a difference. Patience is able to wait. Answer changes when called, and right now, someone is calling you. Jesus tells them that the blessing depends on how loud you are, how much power you have, and how willing you are to be seen. That's why fear has made itself known in your life. Because of this, you've wanted to hide, be quiet, and not be seen. But what God is letting go of needs people to be present, not hidden. Archangel Michael speaks grace over this step to protect it. You are not stepping into danger, you are stepping into coverage, he tells her. Angels have already been sent. Provision has already been made. The favor is already in line. Your yes has been the only thing missing. You may not feel brave, but being willing is what's needed. Heaven doesn't want you to be brave. It wants you to be true. At this very moment, the air around you is responsive. When things like this happen, decisions you make stick with you for a long time. The choice you make affects how future conversations, chances, and connections go. This point is important. Jesus says it's not about working harder, but about being more open. He says to let go of your control over outcomes and trust that God has bigger plans for you than your own. Archangel Michael confirms that movement will happen right away once you open. It won't happen all at once, but enough to make sure you heard right. Pressure will be replaced by peace. Doubt will be replaced by direction. Stasis will be replaced by momentum. People later talk about this kind of moment as the turning point, the day when everything quietly changed, or the moment when obedience let flow happen. Pay close attention. What follows will show you exactly what opening looks like for you, and why heaven has been trying so hard to get to you now. For you, my dear, the message has changed from a warning to a revelation. Archangel Michael is now showing you what lies beyond obedience. Many people hear the word urgency and think of loss, but heaven wants you to see hope. What you are being asked to open is not a trap. It is a passageway. Once you open it, it will change your days in ways you had secretly hoped for, but never fully expected. The blessing has been building up over time, according to Archangel Michael. There isn't just one event. There are several. The first layer makes things clear. The second layer makes things connect. The third layer makes things confirm. And the fourth layer makes things let go. Each layer only comes out after the one before it is respected. This is why moving too quickly wouldn't help, and why waiting too long would make things not line up right. Time is very important here. Jesus says, you had a hard time picturing how this blessing would show up, because it doesn't work the way you're used to it. It's not based on your past. It was built with God's plan in mind. When something new comes along, it will feel both strange and right at the same time. That's how you'll know it's real. Archangel Michael also says that part of the blessing is restoration of confidence. This isn't loud confidence or pride, but quiet assurance that makes your voice stronger, your decisions stronger, and your need for constant approval gone. You've spent too much time doubting yourself, and heaven is making things right. Something else is getting better here. You've carried disappointments you never fully named, promises that seemed to be kept for no good reason, and work that didn't seem to be seen. All of it has not been ignored by Jesus. He has been making it right. This blessing comes with responsibility as well as reward. What was lost in confusion will be gained back in detail. Archangel Michael shows that conversations will change once you let them. There will be chances that feel natural and not forced. People will notice something about you that they couldn't put into words before. This is not a coincidence. It's a sign of resonance. When alignment happens inside a company, recognition happens outside of it. If you open, You might be afraid of leaving behind people or places you care about. That fear is put to rest by Jesus. He tells you that nothing that is meant to grow with you will be taken away. What was thrown away was already out of season. It won't take force to let go. It will happen on its own, like a leaf falling off a branch in the fall. Archangel Michael also talks about being tired. He knows that you are tired on a deep level, not just physically, but also emotionally and spiritually. You are tired from having to wait. You are worn out by the uncertainty. This blessing provides renewal, not instant rest, but sustainable strength, the kind that gives you energy without having to work for it. This is an invitation to forgive yourself for taking too long, having doubts, and almost giving up at times. Jesus doesn't hold those things against you. He means that the fact that you are still here is enough. In order for blessings to flow freely, forgiveness clears the channel. As Archangel Michael says, obedience will not put you alone, it will move you around. You are not being moved away. Instead, you are being moved spiritually, closer to where you are most useful, where your gifts can grow, and where your prayers can be heard. There may be something building up inside you as you listen that feels like resolve, not just excitement. That steady feeling is a sign that your spirit is in sync with God's plans. Don't rush it, but don't fight it either. Allow it to settle and lead you. Jesus says that the blessing will come with clear instructions, not a lot of questions. The next step will be clear when it comes up. It's not going to be hidden. Even though it seems hard, it will feel easy. Being available is what is needed for obedience, not complexity. Archangel Michael wants you to remember that being open doesn't mean doing everything at once. It means to start. Heaven loves new starts. The first step is more important than the whole plan. Grace is there for you when you move. This part of the message is meant to take away your fear and give you a clear picture of the future that obedience opens up. You are not being pushed by heaven to lose. It is telling you to get in line. As this message gets more in-depth, Archangel Michael now wants you to think about the resistance that may still be there in you, even if your spirit agrees. This resistance isn't rebellion. It's the weight of past disappointments, prayers that haven't been answered, and times when hope felt like it cost a lot. This doesn't bother heaven. Heaven will talk about it. Jesus knows that people often change their minds even when their hearts say yes. That hesitancy sounds like good sense, but it's usually just fear hiding behind a good reason. Archangel Michael gently shows you this and reminds you that wisdom brings peace and fear stops you. It's not from God if a thought stops you instead of moving you. There's a reason why you need to move now with this blessing. If you wait too long, God will open doors that He has already closed. There would be more doubt. There would be more distractions, and you would start to lose the clarity you feel now. No, this is not a punishment. It works on a spiritual level. Those who respond while alignment is active are in the lead. This is where Archangel Michael talks about something important. He says that the enemy can't stop what God has planned, but he can try to wear out the person who is supposed to carry it. That's why you've been mentally tired, even when nothing else was going on. You were meant to wonder if you still had strength when you felt that tired. Heaven gives a clear answer. Yes, you do. Jesus tells you that you are stronger now than you were at the start. Being tender is not a sign of weakness, even if you feel that way. It means you are sensitive to God's leading. You kept your hearing by not getting stronger, and hearing is more valuable than raw endurance. To get this blessing, you'll have to do something before things feel calm. You will wait too long if you wait until all of your fears are gone. It's not courage to not be afraid. It's obedience even when you are scared. Archangel Michael tells you that fear has no power once you take a step forward. Also, the way you see yourself is changing for the better. For too long, your process was more important to you than your promise. That's what you thought of yourself, not what God had already called you to be. That is now being fixed by Jesus. You're not almost ready. You're ready now. Heaven is watching how you react to this word, not with judgment, but with hope, says Archangel Michael. Response shows posture. You show that you are ready when you lean in, pay attention, and acknowledge what God is saying. When you show respect, spiritual doors open. That's why participation is important. It's not a button click when you like this message. It's a public alignment. You give someone else at their own threshold, both the warning and the hope when you share it. When you comment, you give faith a voice, and faith that is spoken gets stronger. And when you subscribe to this channel, you choose to stay connected to timely lessons instead of learning on your own. If you want to go deeper, membership is more than just getting in. It has to do with agreeing. Archangel Michael values consistency, so this means I promise to listen when heaven speaks. People who stay put get answers from heaven. Jesus says that if you respect what he's doing in public, he will respect you in private as well. The doors open easily. Favor shows up on its own. Provision lines up without a fuss. Here's how the economy of obedience works. Pay close attention to this retention moment, because it's important. What's next will show why this blessing has felt like it was coming late all along, and why those last few seconds were planned. Do not let your mind wander away from this moment, because soon there will be clarity where there was confusion. Archangel Michael ends this part by reassuring us. You are not behind, he says. You're not behind schedule. You're not getting caught up. You're almost there. The countdown wasn't meant to stress you out, but to focus you. Jesus speaks peace into your heart. It's not a false peace that takes away your responsibilities, but it takes away your fear. You're not being pushed into chaos. You are being asked to walk in alignment. Before we go any further, I want you to boldly say in the comments, I walk in alignment, that you are moving forward and not looking back. To my beloved, as this message goes on, Archangel Michael now reveals the mystery behind the time itself. This is where a lot of people get it wrong about heaven. They think that timing is random or reactive, but it is actually one of the most planned things that God does. There was nothing by chance about this moment. Nothing was late. There was nothing missed. Jesus says this blessing had to wait until now because things had to line up on many levels at the same time. It wasn't just that you were ready. Other hearts had to be put in place. Things had to change in other ways. Before this door could open, the doors next to it had to quietly shut. Heaven wasn't waiting. Heaven was getting in sync. Archangel Michael tells you that there were times when you prayed for this blessing, but if it had come at those times, it would have run into immaturity around you or instability inside you. You would have been in fights that were not meant to be yours. Delay did not mean denial. It was for safety. That's why the last countdown seems so sudden. As soon as heaven is done setting up the world, things move quickly. As humans, we often feel things that are sudden as the result of long, unseen preparation. Jesus says, "I now tell everyone what I have done in secret." That's what you're going into. There is also a holy quality to being in a hurry. Urgency takes away any pretense. It gets rid of reasons. It makes desire clear. The truth comes to the surface when time seems to be running out. Archangel Michael tells you that this sense of urgency was meant to help you finally figure out what's important to you and what's not. Some relationships ended because they couldn't handle the truth. It's possible that you can't handle being distracted as much as you used to. Things that used to make you happy now make you feel empty. Conversations that used to feel normal now sound off. Please don't judge me. It's a step up. Heaven has been training your taste buds to help you figure out what's right for you in this season. Jesus talks straight to the fear of missing out. He says that when you obey, the only thing you miss is being confused. Time is the only thing you lose. What you get is sense. When alignment takes the place of hesitation, life starts to make sense. Archangel Michael also says that this blessing has to do with leaving a legacy, which means not only what you do, but also what stays after you die. Following through with your obedience right now sets a tone. It teaches your spirit how to act more quickly the next time. It demonstrates to heaven your reliability in completing timely assignments. You are being asked to open now instead of later for a reason. Later would lessen the effect. Later would give doubt time to work out the terms. Later would make conviction weaker. Now keeps its potency. Currently holds power. Jesus tells you that you won't be left guessing once you open. Heaven is not mean. After action, instructions will come. Movement will show you the way to go. After obedience, provision will come. This is how God has always done things. The water splits when the foot hits it, not before. You are blessed by Archangel Michael. The fear you feel is not a sign to stop, he says. It means you are close to something important. Fear often shuts the doors to growth. Do not mistake discomfort for danger. This is also an invitation to compare and release. Some people may have moved sooner or later. Their time wasn't the same as yours. Heaven deals one-on-one. Your journey had to go at a certain speed so that your effects would last. You were made to hold what God gives you now, so it won't fall apart under stress. According to Jesus, waiting has taught you obedience. You will now learn obedience through movement. Both are holy. Both are important. You are not finishing your lessons in patience. You're using it in a different way. Archangel Michael tells you that this blessing will test your faith less than your consistency. You will have to keep picking alignments even after the novelty wears off. That's why they had to be mature before they could be released. Heaven doesn't let impulse take care of things. When this part is over, you may feel calmer than usual, but it's not because you don't care. It's because you're ready. When worry goes away without changing the answers, it means trust has grown. Jesus says that this peace is what many people are looking for, to be sure. Peace stands as proof. When peace comes, it means that heaven and earth are no longer fighting over your choice. If peace is already starting to settle over you, type Amen in the comments to show that your heart is in sync with heaven's timing. Pay close attention. What comes next will show you how this opening changes your daily life in real ways, and how to spot the signs of confirmation that come after obedience, so you don't question what God has already said is true. Dear child, Archangel Michael is now bringing you to a stage that many people miss, but that you need to understand very badly. Confirmation after obedience. Heaven knows how people feel. It knows that even after saying yes, doubt can come back and ask if you really heard God, or if you were just making it up. God never leaves obedience without witnesses because of this. Jesus says that confirmation doesn't usually come with fireworks. It shows up as alignment, small changes, conversations at the right time, peace that comes out of nowhere, doors that open without force, and resistance that suddenly loses its hold. These are not just random events. They are signs from heaven that say, "You moved right." Archangel Michael tells us that when we open what we were asked to open, our inner world starts to get back in order. First, calm down. Your reactions get calmer. Your ability to discern grows. A change inside is the first sign of confirmation, but many people ignore it because they see something louder coming. Do not pass it by. When you're sure of something, heaven often speaks softly. External confirmations will also be given. Words will come back to you from places you wouldn't expect them to. The Bible will come up over and over again. Opportunities will come up with little work on your part. Things that used to need work will start to flow. As Jesus says, these are signs put up along the way to make sure you don't turn back out of fear. Also, Archangel Michael is being gentle here. Confirmation does not mean that there is no challenge. There may still be resistance, but it will feel different. You will no longer be scared of it. It won't feel like a wall, but like background noise. This change is very important. It means that heaven has already changed the rules. One sign that a lot of people will experience is relief that they can't explain. There is a weight lift even before things fully change. That relief is a sign from heaven. If you feel free, that's God telling you, "I have this now." Don't question it. Take it. Jesus predicts that clarity of next steps, rather than the entire plan, will provide additional confirmation. God doesn't make obedience too hard by giving too many details. He makes the step you're on bright. You are still in sync when the next step feels clear and steady. Archangel Michael also tells you that different people may react to you in different ways. Some people will suddenly back you up without explaining why. Others can stay away without getting into a fight. Both of these are signs of moving. When relationships are aligned, they naturally change. Something very important is going on here. Once you have confirmation, don't open again what God helped you close. Peace has already been made, so don't look at it again. Doubt after being sure is not discernment. It's fear trying to take over. What I confirm, do not go over again. Jesus says, give this activation your full attention now, because this moment seals what has already begun. If you are getting this confirmation, type, "I walk in alignment" in the comments. The blessing code 888 was just released, which means that your life will now have peace, clarity, and forward movement. And now let this naturally lead to what God wants next, because obedience doesn't end when you say yes. It continues when you work together. This message isn't just getting to you. It's also going to other people who are still confused and don't know that heaven is calling their name. This work is not just a channel. When you support it, you bring God's warning and mercy to souls who might not hear it any other way. God says, "Those who water will be watered, and those who sow with urgency will reap with speed." Take this as a personal invitation from me to you. As this awakening grows inside you, know that helping with this mission is not a joke. It is a sign from God. You can support this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community. By doing so, you become part of Jesus' plan to save souls who are still stuck in fog. Every seed turns into light that fights against darkness. If you water others, you will be watered yourself, Jesus says. This is not history, it is a living promise about your future. Come into this moment with faith and a plan. What God has already planned for your life can be unlocked through your giving. As you move forward in this process, beloved, Archangel Michael now talks about protection. Many people know how to get a blessing, but not as many know how to stay in alignment once they get one. Heaven wants more than just breakthroughs. It also wants to make things last. What God gives you now is meant to last. Jesus says that alignment should be protected in a gentle way, not a harsh way. Fear comes from correcting too much. Lack of care causes drift. A balance of trust and awareness is what it takes. Being in charge of this blessing doesn't protect it. You keep it safe by listening for God's voice. Archangel Michael says that subtle distractions will try to come back, but not with a sense of urgency. Instead, they will do so with a sense of comfort. A soft knock could be an old habit. Old doubts may whisper in a sensible way. These aren't attacks. They're tests of how smart you are. When you learn alignment, you learn to see what doesn't belong and not fight it. Small things that are always the same are one of the best ways to keep alignment. Being obedient isn't always exciting. Choosing peace over anger, truth over comfort, and rest over effort is what it looks like sometimes. It is what Jesus says, that faithfulness in the ordinary keeps the extraordinary stable. You might have noticed that you can't handle as much inner conflict as you used to. What was easy to handle before now feels heavy. Being sensitive is not the same thing as being weak. Alignment makes you more aware. Your spirit can tell more quickly when something is wrong. Listen to that signal. Archangel Michael also talks about guilt, which is a very important issue. After making progress, people sometimes think about the times they were late and feel bad about it. You should not do this, Jesus tells you. Regret makes you go backward. Being thankful keeps you moving forward. As soon as you replied, heaven sent what was needed. You are not facing any punishment. Clear boundaries, not walls, are what this blessing will need. You will need to say no more often, not because you are scared, but because you are not paying attention. Every yes now means something. Every commitment changes what you can do. Guard your yes, and your no will take care of itself, Jesus says. Archangel Michael wants you to remember that alignment is strong. There's no need for you to be careful. God is not ready for you to fail. He is following you. When it's time to fix things, there will be calm instead of panic. There will be times when it feels like progress is moving too slowly. Do not mistake this for going backwards. It takes time to integrate. New patterns take time to settle in. Speed doesn't matter, direction does. You are aligned if you are still facing forward. In this verse, Jesus also talks about joy, not excitement. Being joyful means that you are becoming more aligned. It means your heart and heaven are moving together. When you find joy in obedience itself, not just the results. Archangel Michael tells you that some people might wonder what changed. It's possible that you don't have the words yet. That's fine. There are times when transformation is seen before it is spoken. Give your peace a chance to speak. Now there's something important to keep in mind. As soon as you are in alignment, heaven may give you more power. Both strength and weakness are amplified by influence. This is why we need to keep being humble. Be willing to learn. Stay in touch. Stay in touch. Jesus tells us that being faithful is more important than being perfect. If you trip, get back quickly. Don't hide. Do not pull back. When honesty leads the way, things get back in sync faster than you think. It's quieter here on the journey, but it's still holy. It's where roots get stronger. This is where stability comes from. Being there means that what God gave you is now a part of who you are, not just something you did. Archangel Michael tells you that heaven is pleased with your answer, not impressed. There's a difference. Pleasure comes from relationships, not from doing well. Pay close attention to what comes next in this message. It will explain how this alignment starts to bless others through you, and why your obedience was never meant to end with you. Archangel Michael now tells you something deep and humbling, beloved child. It was never meant for this alignment to end with you. Heaven doesn't just send out blessings to make people happy, it sends them out to make more happy people. What God has given you has effects and repercussions that go far beyond what you can see. Jesus says, this is why the process was hard, why timing was important, and why obedience was stressed. There was more than just getting ready to receive. You were also getting ready to carry, which takes strength, clarity, and humility working together. As your alignment settles, you may notice that people are drawn to you differently, not because you are louder, but because you are clearer. Peace makes people wonder. Being consistent builds trust. People may tell you things they don't mean to tell you. It's not a coincidence. This is too much. What God builds in you quietly helps other people without you having to work hard at it. Impact doesn't always appear like platforms or titles, according to Archangel Michael. It can look like being there, saying the right thing at the right time, keeping calm, or setting a good example. Don't forget that heaven can use ordinary obedience to bring about extraordinary change. Jesus also says that you will feel unqualified again at times, especially when other people start to benefit from what God is doing in your life. That feeling is not a sign to stop. It's a reminder to keep depending on them. Having power without being dependent on it makes you proud. Dependence without influence makes people hide. Balance is what God is teaching you. This is also where stewardship is very important. You need to keep what you've been given with purpose. Prayer keeps things in line. Being thankful keeps the heart soft. Following orders keeps you on track. There is no weight on any of these. They are anchors. Archangel Michael talks directly to the urge to downplay what God has done. Do not play it down. Don't just think it's by chance. Honor makes it possible to get ahead. When you see God's hand at work, you make room for more progress. This is an important thing that Jesus says. As you talk about what God is doing, you are not bragging, you are testifying. Giving testimony is a way to be a good steward. It lets other people have hope. This is another reason why engagement is important now. You're not just reacting emotionally when you like this message. You're also showing that you agree with what heaven is letting go of. Another person who needs to hear this warning before their own time runs out can use your help when you share it. When you comment, you give faith a voice, and hearing faith spoken makes resolve stronger. If you haven't already, please subscribe to this channel right away because it's important to be consistent. These messages aren't one-offs. They're part of a steady stream of advice. Keeping in touch keeps you in place. You should see membership as a deeper commitment to stay aware, if you have the chance to get it. When God speaks again, Archangel Michael will honor those who have stayed. If you don't take revelation lightly, heaven will answer you. Being involved keeps you aware of time, and time is everything. Now pay close attention to this because it's a time to remember and understand. What's coming next will explain how heaven tells the difference between people who make an impact and people who burn out after a breakthrough. When you understand this, you will protect what God has built in you. Stay put, because this is where knowledge meets duty. Jesus ends this part by giving comfort. There is no doubt that you are being watched. You are being trusted. You can't blame people in heaven because it doesn't trust them. Not scrutiny, but the fact that influence is growing shows confidence. Archangel Michael is there to see this change from receiver to carrier, from responder to steward, and from alignment to multiplication. Stay there. The next part will show you how to get through this without losing your cool and how to end the season stronger than you started. As the end of this cycle draws near, beloved one, Archangel Michael speaks with a tone of completion and wisdom. He doesn't mean an ending in the sense of closure, but an ending in the sense of establishment. This is because heaven is showing us how to end this cycle well, because how you end determines how you enter the next one. Jesus says that many people know how to begin with passion, but not many know how to end with stability. This is because beginnings are exciting, but endings are holy, because they seal lessons, anchor growth, and keep you from repeating cycles that were meant to mature you and not trap you. Archangel Michael tells you that this season has changed you more than you realize. He says that your discernment is better, your reactions are slower, and your prayers are more honest. These changes didn't happen overnight, but they are permanent, because you are not the same person you were when this warning first came to you. At this point, you might be tempted to let up on your guard too much, thinking that since alignment has been achieved, you don't need to be aware of anything else. But Jesus gently corrects you, reminding you that alignment is not autopilot. It is relationship, and it stays strong not through effort, but through attention. You may start to want less noise, fewer opinions, and clearer priorities. This is not withdrawal, it is refinement. This is because heaven often makes the environment of those it trusts simpler, so that focus doesn't get lost. Archangel Michael also talks about expectations. He says that after a breakthrough or confirmation, people often think that things will keep getting better. But God works in rhythms, not straight lines, with times of rest, times of action, and times of learning. So don't think that quiet times are times of stagnation. Silence is often integration. Jesus says, this is the stage where gratitude is most important because it keeps memories in line with reality. It reminds you of where God brought you from without pulling you back into it, and it values the journey without making the struggle more important. Not only are people being forgiven, but time itself is also being forgiven. This means that you no longer need to ask why it took so long. Jesus says that question is useless now, that timing has served its purpose, and peace has replaced explanation. Archangel Michael tells you that heaven is now watching how you carry peace, because peace is not passive, it's active trust. And when peace stays even as things are still happening, it shows maturity and makes you ready for more responsibility. You might feel a calm confidence building up, not the kind that needs to be reassured, but the kind that knows where it stands. This confidence isn't something you made yourself. It comes from staying aligned over time and being gently guarded. Jesus talks about obedience in moments that can't be seen. He says that when there is no time pressure, no countdown and no warning. Obedience is a choice based on love instead of a reaction to pressure. This is when relationships grow and faith matures. Archangel Michael wants you to know that heaven isn't leaving now, that the message is almost over. This is because God doesn't speak urgently and then disappear. He speaks urgently to reposition you and then walk steadily with you. As the need for constant reassurance fades, there is one last change happening inside you. You no longer need endless confirmation because peace has taken root. This is not independence from God, but trust in God. Jesus says that when you trust, you don't have to worry about missing out. You stop chasing moments and instead enjoy them. You stop getting upset when things take longer than expected, and instead listen for instructions. According to Archangel Michael, this cycle has completed its purpose. What was meant to awaken has done so. What was meant to be released has been released. And what was meant to be sealed is almost sealed. Stay focused, because the last revelation will bring blessings, closure, and a call that brings everything you've heard together in one moment of truth. This is where heaven seals it. This is the crucial moment, my beloved child. Archangel Michael is no longer a messenger of danger. He is now a witness of completion. What began in heaven with urgency is now ending with authority. This was never meant to make you feel worried or uncertain. It was meant to bring you into alignment, and now you are in alignment. Now Jesus speaks clearly and peacefully, telling you that the countdown wasn't about fear of losing something, but about awakening value. He says that you were shown what was at stake, so you could finally see how much heaven trusted you with. He also says that the blessing was never fragile. You just needed to be more aware of it, and that work is done. Archangel Michael confirms that the reassignment has been stopped. This is not because time stopped, but because obedience was shown, because once alignment is restored, heaven does not take it away. What was put on hold has been released, and what was held has been given back to you, but this time as a pledge of care. Now is the time to stop looking back at the warning and start moving forward with the outcome. The sense of urgency has served its purpose, and now peace reigns. This doesn't mean that nothing else will happen, but it does mean that nothing else needs to be forced. Jesus says something very important when he says, "You opened when it mattered." That one action changed not only your circumstances, but also your confidence, because you now know what it's like to act when heaven speaks, and that knowledge stays with you. Archangel Michael tells you that future times won't need to be as intense because you've been trained. Your sensitivity has grown, and your ability to discern has grown. This means that you will be able to feel the nudge earlier and move faster next time, not because of pressure, but because you trust yourself. Also, there is closure now, that the season of questioning is over, and the season of walking has begun. Again, you don't have to keep reading this message to feel better. Instead, use it as a guide, and remember the moment you chose alignment over delay. This word may have brought you together. To keep your spirit together, subscribe to this channel right now. When you subscribe, you join the flow of God's ongoing prophetic instruction. This is where warnings come at the right time. Clarity comes before confusion, and living in divine alignment becomes your normal way of life. Jesus pours out a sustaining blessing over your steps, the kind that keeps doors open, keeps the peace, and makes provision consistent rather than stressful. This is the blessing that endures. Archangel Michael says that heaven is happy with your answer, not because it was perfect, but because you were there. Being there is what heaven wants. Awareness, willingness, and obedience at the right time. Now, with authority and thanks, accept this last activation. If you get this completion, write, "I walk sealed and aligned," in the comments. Now, blessing code 1212 is working over your obedience, your timing, and the steps you will take next. And pay close attention to this, because it's part of the sealing and not a separate part of the message. This message got to you because God is using this channel as a voice in important times. This is because heaven warns, awakens, and realigns through channels that stay open. You are not supporting a person or a platform when you support this mission. Instead, you are making sure that important messages get to hearts before their own time runs out. You are about to enter your divine future. Remember that this message does not end with you. People can use your breakthrough to get where they need to go, through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community. You can help this mission. By doing so, you are sowing into the awakening, deliverance, and restoration of souls who are still trapped in darkness. This is not poetry when Jesus says, "Give, and heaven will open over you." Every seed you plant turns into oil for your destiny, fire for your calling, and safety for your family. Now is your time, my child. Have faith, and as you do, watch God multiply what you let go of. Before you leave, send this word from the prophet to your network. In this way, you are making the breakthrough you have received even bigger. What God turned on in you will start to turn on in other people, and heaven will remember your obedience when God moves you to a different role. Follow now. This message has been locked. Heaven has talked, and you have answered. Before we end, I want you to do something with what heaven is giving you. Whenever you like this video, think of it as a prophetic act. You are letting God's favor into your life. Everything that is connected to you speeds up, becomes clearer, and is put in divine alignment because of your agreement right now. So like this video right now, and let heaven see how you say yes. Before we get to the end of this powerful story, let's take a moment to reflect on this deep truth. You did not find this message by accident. This is not a stroke of luck. It is a direct message from Archangel Michael to you. He's extending his hand and inviting you into a protected, high-vibrational community where divine abundance is not just a hope, but a promise. This sacred principle is very simple, but it can change your whole life. If you follow it, you won't just receive blessings, they will be multiplied and flow into every part of your life. By accepting this invitation right now, you are unlocking immediate, early access to powerful content and divine insights that are hidden from the general world. Now is your chance to enter a sacred space where you will receive spiritual guidance, unwavering support, and speedy progress toward your destiny. Do not let this sacred moment of destiny pass you by. Your breakthrough is waiting. Join Archangel Michael's inner circle immediately through the exclusive link in the description. This is how you guarantee you never miss the direct, personalized messages that are specifically meant to elevate and empower your life. If you desire to deepen your connection, the link is waiting for you in both the pinned comment and the description. And for those who feel called to amplify this work, a link to purchase the guided ebook is available, which is completely optional. But your presence, attention, and energy already mean the world. Take the step. Your abundance awaits. My beloved child, listen carefully because this is not an ordinary moment, And this is not an ordinary message. Today, heaven has leaned closer than ever before. God is trying to communicate with you right now as Archangel Michael stands at the doorway of your life. This needs to be done right away. This is correct. This matters to me. Something holy will go silent if you choose to ignore this moment. This is not as a punishment, but because divine windows don't stay open forever. You might already feel it, a strange pause in your spirit, a weighty mix of expectation and heaviness, a sense that time has slowed down just enough for you to notice. That isn't a mistake. Heaven is making room for you to hear what has been whispered, what has been put off, and what is about to be revealed. Before you even woke up, according to Archangel Michael, this day was planned. In the spiritual realm, today is not just a date for people to feel superficially in love. Alignment, choice, and response are represented by this day. This message is from God because your next season depends on what you do with it. Pay attention to this. It doesn't happen all of a sudden that heaven is silent. It happens slowly when people ignore warnings, nudges, and signs and say later instead of now. This is God's last chance to reach out, not because He is desperate, but because He wants to help. You've been following a pattern in your life. You saw it, even though you couldn't explain it. There were many delays, disappointments, and doors that almost opened, but didn't. I'm not making this up. God has been trying to steer you away from something that seems safe but is slowly draining your destiny, says Archangel Michael. This message isn't for everyone. It's for people who have been praying quietly and aren't sure why they're not getting answers right away. It's for people who keep putting off things that God has already warned them about. It's for the person who feels emotionally tired but spiritually alert. Archangel Michael says, heaven is speaking now because you are standing at a fork in the road. One path feels comfortable because you know it well, even though it no longer brings life. The other path feels uncertain, but it is saturated with divine backing. God is asking you to choose, not tomorrow, not someday, but now. Pay attention to this next truth. Heaven does not go silent because God stops caring. Heaven goes silent when instruction has already been given and response is required. This is a moment of response. You may be saying, God, I'm listening, but I don't know what you want me to do. Archangel Michael says, the confusion is not from God. The instruction has already been placed in your heart. You felt it as resistance. You felt it as discomfort. You felt it as that inner voice telling you this cannot continue. There is a conversation you have been avoiding, a habit you have been justifying, a door you keep reopening even though God closed it before. Heaven is speaking now to interrupt that cycle. Do not mistake God's patience for permission. His patience is protection, giving you time to align before consequences solidify. This is not meant to scare you. It is meant to awaken you. Archangel Michael stands as a guardian of truth and clarity. He is not coming with condemnation. He is coming with direction. He says God is calling you back into alignment with what He already promised you. Something significant is tied to your obedience in this moment. A delay will be lifted. A spiritual blockage will break. A heavy atmosphere will shift. But this only happens when the message is received and acted upon. You may have felt distant from God recently, like your prayers are hitting a ceiling. Archangel Michael says, heaven has not moved away from you. Alignment sharpens clarity while maintaining signal strength. Restores flow is obedience. There is a spiritual checkpoint today. and heaven is waiting to see if you will lean in or turn away. God isn't yelling. It is clear, calm, and firm that He is speaking. He wants your attention, not all of your perfection. You were able to hear this message, so it got to you. You're still not too far away. You have not been forgotten, and you are being loved while you are being warned. Do not scroll past this inside the page. Do not see this as another chance to be inspired. According to Archangel Michael, this is a divine interruption. You need to change something in your life for a better thing to start. Take a deep breath. Put your thoughts aside. Just ask God one thing. Just tell me what you want to show me. Then have the courage to listen, because heaven is talking. Right now, I want you to say something. This moment is more important than you think. Type Amen in the comments before we go any further. Not as an automatic response, but as a choice to agree with heaven. Your Amen is your answer to what heaven wants from you today. When you type it, you're not just leaving a word on a screen. You're making a spiritual deal that says, God, I am listening and I am willing to respond. Take this first step toward obedience. My chosen one, calm your spirit as you listen on, because what is being said now goes beyond surface understanding. Many people hear God, but few understand when He is speaking with urgency, according to Archangel Michael. Today is not a repeat of heaven. A divine conversation that started long before this message got to you is being carried on in what you are hearing right now. There's been a quiet tension building in your life. You may not have been able to put it into words, but you knew it in your prayers, your late-night thoughts, and the way that some things no longer bring you peace like they used to. Archangel Michael says, this tension is not confusion. It is pressure from heaven, pushing you toward clarity. God is trying to separate what is familiar from what is faithful. Right now, God is speaking because something has overstayed its season. You have been loyal to something God already released you from. You kept hoping it would change, improve, or suddenly align again. But heaven does not bless what it has already warned you about. This is why the voice of God feels firm today. Love sometimes sounds like instruction, not comfort. Archangel Michael reveals that heaven has been sending confirmations through subtle signs, repeated words, unplanned pauses, interrupted routines, even moments where plans fell apart for no clear reason. These were not obstacles. They were divine delays meant to get your attention. God slowed things down so you could hear Him without distraction. Understand this. Ignoring God does not always look like rebellion. Sometimes it looks like distraction. Sometimes it looks like being busy, overwhelmed, or emotionally tired. But heaven knows the difference between inability and avoidance. And today, God is calling you out of avoidance, gently but clearly. Here is something God wants you to confront honestly. A truth you have been softening. A boundary you have been relaxing. A decision you have been postponing because it feels uncomfortable. Archangel Michael says the discomfort you feel is not danger. It is growth trying to begin. If heaven were to go silent, it would not be because God stopped loving you. It would be because instruction has already been given enough times to require action. Silence comes after mercy has spoken repeatedly. That is why this message carries weight. It is mercy speaking one more time. You are not being rushed into fear. You are being invited into alignment. God is not asking for dramatic gestures. He is asking for obedience in one specific area you already know about. The moment you say yes internally, something shifts externally. Archangel Michael says there is protection surrounding you right now. Even as this message sounds serious, it is covered in grace. Heaven is speaking because it wants to keep you from unnecessary loss, unnecessary delay, and unnecessary heartbreak. Pause for a moment and examine what has been draining you lately. What leaves you feeling heavy instead of strengthened? What requires you to compromise your peace? These are not small clues. These are divine signals. This message is reaching you because your spirit is sensitive enough to respond. God is not demanding perfection. He is asking for awareness. He is asking you to stop numbing what He is trying to awaken. Now hear this clearly, because this is important. If this message is resonating with you, do not keep it to yourself. Engage with it. Let heaven know you are listening. Take a moment to like this video so it reaches others who are standing at the same crossroads. Share it with someone you know who has been feeling spiritually unsettled. Leave a comment as a sign of agreement, not for people, but as a response to God. And if this space has been feeding your spirit, make sure you are subscribed so you do not miss what heaven releases next. And if you have not yet subscribed, this is your moment. Subscribing is not just clicking a button, it is an act of prophetic alignment. It is you telling God that you are positioning yourself to receive what He releases next. When you subscribe, you are locking into a stream of divine direction. You are saying, I don't want to miss what heaven is saying. Do it now. Click subscribe and become part of this prophetic community. When you engage, you are not helping an algorithm. You are aligning yourself with the message. Archangel Michael says movement matters right now. Even small acts of response signal readiness. Heaven responds to participation, not passivity. There is more God wants to reveal, and it builds upon what you are hearing now. This is not the moment to pull away or multitask. Hold on, because what is coming next will bring clarity to what you have been questioning for a long time. Stay present. Your discernment is being sharpened, and the next revelation connects directly to the choice you are about to make. I want to pause here because there is someone on your heart right now. A friend, a family member, someone who is struggling to hear God's voice. Heaven is prompting you to be the vessel that carries this word to them. Right now, share this video. As you share it, you are not just passing along content. You are activating the anointing for breakthrough in your own life. When you help someone else hear God, heaven makes sure you hear Him louder. Share it now and watch how your own breakthrough accelerates. Because Archangel Michael says, what is happening now explains why heaven has been patient with you. My precious one, please accept this with an open heart. It's not about being afraid of silence. For protection against loss you can't see yet. Because something unseen was getting close to a point of no return, God intervened just as the pressure was mounting around your destiny. You have been in the middle of two spiritual frequencies. As a person, one is familiar, predictable, and emotionally safe. It takes trust and surrender to deal with someone you don't know. The reason you feel spiritually restless is because your soul has already aligned, but your decisions have not fully followed yet, says Archangel Michael. That inner tension is the sound of alignment trying to complete itself. The season of gentle hints is coming to an end, so God is speaking right now. This doesn't mean that judgment is coming. This means that clarity is coming. Heaven will never shut up without first telling the truth. There it is, that moment of plain truth. For what God has already said, you are being told to stop negotiating. You keep asking God to bring peace to a certain part of your life, but you keep going back to the things that make it hard. Peace is absent because obedience has been delayed, says Archangel Michael, not because God withheld it. Because of his revelation, flow has been restored. Pay close attention to what comes next. Don't feel like you have to fix everything at once. He wants you to let go of one thing that is getting in the way of a lot of other things. One compromised boundary, one repeated pattern, one relationship, or a way of thinking that you keep holding on to even though it makes your faith less strong. The voice from heaven is telling you this because what's next for you needs extra clarity. You can't bring confusion over to the next season. After this point, heaven's silence would be dangerous because it would mean that instruction was disregarded for long enough for natural consequences to teach what obedience could have avoided. A breakthrough is nearer than you think, according to Archangel Michael. However, frustration results from proximity without alignment. This is why God is stopping you today, not to hold you up, but to get you ready. You may have wondered why some prayers sit there for a long time and others get answered quickly. Where obedience is present, heaven responds most quickly. God wants you to give him your whole heart, not just some of it in surrender. Doors remain open and blessings are delayed due to partial obedience. Let this truth sink in slowly. The silence of heaven is never the first move. Humans hesitate a lot. God talks, then waits, makes sure and waits some more. Confirmation is provided by this message. Heaven is still working because you can still hear. The next step will feel smaller than you expected, but its impact will be greater than you imagine, according to Archangel Michael. But it's clear to heaven. If you feel strong emotions coming up as you read this, don't fight them. That's not being weak. That's what recognition is. There's a shift in the air right now that you know this message is true. Something is getting broken. I want you to anchor that truth with a declaration if it has settled in your spirit. Write in the comments, I receive the voice of heaven. Use your faith, not just your fingers. You're not just typing words when you write it. You're building an altar of agreement. You're telling God that you're not going to leave this moment the same. I receive the voice of heaven. Write it down right now. Now, accept this blessing with awareness. In the comments, type, I receive the voice of heaven, if you think this message is coming from your spirit. The blessing code 444 has just been sent to you. Understand this if my voice is being used to help you hear God better today. You're not supporting a channel when you back this mission. Help heaven reach another soul who is standing where you used to be. I feel like I need to tell you this straight out. As this awakening grows inside you, know that helping with this mission is not a joke. It is a sign from God. You can support this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community. By doing so, you become part of Jesus' plan to save souls who are still stuck in fog. Every seed turns into light that fights against darkness. If you water others, you will be watered yourself, Jesus says. This is not history. It is a living promise about your future. Come into this moment with faith and a plan. What God has already planned for your life can be unlocked through your giving. Let this truth slowly come to you, beloved child, because Archangel Michael says, what you are about to understand now explains the aftermath of obedience. A lot of people are afraid of what will happen if heaven stops talking, but not many people think about what happens when heaven finally speaks. This is the real start of transformation. Things don't always shift abruptly when you respond to God at first. The change is sometimes so small that it's hard to notice. There is, however, movement in realms you can't see that are caused by alignment. Archangel Michael explains that as soon as you say yes to God inside, your assignments are changed, your delays are removed, and your resistance starts to weaken. Although you might want results right away, heaven usually begins by restoring order. Peace comes back before progress does. Before confirmation, there must be clarity. This is meant to happen, not a delay. Before showing outcomes, God rebuilds the foundations. You are currently experiencing a spirit recalibration. Things that were heavy will start to feel far away. What used to stump you will no longer do so. This is why, according to Archangel Michael, heaven responds to obedience with first protection and then provision. You need to understand something very important. Not everyone around you will be aware of the shift when you align with God. Some people benefited from your doubt. In some situations, uncertainty makes things worse. When clarity comes, resistance usually comes from what no longer has access to you, not from God. This is why you might feel emotional pushback after you choose to listen to God. Do not see this as proof that you were wrong. It shows that you were successful. What hides well in the shadows is disturbed by light. Archangel Michael says, heaven is now filtering distractions from your life. Things that once demanded your energy will slowly lose importance. Conversations will change. Priorities will rearrange themselves. This is not loss, it is refinement. You are entering a season where discernment becomes sharper. You will notice when something does not align without needing long explanations. God is training you to recognize peace, not just possibilities. Be patient with yourself during this process. Alignment does not erase emotion. You may still feel nostalgia for what God asked you to release. That does not mean you should return to it. Feelings are not instructions. They are signals being healed. I want you to pause for just a second. If you are ready to let those old feelings heal instead of guide you, I invite you to seal that decision right now. Type Amen in the comments. This is not about religion. This is about release. Let your Amen be the sound of you letting go of what you have been holding on to. It is a small word with massive spiritual weight. Let heaven hear your agreement. Type it now. Amen. God is pleased with your willingness to listen. Even though you have not yet acted fully, your attention has already shifted heaven's attention toward you, says Archangel Michael. Readiness precedes posture, and posture opens doors that prayer alone cannot. There will be times when you wonder if the choice was the right one. Remember this when those times come up. When God calls you away from something, He already has something ready to take its place. There is nothing there for you to step into. You are taking a step toward alignment. Trust between you and God is now at rest in heaven. In places where doubt crept in because of delays, confidence will come back because of consistency. You'll be able to hear and trust God's voice more quickly. Archangel Michael says, something that once felt like a burden will soon feel like a boundary. What drained you will no longer have permission to access you. This is the fruit of obedience, freedom disguised as restraint. You may notice increased sensitivity in your spirit. This is not weakness, it is refinement. God sharpens those He prepares. Remain attentive in this season. Obedience is not a single decision, it is a posture. Each small choice reinforces alignment. Each act of trust strengthens clarity. Heaven has not been silent. In fact, It has drawn closer. God speaks differently when trust is restored. Less warning, more direction, less urgency, more assurance. Archangel Michael stands watch as you move forward, guarding the transition you are now walking through. You are not alone in this process. You are supported, guided, and protected. Let this settle in your heart. You did not miss your moment. You responded right on time. And because you listened, what comes next will unfold with greater ease than you expect. Part 3. My beloved one, receive this gently because Archangel Michael says, what you are stepping into now is a season of adjustment, not confusion. Many people mistake transition for instability, but heaven calls it repositioning. When God speaks and you respond, the ground beneath you must shift to support where you are going. That shift can feel unfamiliar, but it is intentional. You may notice that your tolerance for certain things has changed. What you once ignored now disturbs your peace. What you once explained away now feels heavy. Archangel Michael says this is not a judgmental spirit rising in you. It is discernment becoming active. God is teaching you to recognize what belongs in your future and what was only assigned to your past. This is also a season where God retrains your expectations. You may have imagined breakthrough arriving in one dramatic moment, but heaven often delivers transformation through steady clarity. Each day you wake up feeling slightly lighter, slightly clearer, slightly more grounded. That is progress. Do not overlook it. There will be moments when the old patterns attempt to resurface. Familiar thoughts will whisper. Familiar emotions will try to pull you back into cycles you already outgrew. Archangel Michael says, this is not failure. This is the final testing of boundaries. What no longer fits will try to prove it still belongs. Stand firm without aggression. You do not need to argue with what God already removed authority from. Silence and consistency will do more than explanation ever could. God is also restoring your confidence in hearing Him. You may begin to notice how quickly peace returns after prayer, how clearly certain decisions feel settled. This is not imagination. This is trust being rebuilt between you and heaven. Archangel Michael reveals that something new is forming quietly in the background of your life. It may not yet have a name, shape, or timeline, but its presence is real. God often prepares outcomes before He announces them. What feels like waiting is actually construction. Do not rush this phase. Rushing often recreates old mistakes with new labels. God is teaching you to move with wisdom, not urgency. What heaven leads, haste is unnecessary. You may also feel a desire to protect your energy more intentionally. Time alone may feel nourishing rather than lonely. This is not withdrawal, it is restoration. God is strengthening your inner foundation so future responsibilities do not overwhelm you. Archangel Michael says relationships will begin to reveal their true alignment naturally. Some will deepen without effort. Others will fade without conflict. Let this happen without forcing outcomes. Alignment does not need manipulation. There is a quiet confidence growing in you now. You may not announce it, but you feel it, and knowing that you are no longer the same person who struggled in uncertainty. God has matured you through patience, not pressure. Understand this clearly. Heaven does not bring you this far to leave you halfway. The silence you feared earlier has been replaced with subtle guidance. God is teaching you to recognize His voice without panic. You are learning to respond instead of react, to pause instead of assume, to listen instead of rush. These are signs of spiritual growth, not delay. Archangel Michael says protection is especially strong around you now. Even when you make small mistakes, correction comes gently instead of harshly. This is grace at work. Trust this unfolding. You do not need to see the entire picture to walk the next step. God reveals what you need when you need it. Remain attentive, remain humble, and remain willing. Heaven is still speaking now with reassurance instead of warning. What is forming next will require the steadiness you are developing now, and you are becoming ready day by day. Chosen one, stay present, because Archangel Michael says this phase you are entering now is where many people lose focus, not because they are weak, but because things finally start to stabilize. When the crisis fades, discipline is required. When clarity returns, consistency becomes the test. Heaven is not just teaching you how to hear God, it is teaching you how to walk with Him daily. Right now, your spirit is learning rhythm, not urgency, not panic. Rhythm. God is guiding you into a life where obedience is not driven by fear of silence, but by relationship. This is deeper ground. This is where faith matures. You may notice that external signs are quieter now. Fewer dramatic confirmations, less emotional intensity. That does not mean heaven stepped back. It means God trusts you more. Archangel Michael says God speaks differently to those who have proven they will listen. Less repetition, more subtle direction. This is also a moment where distractions try to return, not aggressively but subtly. Small compromises, tiny delays. I'll do it later thoughts. Heaven is watching how you steward clarity. What you do with peace matters just as much as what you did with warning. Be careful not to romanticize the past season. You did not go through that for nothing. You learned discernment there. You learned dependence there. Do not return to what God already helped you outgrow just because it feels familiar. Archangel Michael says, your prayers are changing now. You might find that you trust more and ask for less. You talk less and listen more. That's growth. You are becoming someone who doesn't need constant reassurance to follow God's rules. But this is also where community and reinforcement are important. Being religious was never meant to be done by yourself. That's why you keep getting messages like this. Not to take the place of your relationship with God, but to make it stronger. If these messages have been confirming what God is already doing in you, then make that response happen. Please like this video so that it can reach someone else who is going through the same thing you are. If you know someone who needs clarity but can't find the words, share this with them. As an act of agreement, leave a comment. It's more important than you think. Also, if you haven't already, please subscribe right now so that you can keep up with what Heaven keeps putting out here. Now is a very important time. Please subscribe now if you haven't already. By subscribing, you are saying that you agree with the prophetic promises that God is making over your life. It means, I am ready for the alignment that Heaven is bringing. You will be linked every time a new word drops. You won't float away. You will stay where you are under the open window of Heaven. Immediately confirm your alignment by clicking subscribe. You are a part of something bigger than yourself when you engage. Movement strengthens commitment. When you respond outward, it strengthens what God is doing inward, says Archangel Michael. As you obey, the struggle doesn't always end right away. It can show you what still needs healing. Old wounds may come back to the surface. Fears from the past may whisper. Do not start to panic. Getting better often shows up first before going away. God is willing to wait for this to happen. Your speed is not how He judges you. Your willingness is how He measures you. You might start to feel a stronger need for the truth. That hunger is holy, even when the truth hurts you. Do not dull it with noise, constant distractions, or opinions that are not needed. Archangel Michael says, "Heaven is getting you ready for responsibility. Not a burden, but responsibility. Something entrusted, something meaningful. That's why your discipline is getting stronger. You are learning to say no without guilt, to pause without fear, and to wait without anxiety. These are not small victories. They are signs of your inner authority taking shape. Be aware of what you let shape your thoughts. What you listen to over and over again becomes familiar, and familiarity changes direction. Choose inputs that line up with where God is leading you. Now is not the time to drift. Now is the time to anchor. What you are becoming needs stability. Hold on, because what's next will show you why this preparation is important and what heaven is quietly setting you up for. Beloved one, lean in with understanding, because Archangel Michael says, this stage marks the difference between those who briefly encounter God's voice and those who are transformed by it. You are no longer just reacting to what heaven says. You are learning to carry it. Carrying truth requires strength, patience, and restraint. There is a deeper calm forming within you now. It may not always feel exciting, but it is powerful. This calm is not emptiness. It is authority settling into place. God is teaching you how to move without rushing and how to wait without weakening. These are skills, not delays. You may notice that some people no longer recognize you the way they used to, not because you changed for the worse, but because you no longer respond from the same emotional place. Archangel Michael says this is a sign that growth has taken root. When you stop being predictable to patterns, those patterns lose influence over you. This season is about refinement. God is sanding down reactions that once controlled you. He is replacing impulsive responses with discernment. Where you once felt compelled to explain yourself, you now feel free to remain silent. Silence is no longer fear. It is confidence. There is also an internal strengthening happening. You may find yourself less shaken by opinions, less moved by pressure, less tempted to compromise just to maintain comfort. This is not hardness of heart. It is stability of spirit. Archangel Michael reveals that heaven is preparing you to stand firm when others are uncertain, not to dominate, not to instruct loudly, but to remain grounded. Presence itself will become your testimony. You may not fully understand yet why this level of steadiness is required, but soon it will make sense. God does not reinforce foundations without intending to build upward. What you are becoming internally is aligned with what you will be entrusted with externally. There may still be moments of doubt. Doubt does not mean disbelief. It means your mind is catching up to your spirit. When doubt arises, do not argue with it aggressively. Return to what God already confirmed. Repetition of truth strengthens resolve. Archangel Michael says, your discernment is now filtering opportunities more clearly. A God option is not always available. You are learning to go with what feels right, not just what looks beneficial. This will guard against future exhaustion. Keep in mind that temptation frequently takes on a different form as clarity increases. It might not appear to be out of alignment right away. It might appear to be business, tension, or overextension. As carefully as you guard your heart, watch over your time. God is teaching you to take time to rest without feeling bad about it. Avoidance of rest is not rest. That's what preparation is. After the creation, even heaven took a break. Resting clears up your vision. You are starting to feel a quiet joy. Peace is based on trust, not excitement based on outcomes. The circumstances don't change this joy. When you know you are aligned, you have it, despite the fact that the full picture is not yet visible. Archangel Michael says, "Heaven is pleased with your steadiness. You are not demanding answers. You are walking faithfully with the understanding you have. That posture invites greater revelation. You may sense that certain doors are slowly closing without resistance. Let them. What closes peacefully is not meant to be forced open again. God removes strain before he removes access. Remain attentive to your inner responses. When peace accompanies a decision, note it. When heaviness follows a thought, pause. Your spirit has become a reliable compass. This phase is not about proving anything. It is about becoming consistent. Consistency builds trust, and trust invites responsibility. Soon clarity will shift into direction. Not overwhelming, not sudden, but clear. And when it does, you will recognize it, because it will resonate with the stability God has been forming in you. Stay grounded, stay aware. Heaven is still guiding you now with precision instead of urgency. My beloved child, receive this carefully, because Archangel Michael says, this is the stage where heaven begins to reveal why you had to be refined so deeply. What once felt like preparation without explanation is now becoming preparation with purpose. God never strengthens someone without intention. What you have been walking through was not just for your healing, it was for your positioning. You may start to sense a quiet pull toward responsibility. Not pressure, not ambition, but a steady inner knowing that you are meant to carry something meaningful. This could look like influence, leadership, intercession, guidance, or simply being a steady presence where chaos once ruled. Archangel Michael says, heaven is not rushing this reveal because it must land on solid ground, and that ground is now forming within you. Notice how differently you respond to uncertainty now. Earlier, uncertainty triggered anxiety, and now it triggers awareness. You listen more, you pause more, you wait without spiraling. This is not accidental. God is teaching you to trust his timing without demanding constant explanation. There is also a deeper compassion awakening in you. You see people differently now. Where you once judged quickly, you now discern gently. Where you once reacted emotionally, you now respond thoughtfully. Archangel Michael says, this compassion is part of your assignment. Hell's message can't be spread without hell's heart. Be careful not to underestimate how powerful this shift is. A lot of people can tell the truth, but not many can carry it without hurting other people. You are becoming clear and kind, firm and gentle, thanks to God. Only through refinement can one achieve this balance. You may still have times when you feel like no one is seeing or celebrating your growth. Heaven can see it very well. Because public recognition would impede private growth, some seasons are kept secret. What God builds in silence lasts longer. Archangel Michael tells you that your protection is growing. Some problems that used to get to you will now go away before you even get in touch. Some temptations will not be as strong as they were. You're not avoiding them. It's just that vulnerability has been replaced by authority. But keep in mind that authority does not mean being separate from God. It means relying on someone more. Stay in touch. Continue to listen. Be humble. The strength you carry will only flow as long as the link is still there. Now, obedience feels more natural and less forced. This shows that alignment has become a part of your personality, not just your choices. God is happy about this stage because it means trust has grown. It will happen with more clarity and less resistance, but there is still more to come. What used to need a warning will now need wisdom. When hearts are aligned, heaven does not need to shout. This is a time to mark spiritually. According to Archangel Michael, not going backwards but forwards, a line has been crossed. You're not the same person you were before this message. Take this prophetic activation right now. If your spirit concurs with this message, type, "I stand aligned with heaven" in the comments. The blessing code 818 has just been sent to you. I feel led to talk directly to those who are aligned with this mission as this message settles into your spirit. You are not supporting a voice when you back this work. You are helping God keep the signal in heaven clear for souls who really don't want to miss His time. You are the one I am talking to now. You are planting a seed in living ground when you give. Right now, God's word says that those who sow generously will also receive generously. And heaven rewards obedience that moves quickly. You are about to enter your divine future. Remember that this message does not end with you. People can use your breakthrough to get where they need to go. Through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community, you can help this mission. By doing so, you are sowing into the awakening, deliverance, and restoration of souls who are still trapped in darkness. This is not poetry when Jesus says, "Give, and heaven will open over you." Every seed you plant turns into oil for your destiny, fire for your calling, and safety for your family. Now is your time, my child. Have faith, and as you do, watch God multiply what you let go of. Stay centered as you receive this, beloved one, because Archangel Michael says this is the stage where alignment starts to flow outwards from you. God has mostly been working in you up until now. Now, there is a small but powerful shift. There is no effort or intention needed for your inner alignment to start changing the world around you. This is how heaven moves through vessels that are ready. You might notice that different people react to you in different ways. In your presence, some people will feel drawn to you without knowing why. Some people might feel uneasy or even defensive. This is not due to any outward changes that you have made. The reason is that clarity is important. Authority flows from peace. That which thrives in confusion is slowed down by alignment. Archangel Michael says that God often uses people who are ready to help keep things stable in unstable places. When you least expect it, wisdom may flow into a conversation. The words come easily and without practicing. Even though you're not trying to give advice, there is guidance there. This insight did not come from within. It's overflow. During this stage, don't back down. Because they are afraid of responsibility, some people withdraw as influence grows. But make sure you understand this. You are not being asked to save or fix other people or carry their burdens. To stay aligned is all that is being asked of you. From that posture, the influence flows naturally. God wants to teach you something important. For growth to be real, you don't have to say so. The fruit speaks for itself. Heaven's influence comes without noise. You can be sure of its quiet consistency. You may also have times when other people put their expectations on you. They might assume that you have answers that you weren't supposed to give. This is where boundaries matter, says Archangel Michael. When you have too much influence, you run out of resources. Pay close attention to your peace. Peace is still what guides you. In this season, Discernment also turns into a relationship thing. You'll know when to talk and when to be quiet, when to interact and when to take a back seat. Not every moment calls for action. A person's presence is enough sometimes. During this stage, don't be surprised if some relationships shift naturally. Some will get deeper because alignment brings more alignment. Others may pull away because growth can be scary for people who don't want to change. Let this happen without getting angry. Let go without any resistance. God is not leaving you alone, repositioning you, he says. The people who are meant to walk with you in the following season will notice your steadiness. Archangel Michael says, "Heaven is now teaching you stewardship of influence." Influence is not measured by reach, but by responsibility. How you listen matters. How you respond matters. How you protect your spirit matters. You may notice that you are less reactive than before. Things that once would have upset you now pass without disruption. This is not indifference. It is emotional authority. Authority begins internally before it is ever recognized externally. There is also a refinement happening in how you perceive conflict. You no longer rush to resolve everything. You recognize that some things resolve themselves when alignment is maintained. This saves energy and preserves peace. God is also recalibrating your desires. What once felt urgent may now feel unnecessary. What once seemed important may now feel optional. This is not loss of passion. It is purification of focus. Archangel Michael reveals that heaven is guarding you from overextension. Right now, opportunities may appear, but not all are assigned. You are learning to choose depth over distraction. Trust this restraint. It is preparing you for something that requires sustained presence, not scattered attention. You may feel moments of anticipation without clear direction yet. This is normal. Anticipation signals readiness, not immediacy. God often allows readiness to mature fully before releasing direction to prevent misalignment. Remain grounded. Continue listening. Continue choosing peace over pressure. You are not waiting in uncertainty. You are standing in preparation. What heaven is shaping now will soon require expression, but it will come with clarity, not confusion. Stay faithful in the quiet, because the quiet is where authority is sealed. The unfolding continues. My chosen one, remain attentive, because Archangel Michael says this is the stage where heaven begins to test your consistency, not your courage. Courage brought you this far. Consistency is what will carry you forward. Many people respond powerfully to God once, but few maintain alignment when life becomes steady again. This is where your growth is now being refined. You may notice that days feel more normal, less intense than before. Fewer spiritual highs, fewer emotional lows. This is not a sign of stagnation. It is a sign of stabilization. God is teaching you how to walk with Him without relying on constant intensity. Faith that survives without drama is faith that lasts. Archangel Michael reveals that heaven is watching how you steward ordinary moments, how you think when no one is watching, how you respond when nothing dramatic is happening. This is where maturity is proven. Breakthrough is exciting, but discipline is quiet. There may be moments when you wonder if something is missing simply because the urgency has faded. Do not confuse peace with absence. God often removes urgency once obedience becomes natural. What once required warning now flows through wisdom. Be mindful during this phase. This is where subtle distractions try to pull attention away. Not obvious temptations, but harmless-looking shifts. Less prayer, less attentiveness, more mental noise. Heaven is not alarmed, but it is observant. Archangel Michael says, "This is where intentionality matters. Return to what grounded you. Protect moments of stillness. Stay connected to truth that keeps your spirit sharp. You are learning how to carry alignment through routine. This is powerful. Routine obedience builds unshakable foundations. At the same time, heaven continues to reinforce you through community and shared confirmation. That is why this message continues to reach you, not because you are lacking, but because reinforcement strengthens resolve. If this message has been walking with you through this journey, now is the moment to respond actively. Like this video so it continues reaching others who are quietly listening for God. Share it with someone who may be drifting without realizing it. Leave a comment as a sign of agreement. It anchors intention. And if you have not subscribed yet, subscribe now, because staying connected matters in seasons like this. Engagement is not just support. It is alignment in motion. Archangel Michael says, "Participation reinforces clarity. When you move, heaven responds." And now hear this carefully. Consistency does not mean rigidity. God is not asking you to become strict or mechanical. He is asking you to remain aware. Awareness keeps obedience alive. You may also notice that your discernment has become faster. You recognize misalignment early before it grows into confusion. This is wisdom forming. Thank God for it. Early discernment prevents late regret. There may be moments when others question your steadiness. They may say you have changed. In truth, you have stabilized. Do not let misunderstanding pull you backward. Growth often feels uncomfortable to those who knew your old patterns. Archangel Michael says, "Heaven is pleased with your restraint." Not every thought needs to be spoken out loud. You don't have to react to every feeling. People who are able to pause gain power. You are also learning how to calm down while you wait. No longer does waiting feel like a punishment. It seems to have a purpose. This means that trust has taken the place of fear. Wait a little while longer. God usually lets consistency settle in for a while before giving the next level of direction. Unstable outcomes are produced by hurried transition. Now is also a good time to show more gratitude. Being grateful keeps alignment soft, not stiff. I am grateful to God for providing clarity. Being thankful keeps you humble. You're closer than you think to the next act of unfolding. It may seem quiet during this phase, but work is getting done. Heaven is sealing something inside you so that it can't be moved later. This consistency is very important, and what's coming next will show you how heaven starts to move you from preparation to expression. Archangel Michael says that this is the time when preparation quietly turns into readiness, so listen carefully, beloved child. It's not announced in a dramatic way. There is no overt sign, but something has settled inwardly. No longer do you ask, "Am I ready?" You are just standing there ready. It's important to shift. Internal permission is what this phase is about. God doesn't want you to change into someone else. He wants you to trust the person He has already made you. There is less hesitation in your spirit now than there was before. You no longer make decisions based on doubt. Uncertainty may still be present, but it doesn't dictate your direction. Heaven has been watching how you deal with stillness, says Archangel Michael. Stillness makes intentions clear. When you don't have to do anything, what do you pick? You have shown consistency, which is what builds trust. You might notice that you're not looking for clarity as much. Now, clarity meets you where you are. Thoughts seem to be in order. Decisions feel firmly grounded. No longer does panic happen when outcomes are unknown. This is not feeling emotionally numb. It's safety for the spirit. On top of that, you are becoming more humble. Not the kind that gets smaller, but the kind that can still be taught. You don't have to prove your growth anymore. You're okay with letting God show it to you when He wants to, because it keeps pride from getting in the way. This posture encourages greater responsibility. Before you go any further, I want you to do one simple thing that carries spiritual weight. Take your finger right now and press the rest button. That small action is not just for a platform. It is a signal to heaven that you are engaging with this word. Doors will respond to alignment. We are coming to the close of this message, but your response is just beginning. I am asking you to do something that will set the course for your week. In the comments, write this declaration with authority. My doors are opening. Not, I hope they open. Not, maybe someday. My doors are opening. Speak it as a fact, not a wish. When you write it, you are aligning your words with what heaven is already doing. You are moving from waiting to receiving. Write it now. My doors are opening. Be attentive during this season. Readiness often feels like quiet anticipation, not impatience, not urgency, just awareness. You may sense that something is approaching, but without anxiety attached. That is how divine timing feels. God is also refining your voice. When you speak, words carry weight because they are measured, not reactive. Silence has taught you discernment. Listening has sharpened expression. This balance is rare, and heaven values it deeply. There may still be small internal tests, moments where old insecurity tries to whisper. When that happens, return to what God has already confirmed. Do not reopen questions God has already answered. Confidence grows by repetition of truth. Archangel Michael reveals that heaven is preparing to entrust you with influence that requires restraint. Influence that is not loud. Influence that stabilizes rather than excites. This kind of influence shapes environment quietly but permanently. You may also notice that your priorities have simplified. What once felt complicated now feels clear. Complexity often fades when alignment is complete. This simplicity protects you from distraction. Remain grounded in gratitude. Gratitude keeps readiness from turning into entitlement. Thank God for the process, not just the outcome. This is not the end of the journey. It is the threshold. What comes next will not feel foreign because it matches what has been formed within you. Preparation and purpose are now aligned. Archangel Michael stands watch as heaven prepares to move you forward. Not suddenly, not forcefully, but precisely. Stay present. The final unfolding is near. My beloved child, receive this final revelation with reverence because Archangel Michael says this is the sealing moment. Everything you have heard until now was preparation for this understanding. Heaven did not speak to you out of urgency alone. It spoke to establish alignment that would last. What you are stepping into now is not temporary clarity. It is a sustained connection. You are no longer standing at the edge of silence. You are standing within communion. God is not withdrawing His voice from you. He is entrusting you with discernment. That is why this message had to unfold gradually. Sudden truth overwhelms, but layered truth transforms. Archangel Michael reveals that the greatest danger was never heaven going silent. The real danger was you doubting that God was still speaking. That doubt has been dismantled. Now you recognize His voice not because it is loud, but because it is consistent. From this point forward, God will not need to interrupt you the same way. He will guide you from within. Conviction will feel clear. Peace will feel immediate. This alignment will feel obvious. This is the fruit of obedience sustained over time. You may still face decisions, challenges, and uncertainties, but you will face them differently. Fear will no longer be the loudest voice in the room. Trust will be, and trust will not rush. Trust listens. Archangel Michael says, "Heaven has marked you as someone who responds not perfectly but sincerely." That's all God has ever asked for. Willing hearts hear more clearly than talented ones. There is also a responsibility that comes with this clarity. Not pressure, responsibility. You now know what alignment feels like. Do not trade it for convenience. Protect it, guard it, choose it daily. You are not meant to retreat from the world. You are meant to walk through it with discernment intact. Light does not hide from darkness. It simply refuses to become it. If you ever feel distant again, remember this moment. Remember that God spoke and you listened. Silence does not return suddenly. Drift happens slowly. Stay attentive. Archangel Michael says, "Heaven will continue to speak as long as hearts remain open, and yours is open." Now receive this final activation. Type 1 "Walk in divine clarity" in the comments if you receive this message fully. Blessing code 1212 is now activated over your life. And now hear this final word as a sacred extension of everything you have received. I am speaking to you directly now. If this message protected your spirit, clarified your path, or helped you hear God when you needed it most, then understand this truth. Your response matters beyond yourself. Please know that every seed you plant in this mission will grow into a torch that shines in someone else's darkness. Giving to this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community, does not go to a channel. Your actions are supporting a divine mission to save lost souls. Heaven moves through willing voices, but it grows through hearts that are kind. This is what I say over you now. Each gift you give is like a stream of living water that flows into the life of someone who needs healing. "Give, and it will be given to you" is not just a verse for Jesus. It is a living promise that shapes your future. Allow me to invite you now with a simple act of faith. Come into this moment with purpose, with honesty, and with hope. The money you give today is not a donation. The act of spiritual obedience that lets your heavens open is what opens them. Let go of your seed and see what God brings back into your life. One final instruction before you go. Heaven is asking you to be a bridge for someone else. There is a person in your life right now who needs to hear that God is still speaking. They are on the edge of silence, and this message is for them. Share this video. Send it. Post it. As you release it, you will feel the anointing increase in your own life. When you give away the word, heaven multiplies it back to you. Do not keep this blessing to yourself. Share it now and watch what God does through your obedience. Before we get to the end of this powerful story, let's take a moment to reflect on this deep truth. You did not find this message by accident. This is not a stroke of luck. It is a direct message from Archangel Michael to you. He's extending his hand and inviting you into a protected, high-vibrational community where divine abundance is not just a hope, but a promise. This sacred principle is very simple, but it can change your whole life. If you follow it, you won't just receive blessings. They will be multiplied and flow into every part of your life. By accepting this invitation right now, you are unlocking immediate early access to powerful content and divine insights that are hidden from the general world. Now is your chance to enter a sacred space where you will receive spiritual guidance, unwavering support, and speedy progress toward your destiny. Do not let this sacred moment of destiny pass you by. Your breakthrough is waiting. Join Archangel Michael's inner circle immediately through the exclusive link in the description. This is how you guarantee you never miss the direct, personalized messages that are specifically meant to elevate and empower your life. If you desire to deepen your connection, the link is waiting for you in both the pinned comment and the description. And for those who feel called to amplify this work, a link to purchase the guided ebook is available, which is completely optional, but your presence, attention, and energy already mean the world. Take the step. Your abundance awaits. My cherished child, today is not a common day, and this is not a common message. Today, heaven has marked this time with great precision. Jesus himself is reaching out to you this very moment. Not later, not tomorrow, but now. If this has appeared before your eyes, it is because you have been chosen to receive it. This is extremely serious. Something has already begun to move in the spirit, and the next 30 minutes will be very important. Don't take this lightly, because times like this don't come around very often. Pay attention to this. A lot of people are scrolling, moving, and doing other things, but you have stopped here. There's no chance in that. Jesus is very aware of where to find his own. He has also purposely messed up your routine today. You were taken away from the noise for a special reason to read this message. At this time, heaven is not yelling at everyone. It is speaking to you in a whisper. Let me tell you what's going on behind the scenes. What the Lord saw was the stress you were under. He could hear the questions you never said out loud. He knew when you were about to give up and thought, I don't know how much longer I can handle this. Jesus didn't scold you. Instead, he drew closer. He sent Archangel Michael to keep watch over this moment and make sure nothing gets in the way of what you are receiving right now. This is very important because the time is now. Some divine windows open for a short time, and you can pass through them if you pay attention. If you don't pay attention to them, they close quietly. Jesus wants to talk to you because things are coming together in a way that can't be put off. The things you're feeling in your spirit are real. That strange pull you felt before you clicked on this video wasn't a coincidence. It was an order. Pay close attention. You have nothing to fear for the next 30 minutes. They have to do with teaching. Heaven is not telling you this to scare you. Heaven is telling you to get ready. Your life is changing, and not everyone is supposed to know about it yet. Because of this, you were told not to tell anyone about this. Before they show up in power, some things grow best when they are left alone. Archangel Michael is here to keep divine order safe. Archangel Michael is always ready when heaven is getting back in balance. He protects what God is making and stops things that try to mess things up. He is ensuring that what Jesus has planned for you is not thrown off by doubt, distraction, or outside words right now as he stands at the precipice of your destiny. Jesus is telling them, open your eyes and stay with me. The meaning of this message is slowly becoming clear. Every word is meant to be there. Every moment of quiet is important. You might feel a strange sense of anxiety, like something important is about to come out. You are right about that feeling. You are about to learn the truth that will change the way you look at your life forever following that event. Do not rush. Do not try to do more than one thing at once. Give this moment your full attention. If Jesus talks quickly, it's not because he can't control himself. He does this because he loves you enough to step in before things get out of hand. He is stepping in ahead of time to make sure you don't have to deal with a bigger problem later. This is grace in motion. You might wonder, why me? The reason is simple and deep at the same time. You have already heard. You had faith even when things were hard. Even when life tried to make you tough, you stayed kind. You didn't let your faith weaken, even when it looked like it might. That's why this word comes from heaven to you. Now, until you get this order, something is being held back. When you fully understand what Jesus is saying, the environment around you will change. It will be easier to make decisions. Confusion will let go of you. Where there used to be anxiety, there will now be peace. This is not exciting on an emotional level. All of this is spiritual alignment. The presence of Archangel Michael means protection and also permission. In other words, it means you can move forward without fear. What tried to stop you before won't be able to after today. Jesus is building a wall around your life that no one can get through. Don't lose sight. What is about to happen will make sense of why this had to find you today, and why the time couldn't be pushed back even an hour. Now things start to make sense. Take a big breath. It's safe for you. You have been recognized. At this very time, you are exactly where you should be. As this message goes on, my dear, keep in mind that what Jesus is doing right now is deeper than just comforting you. He is giving us direction. The spiritual noise around you is often to blame for your confusion, not trying hard enough. You have been surrounded by too many voices, too many opinions, and too many demands for your life. Jesus is turning down that noise today so you can finally hear what has always been true. You need to calm down right now because heaven calls you. You can't claim everything you've been going through as your own. Some of the things you had to carry were never meant to be yours. This is something Jesus knows, which is why he called you today instead of letting you keep carrying extra weight. He steps in this way because he wants to tell the difference between what is real and what is fake in your life, not as a faraway figure but as a guardian of your spiritual domain. Archangel Michael is still close by. His appearance means that people will try to distract you, but they will fail if you stay focused. There is a reason why your heart is beating so fast right now. When you hear the truth, something inside you knows it to be true. That sense of identity is coming back to life. Jesus wants you to take a moment to think. Think about the last few weeks. Look at how things almost worked out and then stopped all of a sudden. Look at how answers seemed close at first and then disappeared. That was not a fine. For your protection, that was a delay. Some doors were locked because you weren't supposed to go through them at that time. You would have taken something less than what heaven had planned if you did that. That's what makes today so important. You need discernment, not desperation, for the next part of your journey. Your vision is being sharpened by Jesus so you don't mix up urgency and harmony. It doesn't mean something is from God just because it seems to come right away. And just because something needs time doesn't mean it's put off. Not in a hurry, but with precision, heaven works. Because you are at a junction, you were chosen to see this. Not every choice seems important. Some changes are quiet, inside you, where you decide what you will no longer put up with, what you will no longer seek, and what you will finally give to God. Jesus is talking about that choice inside of us today. It looks like something else is also being found. There is someone in your group who has been affecting your feelings more than you thought. Not always with bad intentions, but sometimes with a limited knowledge. Jesus is not telling you to cut ties with people because you are mad at them. He is telling you to stop letting them tell you what is important or how to live your life. When God begs you, not everyone can be with you in the same way they could before. The reason Archangel Michael is here is important. He tells the difference between truth and lies. Boundaries are being set up again where they weren't clear before. Where you were unsure, you will feel sure again. This doesn't mean that all of the solutions will come together at once, but it does mean you won't question yourself as much. There you have it, the first breakthrough. In this way, Jesus is also talking to your fear of missing out. You've been worried that if you wait, the chance will pass you by. Hear this with clarity. What is meant for you will not go around you. Action motivated by fear is the only thing that can delay it. That's why this message came before the next step, instead of after it. Heaven will protect you from sorrow. You are becoming more aware of something right now. So far, you know that taking a break is not a sign of weakness, and that being patient does not mean doing nothing. Before doing great miracles, Jesus took a break. A lot of the time, silence came before his most profound statements. And you are welcome to join that beat. Do not rush through this. The importance of today lies in being aware of it. When you become aware, you take responsibility. Who is listening, pausing, and responding with wisdom instead of impulse? Jesus puts that duty in your hands. He wouldn't have stopped you in this way otherwise. Archangel Michael remains alert because small distractions, doubts, and everyday chores will try to take your attention away. Not one of them is dangerous by itself, but if you let them work together, they can weaken what God is doing. Keep your mind clear. Stay there. What comes next will begin to show the root cause. This letter couldn't be put off. Your quiet thoughts have something to do with what is about to happen in public in your life. They're not as far apart as you think. Let this truth sink in. You're not behind. We haven't forgotten about you. You are seen by everyone. You are diligently getting ready. And getting ready is a lot like being still before you act. Stay here. The next part of this story will give you new insights that will change the way you see everything from now on. Now, my beloved, we'll get to the heart of why this lesson is so important. What Jesus is doing right now is not just talking to you, but also setting you up. There are times when God speaks slowly, and times when He quickly speaks. Today is important, because something is about to respond to your obedience. Heaven doesn't depend on what happens. It's just waiting for things to line up. And harmony starts in your spirit a long time before it shows up in your life. God has been asked to show you something. You asked Him to show you whether to hold on or let go, whether to wait or move, and whether your feelings were real or just something you were feeling. Right now, Jesus is answering that prayer. This letter is not the end of the conversation. It's proof that the conversation has already begun. Archangel Michael is here to vouch for me. Archangel Michael was present in the scriptures whenever God was about to prove truth. The fact that he is here shows that what Jesus is showing you is safe. There can't be any confusion about it. No amount of fear can make it go away. This is an example of clarity, and clarity always calls for a reaction. This is what Jesus wants you to really understand. What is coming at you will require guts, not because it is dangerous, but because you don't know what it is. When you're feeling safe, a known pain can feel better than an unfamiliar blessing. God is now calling you to grow, even though you are good at surviving. Expansion makes what you're used to bigger. This feels heavy and holy because of this. This is a certain area today. Jesus is making you better. You've been measuring your growth by what you can see, but heaven measures progress by obedience. You have done more good things than you know. You prayed even though it didn't seem like it would help. At a time when you could have become angry, you stayed kind. You kept your heart open when it would have been easier to close it. You don't know how important these choices were. This is also where responsibility comes in. When the truth is shown, it can't be hidden. You are being told to accept what God shows you next, even if it's not what you thought it would be. The next 30 minutes are for making people aware, not for taking action. Do not do anything quickly. Give yourself time to understand first. After that, action will happen on its own. If this word speaks to you, please take a moment to respond to it. Let other people know about this message by liking it, sharing it, and leaving a comment that supports your faith. Sign up for this channel right now to get God's prophetic alignment in your life and stay in touch with the divine directions He has for you. Because what is happening now doesn't end here. You help God meet with people who are still searching when you support and share messages like these. Please pay close attention to what I say next, because it is very important. It's not for privacy reasons that you were told not to talk about this yet. Protection is the purpose. Not everyone understands divine timing, and sharing too soon can lead to doubt before faith is fully established. Jesus told people a lot of times to be quiet until the right time. That same wisdom is being given to you. Now, Archangel Michael's job is to protect your faith, which will be called into question by whispers that wonder if this is really God or just a chance. But luck doesn't talk in such a precise way. Dates, feelings, and answers don't just fall into place by chance. This is divine coordination at work. Wait, what's coming next? Will connect the work God has been doing that you can't see with something very useful in your life. You'll start to see trends that aren't of setbacks, but of getting ready. At this point, a lot of people give up too soon, but if you stay, the whole picture will become clear. Accept this spiritual activation before you go any further. If this message strikes a chord with you, type "I receive divine timing" in the comments. You have now been blessed with the code 777, which means alignment, protection, and clarity for this season. Right now, I want you to type "Amen" in the comments to keep this in your heart. A simple but strong agreement with what heaven is releasing over you should serve as your declaration of faith. Feel the change from hoping to knowing as you type it. As I talk, I hear Jesus saying, "Those who help spread this word will never be short on food." You're not just giving money to a channel when you donate to this cause through Super Thanks, a membership, or PayPal. Souls are being fed by you. If you put a seed in good soil, the Bible says that rivers will flow where there were once dry lands. I have to tell you straight out, your obedience right now opens the door to light for others who are still in the dark. Let your gift be more of a prophetic gesture than a hesitation. May the oil in your home never run out as you give, and may God give you many times what you give in faith. Do something now and pay attention to what your spirit is telling you. After confirming what you already knew, Jesus is now helping you to understand what this change will look like on a deeper level. Many people get the wrong idea about divine action because they expect noise, speed, and immediate change. However, what God is doing with you right now is calmer, more stable, and will last much longer. This isn't a short-lived mental high. This changes the way your inner world works so that your outer world can line up without any problems. You may notice that the way you respond is already changing. Things that used to cause anxiety are beginning to lose their power. Situations that used to make you nervous now seem far away and almost unimportant. That's not you becoming less interested. That's when you become stable. Jesus is putting you on solid ground so that what's coming won't swallow you whole when it does. You need to pay attention to an important point. A lot of the time, the enemy attacks right before understanding is reached, not after. You were close to a breakthrough, not far away, when you felt confused, tired, emotionally heavy, and doubtful of yourself. That's why this message had to come to you right now. After the storm, heaven doesn't issue a warning. It gets you ready before the clouds clear. Archangel Michael is still there because protection is still in effect. Resistance often tries to make one last stand as alignment gets stronger. This doesn't mean that something bad is about to happen. It means that old trends are losing their power and are going away. As your spirit gets used to this new position, you may feel emotional pushback at times. Don't see that as a loss. It's just a change. Here, Jesus wants you to really understand something. There is no need for you to figure everything out. You need to trust what you see, one layer at a time. God rarely shows you the whole picture at once. This isn't to hide anything, but to keep you from being too overwhelmed. You are being given exactly what you need at this second, not a thing more or less. Under the surface, there is also a healing process going on. You are being gently let go of all the losses you thought you had gotten over, not by force or argument, but by telling the truth. Falsehoods naturally lose their power when the truth enters the scene. You are becoming aware that some of the shame you carried was never yours. You stopped being sorry for some of the things you scolded yourself for a long time ago. At this point, maturity starts to take precedence over trying. You are no longer looking for proof or justification. You are learning to rest in what God has said will happen even before it can be seen. That kind of faith is strong because it can't be changed by what's going on. Jesus is teaching you how to be strong without becoming rigid, and how to be open without opening yourself up to harm. Pay attention to your discernment in the coming hours and days. You will start to understand what needs your attention and what doesn't. This won't show up as judgment, but as peace. You won't feel as pressured to defend yourself, act, or fear disappointing others. That is growth, not separation. The fact that Archangel Michael is there also means something else. Boundaries are being set up again. People used to take advantage of your kindness, but now protection is in place. People thought you were weak because you were quiet, but now power is being set up. You're not getting cocky. You're becoming more clear. And being clear always earns respect, even when it's quiet. Jesus is also getting you ready for a talk or an insight that is about to happen. It could be something inside the company or someone else. No matter what, you'll handle it differently than you did before. You won't do anything out of fear. You'll answer with understanding. That will change the outcome by itself. Please don't be surprised if you feel a strange mix of calm and excitement. That mix often shows up right before God does something that proves what He said. Being calm means you are safe. Being anticipatory means you are ready. They show harmony when put together. What is happening now is very important. It might not seem important yet, but the foundations of something shape everything that is put on top of them. Jesus builds slowly in places where he wants to build permanently. You are not being rushed because what he is doing with you is supposed to last. Pay attention. Don't worry or focus too much. Just be aware. Let what you've heard keep taking root in your mind. Think about them. Rest and pray based on what they say. Discernment will be more important than speed as you start a new season. What comes next will start to show how this change inside will soon show up outside. There will soon be no doubt about the connection between your planning and your goal. Stay in this present moment. It's almost time for you. My beloved child, we are about to get into a deeper part of what Jesus is building inside of you. Even though this part is quiet, it is strong. The way you think about your past is being changed right now by God so that it doesn't affect your future. A lot of people move forward while holding on to old stories that God never wrote, and they keep going through the same emotional loops without realizing it. Jesus is going to break that cycle for you. You've thought about certain events so many times that you can't remember them. There were conversations you wished had gone differently, decisions you later wished you hadn't made, and chances you felt you missed. Today, Jesus is gently stopping those mental repeats. Not that he wants you to forget about your past, but that you finally look at it with truth instead of sorrow. When the truth comes out, shame stops talking. This moment of liberation is profound. Just type Amen in the comments to show that you are letting go of old regrets and moving into this truth. This is your personal declaration that, beginning right now, shame will no longer have a say in your life. There is a reason why this is happening now. You are getting close to a time when doubting yourself would be dangerous, because of what God is about to give you, not because you are weak, but because you need to trust him, not your own ability. Jesus is aware that carrying around unresolved self-blame will impair your discernment. That's why he's taking care of it now, before the next door opens. During this time, Archangel Michael stays alert, because there is conflict within himself. Not big, loud fights, but quiet ones with thoughts you've been living with for a long time. Thoughts like, I blow things up all the time, I'm behind, or others are better suited than I am. That's not the truth. They sound like the waves of fear. The fact that Archangel Michael is there shows that these lies are being questioned and broken down. Pay attention to how Jesus does this. You're not the one he blames. He doesn't put any pressure on you. He's just showing you what doesn't fit with who you are becoming. That's how God makes changes that last. Force makes people fight back. Surrender results from revelation. As you move forward, you are not being pushed, but rather led. There is more going on beneath the surface. You are becoming more open to hearing God's words. Little clues, gentle feelings, or moments of understanding that just come to you might become clear to you. This is not something you made up. This is being close. If you slow down enough to listen, God will speak to you more clearly. Jesus is teaching you to recognize his voice without always needing to be told. Refinement is also taking place at this time. Refinement doesn't mean taking away worth. It means making something more useful. There are changes being made to some goals. Some goals are being tempered or redirected, not because they were wrong, but because they had a bias. God is cleaning up your intentions so that when you reach your goal, it doesn't take away your peace. You may feel disconnected from things that used to be the center of your attention. Drama is getting old. Comparisons don't make sense. Validation doesn't seem necessary. Being mature is not the same as being apathetic. When you find your identity in God, the noise around you loses its appeal. Jesus is showing you how to live from a place of plenty instead of a place of need. This story also has something to teach us about trust. Trust the process, not the outcome. You're learning that God's timing doesn't punish being ready. Instead, it makes it right. It looked like there was a pause, but there was really progress. You were actually getting better at skills you thought you weren't using. In quiet, strengths were being built that you didn't know about. There has been no waste. Archangel Michael's constant presence is a warning that protection doesn't always mean being saved. It can show up as control sometimes. You were kept away from things that would have worn you out. You couldn't take roads that would have led you somewhere else. It made me mad at the time. Now that I see things more clearly, my anger is turning into gratitude. Jesus also wants you to know that you don't have to tell everyone about your growth. It is clear that there is real progress. People will notice when your attitude changes without you having to explain it. You will act in a different way. You will make a different choice. You will rest in a different way. You will be able to see the change. Take care of your peace. Peace will lead you now. You will feel peace, even if it's hard. When something throws you off balance, discomfort will let you know, even if it looks good. Jesus is teaching you to follow peace instead of stress. Even though this part of the trip might seem quiet, there is still a lot going on. There is a lot of deep work that can be done in silence. Before anything can be seen on the surface, seeds grow underground. Now you're in that time. Don't dig up what God is growing by thinking too much about it. As this understanding sinks in, get ready on the inside, not by working hard, but by staying open, being willing to learn and listening. What's coming will need the security that God is building right now. What is built on top of this base will be strong because it is being laid with care. Do not stop this process. You don't have no goals. You are being led for a reason. What comes next will start to show you how this change inside you will soon show up in ways you can see and feel. Dear one, as this message goes on, Jesus wants you to think about how this inner growth will start to affect your daily life. It's never meant for spiritual change to stay hidden. In the end, it changes how you talk to people, make decisions, and deal with everyday things. Soon, what's changing inside you will start to have an effect on things you didn't think you had any control over before. You may already be aware that your ability to be out of balance is decreasing. Things you used to put up with just to keep the peace now feel like a drag. No, this is not defiance. It's the awakening of discernment. It's not that there is no conflict. Jesus is telling you that peace is having the truth with you. A fake sense of peace can't last when the truth comes out. There is also a growth in your spirit, not the kind that makes you loud or bossy, but the kind that doesn't change. You are learning to be strong without having to defend yourself, to trust without always needing reassurance, and to wait without getting tense. Indicators of spiritual maturity. These things get you ready for responsibilities that you can't handle when you're scared. As you gain more understanding, you need to become more selective, which is why Archangel Michael keeps his watch. Not everything is still safe for you to view. You don't have to get emotionally involved in every conversation. Even if the chance seems good, it might not be right for you. During this time, protection shows up as wisdom. Jesus is also changing the way you think about authority. You may have been underestimating the power of your words and decisions for a long time. You gave up too easily. You asked yourself too many questions. God is now giving you back your proper power, but not over other people. It's over your own life. That is the first place where power needs to be shown. You should pay close attention to the next few people you meet. You will notice that your responses are calmer, clearer, and more planned. This isn't you becoming more cut off. This is you becoming more grounded. You are less likely to get caught up in mental turmoil when you are grounded. There's one more thing Jesus wants you to understand. When you grow, you often get farther away. Not because the love goes away, but because the alignment changes. Some connections will change on their own. Some talks will not seem as interesting. There is no loss. There is a change. Don't try to hold on to things that God is slowly changing. You are also being welcomed into a new pace, one that values rest and pays attention to your gut. You don't feel the need to fill in every blank or prove every point anymore. You will find power in the silence. Discrimination sharpens in silence. When things are still, trust grows. The presence of Archangel Michael also means that spiritual authority needs to be protected through discipline, which includes discipline in what you think, what you say, and where you put your attention. You don't have to keep an eye on everything, but you do have to be deliberate. What you allow over and over again is what you will finally accept as normal. Jesus is getting you ready for a time when you have to pick unity over acceptance. Making a choice might be scary at first, but it will lead to freedom in the end. In the short term, obedience can feel hard, but in the long term, it can feel good. Giving in seems easy at first, but it costs a lot in the end. You are learning how to tell them apart. If you get this message, please take a moment to interact with it. This prophetic word sets off the anointing in your life and brings the same breakthrough to everyone in your network. Now pay close attention to what I say. The peace you're trying to achieve is not apathy. It's readiness. When God is about to give someone duty, He doesn't rush them. He starts by making them stable. You are being kept stable so that you don't freak out or doubt yourself when it's time to move. You will soon be able to use what you need to learn. On the surface, it might not seem important, but it will be spiritually important. The tone of what comes next will be set by your answer. Jesus isn't testing you so that you can fail. He is reaffirming what He has already built in you. Since the adversary frequently tries to rush choices when things become clearer, Archangel Michael stays present. Being in a hurry without peace is a red flag. Even when the step is risky, alignment always comes with peace. Trust that signal inside you. It's being worked on right now. Keep this moment in mind. A lot of people would move forward once their emotions calm down. But wisdom is still important even after emotions have subsided. This is where understanding gets better. This is where revelation fits into real life. Keep going with this unraveling. Next, something very real will be told that will link everything you have been feeling inside with what is coming next. You need to pay close attention to this part because it will affect what you do next. My beloved child, we have now reached a level of understanding that is even deeper. What Jesus is telling you here is not about what you will do next, but about how you are changing as time goes on. Identity comes before assignment every time. There is pressure if the assignment is given first. On the other hand, the assignment is done with grace once identity is clear. This is the reason why God has been so careful with this process. There's a chance that you'll start to feel more confident, not bragging or being able to do everything on your own, but a calm knowing that you are helped, led, and protected. It's not a boast that this faith. It doesn't try to get your attention. It won't be rushed. It is what it is. Jesus is giving you this kind of trust because the road ahead will need stability more than speed. Jesus wants you to pay attention to something important about how you've been feeling lately. It's not as strong of a reaction from you as it used to be. Things that used to break your peace now just pass through you without taking root. Not being sensitive is not the same thing as healing. Once a cut heals, pain can't control how you act anymore. Your spiritual posture needs to be strengthened during this time, as Archangel Michael is still with you. Balance is determined by posture. Endurance depends on balance. As a result, you are learning how to handle duty without giving up. For endurance, not a short burst of exercise, this is what you need to do. Jesus is also changing how you see people who are against you. You used to think of obstacles as signs to stop. This is where you learn to see them as signs that point you in the right way. A lot of the time, resistance shows where growth is happening. If you were never put to the test, you wouldn't be changing. You shouldn't go out looking for trouble, but you don't fear it either. There is also a lesson being taught about how to use discernment instead of suspicion. There is peace and clarity in discernment. Suspicion is tense and worried. You can trust your discernment without overthinking it, because Jesus is showing you that. Not out of fear, but because peace has left. You will know when something is not right. That awareness is getting stronger. Now pay attention to how your prayers are changing. They're being less fake and more honest, and not trying to show off. You are no longer trying to make God feel good about what you say. It sounds like you trust that He is listening when you talk to Him. The changing question is very important. Being honest is much more important to God than being well-spoken. You may also feel a stronger need to protect your inner world. You are picking and choosing what you watch, listen to, and join in talks. Solace is not the word for this. This is stewardship. What God is building up in you needs to be kept safe until it's strong enough to be shown off. The presence of Archangel Michael makes this need for spiritual limits even stronger. Lines between things are not walls, they are filters. They let what makes you healthy come in and what drains you stay out. You are learning that refusing isn't always a selfish thing to do. Sometimes it's an act of obedience. Jesus wants you to understand that rest is making you stronger. Anxiety leaves you when you relax in Him. Manipulation doesn't work on you when you refuse to be pushed. Rest doesn't mean doing nothing. It means moving around without getting scared. That is the beat that heaven works on. There may be times when you feel a little off with the people around you. It's possible for conversations to seem shallow. You might not worry about some things as much as you used to. If you take this the wrong way, it can make you feel alone. But it's not being alone. It's a change. There are different shift times for different people as you change bands. Don't be hard on yourself about this. Also, don't criticize other people. Everyone does things at their own pace. Your goal is to maintain faith in where you are, not to drag other people along with you. Those who are meant to travel with you will change as time goes on. Jesus is also calling you to let go of your need to fully understand everything. Not everyone having to understand is not a requirement for obedience. People didn't understand Jesus either. Being in line with God is more important than getting approval from other people. This realization will free you from mental stress that isn't necessary. As this understanding sinks in, you might feel a mix of mild joy and seriousness. That mixture means you are ready. Even though you are aware of what is going to happen, you no longer feel fear. Not being afraid is not what makes you brave. Choosing to believe God more than your fears is. Because this is a turning point. Archangel Michael stays close by, not striking from the outside but important from the inside. From reacting to responding, surviving to discerning, and trying to standing, you are making progress. You don't want to go back once you've crossed. Take this seriously, but don't let it weigh you down. Seriousness in this context means paying attention, not anxiety. Let the truth you are accepting gently shape the way you stand. You don't need to make the change happen. The change has already begun. What comes next will start to connect this change inside with a clear path. Not every single detail, but enough to give you the confidence to take the next step. Stay in the moment. Keep an open mind. This is where things start to become clear. My beloved, what Jesus is telling you right now has more weight because it connects your inner change to a divine purpose that has been working behind the scenes for a very long time. This is the part that a lot of people feel but can't put into words. It's been clear to you that your life was meant to be more than just repeating itself, staying alive and getting through the days. That feeling wasn't something you made up. It was a realization. Jesus is showing you that the time you've spent getting ready has not been for nothing. Every time you had to wait, every period that was hard, and every quiet moment that didn't seem like it would do anything was actually improving your discernment. God was improving your spiritual perception in addition to building your character. You need to be able to see what's coming, because what you're going into requires more wisdom than zeal. It's important that Archangel Michael is here. This is when Archangel Michael steps in to protect truth and courage. When destiny and duty meet, his appearance shows that you are not making progress on your own. You don't have to figure things out on your own, heaven. You are being led, protected, and strengthened for what's to come. Someone is calling you, but it doesn't feel like pressure. It feels like harmony. It might not fit with what most people expect. It might not be okay with everyone, but it will feel right to you. Jesus is not calling you to go in the same direction as someone else. He is inviting you to walk the road that was made just for you. Today is the day when we have to stop comparing things. When you compare your road to someone else's, things become less clear. Your schedule, how you're getting ready, and your goal are all different. God doesn't rush his works of art, and he doesn't make fates in large numbers. It was planned and precise how you were made. Is there something you thought about Jesus that you were wrong? You thought that being ready meant always being sure of yourself. Being ready really means being ready to accept God, even when you don't think you can. Moses felt not good enough. David felt forgot about. Fear overcame Esther. Still, they all moved forward when alignment told them to, not when they were comfortable. There will be times when we don't notice or hear about obedience. Do not put those times down. Heaven has a different way of measuring obedience than the rest of the world. What some people think is unimportant may have eternal meaning. Being faithful in small things gets you ready for bigger responsibilities. You are also being told that having a calling does not make you less human. You are still going to feel things. Some questions will still bother you, but those feelings will no longer rule your life. No longer will questions make you unable to move. Jesus is showing you how to be humble and in charge at the same time. Archangel Michael stays close because people will need bravery. Not dramatic courage, but steady courage. The kind of person who always shows up. The kind of person who chooses honesty, even when there are better ways to do things. The kind that stays loyal even when results take a while to show up. The fear of making a mistake is something that Jesus wants you to let go of now. Even when God has already given guidance, many people remain paralyzed by fear of failing. God doesn't expect us to be perfect. He values being ready. Correction is a part of growth, not a sign that something has gone wrong. You might experience a sense of seriousness, peace, as this settles in your spirit. That mix is holy. It means you know how important what God is doing is without being too much for you to handle. Peace is a sign that you are on the right track. There is also a spiritual marriage going on right now. You can't take back what has been shown to you. Doubt could try to come back, but it won't have the same power. A threshold of comprehension has been crossed by you. From now on, discernment will help you see things more clearly. Not just knowledge, now is the time to get things going. To live into the truth of your calling, I want you to say it out loud. Write these exact words in the comments. I am chosen for purpose. This is more than just a comment. It's a message to the heavens that you've accepted your assignment. Your will is becoming more in line with His divine plan as you write it. Get this blessing action before reading the rest of this message. If this truth hits home for you, type, I am chosen for purpose in the comments. Since blessing code 1122 has been activated, you can now have clarity, courage, and divine alignment over your calling. The Lord is telling me as I speak, those who help spread this word will reap in due season. If you donate to this cause through Super Thanks, a membership, or PayPal, you are not paying for material, you're giving light power. The Bible says that people who plant their seeds in spiritual ground will always have enough spiritual and natural food. I'm speaking straight to you. Your obedience opens doors for others who are looking for hope, and your seed has an assignment. Let this act be foreseen, not put off. As you give, may God bless the work you do and give you more of what you give in faith. Listen to what your spirit is telling you. Now, my beloved child, as we go on, Jesus wants you to think about how important it is to use your discernment in real life. When you wait, you can either do nothing or wait with wisdom. You are not being told to stay still out of fear or run towards something exciting. You are being welcomed into a state of alert preparation, where your heart stays steady, your spirit stays alert, and your decisions are based on peace. It's not pressure that you're feeling right now. It's harmony getting ready to show up. Alignment always comes before action. When God connects you on the inside, doors start to open on the outside. You may notice small changes in your environment or in the conversations you're having. You may also find yourself with unexpected opportunities or sudden understanding about what is no longer appropriate. There is a reason for these events. They are signs. In this coming season, Jesus wants you to know that discernment will be the most important thing that guides you. It's not what everyone says. It's not a sense of urgency. It's discernment. With discernment, you talk less and listen more. It waits to act and looks for peace before going ahead. Here is the wisdom that God has been building up in you. Because discernment needs protection, Archangel Michael stays there. Distractions often get worse as focus gets better. There may be a lot of good choices, but not all of them are God-ordained. Being wise means being able to tell the difference. You are being taught to find what is matched as well as what is good. How you deal with confusion is also undergoing refinement. Before, not knowing what would happen caused you anxiety. You needed information right away. Now, doubt doesn't feel the same. It doesn't feel scary. It feels open. That's because you put more faith in God's guidance than in your own control. This change is necessary because the next steps might not be clear at first. Jesus doesn't always show the whole path right away. He reveals just enough to arouse fear while also requiring trust. You are learning to walk by light, not by being able to see everything. One step leads to the next. In this way, faith gets strong without being careless. You may also notice that you are able to handle things emotionally better now. Not being happy with something doesn't hurt as much as it used to. No longer do delays feel like being turned down. Starting to look at things with purpose instead of feeling is how you're starting to see things. That point of view will keep you from hurting needlessly. Archangel Michael's job is to keep your mind safe. The way I think is changing. Where there used to be negativity, there is now truth. Self-confidence is slowly growing where self-doubt used to stay. That doesn't mean worries will never come up again, but they won't be able to feel at home. The truth has moved in. Jesus is also getting you ready to see how divine timing works. Some doors will be easy to open, while others will be hard to get through. Resistance does not always mean that something is wrong, and ease does not always mean that something is right. Being able to discern when to press on and when to stop will help you. That awareness is growing very quickly. Now, this is a call to trust your inner peace, even when reason says you should be sure. Peace is not having any questions. It is having God with you in the middle of them. Heaven is present when there is peace with a choice. When anxiety is strong, pausing is often the best thing to do. You might feel excited at times, and then calmly serious at other times. That beat is good for you. Being too excited without a grounding causes burnout. Being serious without having fun makes you feel heavy. Balance is what God is teaching you. Balance is what keeps a calling alive over time. Do not forget how important small, obedient acts are. Consistent loyalty leads to great results. You don't have to explain or declare every move or choice you make. When you follow God's lead, silence can be a form of power. Watch what you do and step up when the time is right. Jesus also wants you to let go of the idea that you need to be sure of everything before you move. Faith doesn't get rid of doubt. It just gives you the strength to deal with it. You are learning to put more faith in God's character than in the things that happen to you. You can trust that it will not let you down. The presence of Archangel Michael denotes the expansion of spiritual authority. You are not only safe, you are allowed to be there. Having the freedom to say no, allowed to wait without fear, allowed to speak up without saying sorry. The power behind this is quiet, but real. As you keep listening, pay attention to how your spirit feels involved instead of weighed down. That was done on purpose. You are not getting too much information from God. He is leading you with wisdom. Wisdom takes its time and doesn't rush. Coming together is what this part of the trip is all about. Everything you've heard, felt, and understood is coming together. But it's not pressure. It's ready. Being someone who can carry what God is about to give you is what you are becoming. Pay close attention to this. A lot of people stop doing things when they feel safe. But this is where I start to understand better. What comes next will make a link between discernment, timing and purpose that points in a single, clear direction. Wait for what comes next. This is where understanding turns into movement. That change will happen, and you will want to be there. My beloved child, Jesus is now directing your attention to a quiet movement that will have a big impact in the future. This does not seem like the kind of movement that makes a lot of noise. It's the kind that changes your path without making a mess. As you move forward, you will need to take action, but it will be action based on wisdom, not impulse. God is showing you how to move without strain. It's important to understand that momentum from God is different from momentum caused by pressure. Movement that is pushed by pressure is shaky and draining. Movement that comes from God is planned and steady. You might feel like you're getting ready on the inside. Not a sense of hurry, but a willingness. Being ready to do something shows that the preparation has been successful. Jesus wants you to understand that you no longer need permission from other people to move forward. At one point in your journey, acceptance seemed very important. You looked for proof that the decision you were making was the right one. Now that proof is coming from where you are aligned. This shows that you've grown. God takes away the power of confusion when He is your center. Because both stillness and action require protection, Archangel Michael stays. When you start to use what you've learned, not everyone will understand your choices. Some people might question your timing. Other people might not understand your intentions. Courage and discernment need to work together in this situation. You're not supposed to convince everyone. You have been told to obey. There may be times when opportunities start to show up in small ways. Conversations start up out of the blue. Clear thoughts lead to ideas. Paths that looked like they were blocked start to become clear. Do not rush through these times. Look at them. Say prayers for them. Let peace make them real. You don't have to be fast for God. You need to pay attention to Him. Jesus is also showing you how to handle your responsibilities without being scared. Being responsible isn't meant to crush you. It's meant to make you stronger. When God gives duty, grace goes along with it. When it comes from expecting something, it comes with anxiety. You are getting better at telling them apart. There's also a lesson about being steady here. Small acts of faithfulness, like showing up when no one is looking, choosing honesty over tricks, and being patient when results don't show up right away, can keep big changes going. More than dramatic events, these decisions affect how things turn out. The appearance of Archangel Michael shows that discipline will protect what God is building. Having discipline is not the same as being confined. It's the structure that helps you grow. It will become more and more important to protect your time, your thoughts, and your energy. You're not becoming rigid. You're becoming determined. Jesus wants you to understand that the faith you have now didn't just appear. Through thought, obedience, and surrender, it was created. Now, your confidence will help you move forward. These won't be steps of fear, but steps of faith based on knowledge. As this warning keeps coming to you, please take a moment to do something. Like, share, and comment on this message to help it reach more people who are looking for confirmation, just like you were. To stay connected to God's prophetic promise, subscribe and turn on notifications. Staying in tune with His words is important because this is a journey that never ends. Now pay close attention to this. You're not going to be late. You're on the right track. From learning, we are now moving on to embodying. I want you to take this truth to heart by writing these exact words in the comments. I am on divine timing. This is more than just a comment. It's a way to accept the right pace God has set for you and let go of the anxiety of being behind. You are going at a speed that you have chosen. Going any faster would have been bad. It would have been disappointing if it went any slower. God has planned this trip just right for the person you are becoming. You may also want to simplify your life more and more. Clarity is blocked by complexity. Jesus wants you to keep your goals simple so that your energy doesn't get spread out. Focusing better makes you more successful. There will be less for you to do, but what you do will be more important. The continued presence of Archangel Michael serves as a reminder that protection does not mean the absence of difficulties. It means that no problem will be able to stop you. There may be problems, but they won't get in the way of your plans. You feel more stable, fixed, and grounded now. Jesus is also teaching you to trust in progress instead of worrying about what will happen. Learning to do your part and let God handle the rest is what you are learning. That act of letting go will keep your peace. You are responsible for obedience. God is in charge of the results. As this calms down, notice how fear has less of an effect on the choices you make. It may still whisper, but it doesn't lead anymore. The position of wisdom is being taken up. What a big change that is. A lot of people never get to this point because they stop participating too soon. You stayed, you listened, and you let God do a deep work in you. Pay attention to what you hear. The next part will help you understand how this movement will impact not only you but also people who are close to you. God is doing bigger things through you than you know, and it's about to become clearer what those bigger things are. Stay where you are now. You're not running towards something you don't know much about. You are going into something that has already been set up. My beloved child, Jesus is now asking you to see how this change is already making waves beyond your own experience. God never does things by himself. What he discovers in one person's life is often meant to be a beacon of light, stability, or guidance for other people. You might not have known this before, but people have been watching how you keep going, how you respond, and how you stay calm even when things get tough. Even when you didn't say anything, your life has been a witness. It took so long to get ready because of this. Influence without foundation can be harmful, but humility-based influence is healing. Jesus has been shaping you not only for your own breakthrough, but also for how your obedience will touch other people in a quiet way. You aren't being set up to impress, but to make a difference. More and more people may start to tell you things. They might want your opinion, your company, or just someone to talk to. It's not a coincidence. When God brings peace to a person, other people are drawn to them. Peace means that you have power. Being calm gives you respect. You don't need to say anything. The work that God has done in you will be clear on its own, because more power necessitates more discernment. Archangel Michael stays close. Not everyone who comes to you wants to know about your private life. Sharing too much is not necessary for compassion. Jesus wants you to learn how to love without losing who you are. To get ahead, this balance is very important. Another thing that is being shown here is a duty. That's not a burden, that's stewardship. That you are becoming a good manager of your words, time, energy, and attention. These are holy things. It's important how you use them. Because you are ready to handle it with wisdom, God is giving you this knowledge. Keep in mind that Jesus says your regularity will matter more than how hard you try. A lot of people get going with a lot of energy, but then lose it. You are learning how to keep going. Perseverance is what keeps you motivated during times of uncertainty. When your emotions change, The spiritual stamina you are developing will help you. A growing sense of responsibility may also come over you, not out of fear, but out of respect. You no longer want to speak or act without thinking. There is no end to this. It is a sign of respect. Honor for what God is doing. Respect for the job He gave you. When Archangel Michael is with you, it means that your spiritual integrity is getting stronger. Integrity means that what you think and how you act are in line with each other. The person you are becoming has morals that match how they act in public. Being honest in that way automatically builds trust, without anyone having to do anything. Jesus is also getting you ready for times when obedience will require patience with people who are not yet at your level of development. This doesn't mean you think you're better. It means you understand. You used to need grace too. Remembering that will help you maintain a tender heart, while maintaining a keen discernment. Jesus wants you to let go of something very important right now. The need to hurry things along for other people. You can't force change to happen. Healing can't be rushed. Being a picture of what God has done in you is not your job. Pressure alone is not enough to bring about change. Mirroring is much more powerful. There may be times when you feel God's joy, not because of what you've done, but because of who you are becoming. That happiness is quiet but strong. It lets you know that you are going straight. Don't forget about those times. Let them make you stronger. Archangel Michael stays alert, because as power grows, humility must be protected. Pride doesn't always show itself loudly. It can show up as self-sufficiency sometimes. Jesus wants you to remember to depend on Him even as your faith grows. Trust keeps power clean. Plus, you'll learn how to be there for other people without taking on their pain. For adults, this is a skill that comes with age. When empathy doesn't have limits, it leads to burnout. Discernment lets you care without getting too stressed out. You are learning how to keep this balance. Now that everything is calm, you may notice that your prayers are changing again. More and more they are asking for guidance rather than asking for change. Help is being given. You no longer want to move in front of Him, but with Him. This part of the trip is about becoming who you are. You are now living the truth you got before, not just understanding it. It takes time to live the truth, but it changes everything it touches. You don't put on a show for your faith. You do it every day. Pay attention to what you hear. This phase is quiet, but strong. A lot of people don't see how important it is because it doesn't seem striking. But this is where a legacy is made, not from one time, but from patterns that happen over and over again. What comes next will formally end this message, not as a finish, but as a seal. A clear moment when understanding, alignment, and goal all come together. Stay in the moment. You will want to get what is about to come out. This is the crucial moment, my beloved child. Not an end, but a divine settling of everything that has been said, shown, and set up in you. Jesus doesn't rush this ending, because what is sealed must stay strong, even after the feelings have gone away. You are now getting more than just understanding. You are getting confidence. Promise that God has been with you in every secret place and will stay with you in everything that is to come. Thresholds are sacred spaces, and you are standing at one. They mark changes where the past doesn't affect you as much and the future doesn't seem so far away. Without guidance, you would not be entering the unknown. You are walking into something that is already set up. Jesus wouldn't send His kid somewhere He hasn't been Himself. Look at how you feel now compared to the beginning of this message for a moment. Now there is clarity instead of haste. It is now peaceful instead of heavy. The doubts have turned into trust. This is the end of God's work. He doesn't make you feel upset and worried. He grounds you and lines you up. Archangel Michael is still here to see this through to the end. According to Scripture, Archangel Michael stood guard when a divine work reached the sealing phase to ensure that what had been established could not be destroyed by fear or confusion. The fact that he is here now means that what you have gotten is safe. No one can take it, weaken it, or remove it. This is something Jesus wants you to fully grasp. You don't need another sign to prove what God has already done. The sign was this message itself. The proof was the feeling of being known. From now on, faith will not be based on constant reassurance, but on not forgetting. Don't forget what God told you. Don't forget how fear turned into peace. Remember how confusion was replaced by clarity? Sometime in the future, things will look like they did before. Don't think of that as a loss. Everyday seasons are where the truth is shown. You are now ready to move forward without having to keep working hard. You will be strong if you are consistent. You will speak a tongue of quiet obedience. Jesus is also freeing you from having to be perfect. You will keep getting better. You are still going to learn. You will keep going with the flow. Growth doesn't make you less real. Mistakes don't take away your calling. Once your heart is surrendered, God's grace will keep working in you. You don't have to carry this perfectly. It is meant for you to carry it carefully. Take note of how your identity feels less fragile now. Opinions don't bother you very easily. You are not formed by what other people do. The fear of falling behind doesn't drive you. Being stable is a gift. Yours is holy. You're not giving it up for noise. When you see Archangel Michael, it tells you that protection lasts even after revelation. You're not going to leave by yourself right now. Once a word is sent, heaven does not back down. God still lives. Guidance keeps coming. You can still get wisdom. Jesus wants you to move forward with respect, not pressure. Respect for the time, respect for other people, and respect for yourself. You can move at a speed that doesn't disturb the peace. It's time for alignment. There is also a release going on right now, a break from the old goals you set for yourself, a freedom from past times that were not God's, a break from opinions that don't matter anymore. When these things go away, space is made for what is real. You might not know everything that will happen next, but you know what is important. You know who backs you up. You listen well. You know when peace tells you to take a step. That's enough. Faith doesn't need to be seen by everyone. It only needs belief in God's character. Get this final blessing action before this message ends. You can write, "I walk in divine alignment," in the comments if you get this word. Peace, discernment, and divine guidance are now sealed over your life, thanks to blessing code 1440. This is something I feel led to say to you today. God wants this word to reach many more people who are still looking in silence, just like it did for you. When you help someone through PayPal, super thanks, or a membership, you are not adding to a platform. You are adding oil to the work of God. The Bible says that those who water others will be revived themselves. I say a blessing over every seed that is planted here, that it will grow into more peace, happiness, and understanding. Please do this out of obedience, not because you're late. Help the cause right now and be a part of what God is doing through this word. Do 3 last acts of faith to seal this whole message before you leave. As a sign, press the like button to start the never-ending flow of God's blessings into your life. Let it show that you understand what he said and are ready to receive his blessings. Second, show this video to at least one person who comes to mind. Sharing this word will not only give them the anointing, but it will also make the breakthrough you just got even bigger, sending divine power in a ripple. Finally, take the peace and confidence you've gained into your day. You are seen, you are safe, and you are right on time. Before we get to the end of this powerful story, let's take a moment to reflect on this deep truth. You did not find this message by accident. This is not a stroke of luck. It is a direct message from Archangel Michael to you. He's extending his hand and inviting you into a protected, high-vibrational community where divine abundance is not just a hope, but a promise. This sacred principle is very simple, but it can change your whole life. If you follow it, you won't just receive blessings, they will be multiplied and flow into every part of your life. By accepting this invitation right now, you are unlocking immediate, early access to powerful content and divine insights that are hidden from the general world. Now is your chance to enter a sacred space where you will receive spiritual guidance, unwavering support, and speedy progress toward your destiny. Do not let this sacred moment of destiny pass you by. Your breakthrough is waiting. Join Archangel Michael's inner circle immediately through the exclusive link in the description. This is how you guarantee you never miss the direct, personalized messages that are specifically meant to elevate and empower your life. If you desire to deepen your connection, the link is waiting for you in both the pinned comment and the description. And for those who feel called to amplify this work, a link to Buy Me a Coffee is available. Your support is completely optional, but your presence, attention, and energy already mean the world. Take the step. Your abundance awaits. Victory is sealed in the courts of heaven, and your testimony will echo through eternity in this sacred moment. I see you, dear soul, carrying the weight of spiritual attacks that have left you feeling overwhelmed and vulnerable. And your search for protection ends here, for this is not just another prayer. It is a divine declaration of spiritual warfare anchored in the infinite power of the Most High. Let's start this journey of spiritual cleansing and protection. Know this: every word spoken here comes from heaven, and the darkness that has been after you will now face the unbreakable power of divine justice, which will send every attack back to the person who sent it. Invoking the mighty shield of Psalms 91, where we find refuge in the shadow of the Almighty. As I stand before the throne of grace, let your spirit rise. This is an old spiritual principle that can protect and reverse bad things. Every dark spell, whispered curse, and bad intention sent at you is now safely in the strong hands of our defender. And by the power of the blood that speaks better things, we declare that every attack, hex, and work of darkness sent to destroy you will be reversed by God. The ground beneath your feet turns into holy ground, and the air around you is filled with divine protection and power. Now every evil arrow should go back to its sender without being able to hurt you. Remember what Isaiah said: "No weapon formed against you shall prosper." These are not just words. They are a spiritual decree that we are now putting into action in your life. Like David did when he faced Goliath, we stand with divine confidence because we know that our God is a consuming fire, and that every spirit of oppression, every demon's assignment, and every witchcraft work is now being judged by heaven. The power that raised Christ from the dead now rises in you as a powerful force of protection and divine vengeance. Watch as every curse turns into a blessing and every attack into a testimony from the depths of your spirit. Let your faith rise as we build an impenetrable wall of fire around your life. The same God who answered Elijah's prayer with fire will now answer ours. Every spiritual poison that was meant to mess up your destiny has been neutralized and sent back to where it came from. The ancient paths of evil have been blocked by angelic forces, and every demonic altar that was built against you has been destroyed. Now that the air around you is clean, your spiritual boundaries are safe, and heaven's protection surrounds you like a strong fortress. Exodus says that all you have to do is be still, and the Lord will fight for you. Now divine justice is being carried out in the courts of heaven. Every false accusation, every spiritual attack, and every act of darkness is being undone by the power of heaven. God, the same God who split the Red Sea, now splits the sea of opposition in your life. Every demonic assignment is cancelled, every evil plan is revealed, and every spiritual attack comes back to where it came from with divine accuracy. Take a moment to feel the divine presence growing stronger around you, making a shield of supernatural protection that the dark can't get through. The same way that God protected Daniel in the lion's den, He is now protecting you with angelic forces. Every weapon of war, whether it's made of matter or spirit, is now useless against you. The air around you is filled with holy fire, making it impossible for evil to live. When God's power shows up in your life, your enemies will run away 7 different ways. By the power that was given to us in Christ Jesus, we are now using a divine boomerang to stop every evil plan. Just like Haman's plan to kill Mordecai backfired on him, so will every evil plan backfire on the person who made it. Now, the spiritual laws of sowing and reaping are at work, speeding up the return of every curse, hex, and evil intention to its source. Now, heaven's justice system is making sure that those who dig holes for you will fall into them themselves. Your victory doesn't come from people, but from the throne of the Most High. Please help us strengthen this spiritual shield by clicking the like button. This simple action links you to a huge number of other people who also need divine protection. The Most High has now turned every curse that was said against your name into a blessing. Israel was cursed by Balaam, but God turned it into a blessing. Now, every word that says death will kill you will give you life. Even though your enemies meant harm, God uses every attack to help you win. Your spiritual DNA is now coded with divine protection, so any kind of spiritual attack can't hurt you. Feel the powerful, fast-moving wind of the Holy Spirit now blowing through your life and wiping out all the evil and darkness that was there. Each wall that stands in your way now falls apart like the walls of Jericho did when God's people came up against them. The enemy has claimed this land, but it is now being taken back for God's glory and your good. Now, guardian angels stand at every gate of your life, looking at every attempt by the enemy to break through and stopping them. Through the blood of the Lamb, your spiritual home is safe and sealed. We are now putting up a permanent spiritual wall in the name that is above all names to protect ourselves from all kinds of attacks and revenge. The power that kept Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego safe in the fiery furnace is now surrounding you and can't be broken through. Every tongue that speaks out against you in judgment is now being judged by heaven's court. The enemy arrows are not only stopped, but also caught by angel warriors and sent back to where they came from with divine accuracy. The blood of Jesus has sealed your victory in the courts of heaven. Now, we're going to use God to undo every curse, hex, and witchcraft spell that has been passed down through generations against your family. You are seeing heaven's justice system work in your favor, just like Queen Esther did when she saw the enemy's plan backfire. God turns every curse into a way to promote you. This means that the very things that are meant to hurt you become the plans for your blessing. Your spiritual inheritance is now safe because of heaven's seal. No attack can stop your destiny. Enjoy seeing God use your enemies against you. By divine authority, we now declare that every altar built against you in the spirit realm will be completely taken down. The fire of God is coming down, just like it did on Mount Carmel. It will burn up all the sacrifices that were made against your destiny. The blood of Jesus has broken every spiritual agreement that was made against you, so it no longer has any power over you. Heaven's light finds and destroys all hidden evil, making the very foundations of darkness shake. The power of the Most High will protect your freedom. As we turn on the law of divine reversal, hold on tight. Every hole that was dug for you will turn into a valley of blessings. See how every attack turns into a stepping stone for your rise. Just like Joseph's brothers did bad things, but God meant them to be good. The things that were made to hurt you are now being used to help you get ahead in God's kingdom. The court in heaven has ruled in your favor, and now angelic forces are carrying out divine justice for you. The plans your enemy made go wrong and help you make a miraculous breakthrough. Let this divine protection fill your heart with peace as we seal it with the power of heaven. The blood on the doorposts of the Israelites' homes kept them safe. Similarly, you are now marked for God's protection and favor. Every evil arrow goes back to the person who sent it, empty of power and unable to hurt you or your family. Around you, the air becomes charged with holy fire, making a space where darkness can't work. Not only is your victory announced, it is also set in stone in the spiritual world. Take a moment to pause if you feel this protection around you right now. You are about to enter your divine future. Remember that this message does not end with you. People can use your breakthrough to get where they need to go. Through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community, you can help this mission. By doing so, you are sowing into the awakening, deliverance, and restoration of souls who are still trapped in darkness. This is not poetry when Jesus says, "Give, and heaven will open over you." Every seed you plant turns into oil for your destiny, fire for your calling, and safety for your family. Now is your time, my child. Have faith, and as you do, watch God multiply what you let go of. Writing Amen in the comments is fine. With that one word, you are telling heaven that this victory is already set in stone for your life. See the decree being signed in the courts of heaven as you type it. The weight of your problems will lift as heaven's light chases away all the dark things in your life. Just like Mordecai saw Haman hanged on his own gallows, every trap that is set for you will become proof of how faithful God is. The spiritual war that was waged against you is now being used to show how powerful and safe God is in your life. Now, angels of divine vengeance are ready to make sure that every attack is not only stopped, but also sent back to the person who sent it with the authority of heaven. you can rest easy, knowing that the Lord is in charge of the battle and that you will win in His powerful name. As we move deeper into this holy place where God protects us, feel the air around you change with supernatural power. The power of heaven is now breaking every chain of darkness that was trying to hold you back. It's all falling apart like dust in the wind. The same God who led Israel through the Red Sea will now, with great power, part every sea of trouble in your life. As you watch, old strongholds fall apart in the presence of the Most High, their foundations being completely destroyed. Your breakthrough time has come, and the armies of heaven are ready to fight. Hear the war drums of heaven as we move into the enemy's camp to get back everything that was taken. You are now seeing the return of everything the enemy took, just like David did when he got back everything from the Amalekites at Ziklag. The spiritual air around you is charged with electricity as angelic forces punish your oppressors with heaven's wrath. Every altar that was built to stop your destiny is now on fire, destroying all works of darkness. Feel the awesome power of God's victory as He fights your battles. At this point, where two divine forces meet, we break every curse that has been said against your bloodline supernaturally. That same power that turned Jabez's sadness into a blessing is now working for you and helping you grow spiritually. See curses that last generations break like twigs in the powerful wind of the Spirit, losing their power for good. Now, every curse that was said over your life turns into a prophecy of life, and every word of death turns into a blessing. The court in heaven has ruled in your favor, and now angels are carrying out divine justice. Rise up now in spiritual authority as we declare that all evil's foundations have been destroyed. Watch as every obstacle to your breakthrough falls apart in the face of heaven's power, just like the walls of Jericho did with a shout. The demons that have been bothering you are running away in fear as God's light shows them where they are hiding. Your spiritual space is being cleared with holy fire, which is destroying all signs of evil and opposition. As divine freedom floods your soul, feel the weight of oppression lift. We are now putting a divine force field around your life to protect it with the power of the blood that speaks better things. Every weapon of war, whether it was made in secret or in public, can no longer stand up to this shield of faith. The same God who kept Daniel safe in the lion's den will now put up a supernatural wall around you that nothing bad can get through. Watch as demons' assignments fade away like mist before the rising sun. Heaven's authority will completely destroy their power. Your foes will know that you are being fought for by the God of angel armies. Feel the protection of God growing stronger around you as we move deeper into this moment of divine intervention. You no longer have to be held back by spiritual chains. They are being turned into weapons that will help you win. Now every curse, hex, and bad word comes back to the person who said it with divine speed and heaven's punishment. There is supernatural power on the ground that keeps away all dark forces when you walk on it. You have a breakthrough not only in the spiritual world, but also in the real world. You should subscribe now if you haven't already. By aligning with this channel, you place your spirit in a prophetic current where God keeps confirming, improving, and speeding up His promises for your life. Watch now as heaven's court issues divine orders to stop all spirits that are trying to harm you. Like Mordecai, who saw Haman hanged on his own gallows, watch as every trap you set for your enemy ends up being the one that brings them down. God, who raised Joseph from being in prison to being in the palace, will now turn your abuse into a promotion and your pain into power. Feel the supernatural change in the air as armies of angels carry out heaven's decision in your favor. Now is the time for God to vindicate you. Do not scroll past this point if you get this word. As a prophetic seal on your victory, write Amen in the comments. Declare that this is the moment when things start to change for the better. At this holy moment, we send out a spiritual electromagnetic pulse that breaks all darkness's devices. The technology that the demons used against you now doesn't work right and backfires. Its power has been redirected to help God's plans for your life. Watch as heaven's counterattack causes spiritual systems that are spying on you to blow up. Every evil spirit that was sent to keep an eye on you is now facing divine judgment, and their jobs are over for good. Heaven's walls now protect your privacy in the spirit world. Let your faith grow as we set up systems of divine justice in every part of your life. We are calling down divine fire to burn up every sacrifice made against your destiny, just like Elijah did. The altars that were built to kill you are now places where God's power and protection can be seen. It will feel like the ground is shaking as heaven's artillery hits enemy camps and destroys their strongholds completely. Your victory is not only promised, it is being carried out by the armies of heaven following Christ's lead. We are now releasing a divine force that will break every word curse that is aimed at your future. Just like how God turned Balaam's curse into a blessing, every word of death is now turned into a prophecy of life. Watch as spoken hexes break apart in the air, because Jesus' blood takes away their power. Because of God's power, the curses that were meant to hurt you are now going to help you reach your goals. God the Most High is in charge of your future. Now, feel the supernatural flow of God's power going through every cell of your body. This is changing your spiritual DNA to protect you from harm. You now have the same spirit that raised Christ from the dead, which makes a force field around you that can't be broken through. Anyone who tries to use your spiritual genes for bad reasons will now be blocked, and their actions will be undone, and they will be judged by heaven. As you watch, your spiritual immune system gets stronger. This makes you immune to all forms of darkness, and evil forces can't stand being around you anymore. By divine order, we are now putting up a permanent spiritual wall around your life to protect it. Angel warriors take their places, putting up multiple layers of defense that the darkness can't get through. Now, every evil projectile that is thrown at you is caught and sent back to its source with devastating accuracy. Demons run away in fear when they see you because you fill the spiritual air around you with such holy power. Your presence now has authority that makes darkness tremble. As of right now, we have filed a divine restraining order against every spirit that wants to get back at us. The God who kept David safe from Saul's spears will now keep you safe from every enemy attack. Watch as heaven's justice system moves quickly through each case against your attackers. God's wisdom turns every attack into an advantage, and your enemy's plans backfire with divine accuracy. The weapons that were made against you now become tools that help you move forward. As we break the last seals of divine protection, feel the weight of glory falling on you. Like the Israelites, who were safe because of the blood on their doorposts, you are now safe because of an unbreakable covenant. Every evil arrow that was aimed at your life now comes back 3 times stronger, carrying heaven's punishment back to where it came from. It becomes so spiritually charged with God's presence that there is no room for darkness around you, and heaven's authority seals your victory. Get ready for the last part of this divine protection. Know that God is watching over your life, and let your spirit soar. The power that moved the stone from Jesus' tomb can now take away everything that stands in your way of victory. Watch as God's justice shows up in clear ways that make it clear that He is fighting for you. The supernatural power fills the air around you, making it a place where miracles happen naturally, and your breakthrough story becomes a testimony that stops the enemy for good. Feel the full weight of heaven's glory descending on your life, with the power to change it. This is the moment of your spiritual victory. Every dark chain that used to hold you back now breaks completely, and the pieces melt away in the light of divine freedom. It is clear that the same God who saved Israel with a strong hand and an outstretched arm is also at work in your situation. To see years of spiritual oppression melt away like snow before the sun rises, their power will be taken away forever by heaven. Now is the time for you to be completely saved, and heaven is happy for you. As we watch the final destruction of every evil altar set up against your destiny, rise up into the fullness of your spiritual authority. Like Elijah on Mount Carmel, who saw God's fire destroy everything, watch as every sacrifice made against your life is burned up by divine fire. As God's light shines into every hidden part of your life, the foundations of darkness shake and crack. Feel the supernatural change in the air as heaven's decision is carried out with divine accuracy. Your victory will be remembered for generations to come. We are now putting the last seals of divine protection around your life, thanks to the power of the blood that never goes away. Every evil plan for your future now comes back to you with devastating accuracy, carrying heaven's punishment back to where it came from. As you watch, angelic forces build a shield around you that can't be broken through by any kind of spiritual attack. It gets so spiritually charged with God's presence that there is no room for darkness around you. Your enemies will know that the God of angel armies is fighting for you. Feel the supernatural current of divine justice now moving through your whole life and making it impossible to stop. The power that moved the stone from Jesus' tomb can now remove everything that is stopping you from making a breakthrough with divine authority. You can now use every curse, hex, and evil prophecy that was said against you as stepping stones to get higher. See how God turns the tables on your enemies and makes their bad plans work out exactly the way they planned. Heaven's justice will not be denied, and it is now your turn to get even with God. We now declare that every spiritual attack on your bloodline has been completely turned around by the power of Christ. Like Joseph, who saw God use his brother's bad plans to help him, watch as God turns every curse into a way to bless you. God has turned the weapons that were made against you into tools that will help you move forward and win. As divine freedom floods every cell of your body, feel the weight of oppression lift. Your breakthrough story will become a sign of God's faithfulness that will silence the enemy for good. As God's protection flows through you, send this prayer to other people who need a spiritual breakthrough. Just like God's power sends evil back to the person who made it, your share can help free someone from spiritual chains. God, who used Moses to free a whole nation, is now using your story to free other people who are bound. Watch as your story of victory becomes a key that lets many other people in need access divine protection. Every share is a declaration of war against darkness that brings heaven's protection to those who beg for help. As we watch the final execution of heaven's judgment against your oppressors, you will reach a new level of spiritual authority. Watch as God pulls off a divine reversal that proves his power, just like Mordecai did when he saw Haman's evil plans completely fail. Now every trap that was set to hurt you can be used to show off God's glory and protect you. As heaven's artillery hits the enemy camps with its last blow, feel the ground shake under your feet. Your victory doesn't just help you, it gives other people hope. By divine order, we are now putting up permanent signs of victory in your spiritual space. The same God who led Joshua to build memorial stones will now make your life's breakthroughs last. Every altar of darkness that was built against you is now a memorial to God's power to save, turning curses into blessings. Watch as this moment of divine intervention changes your spiritual landscape in a way that will last forever. Your story is added to heaven's record of victories, which will inspire people in the future. During this holy time, feel the protection of God physically surrounding you like an unbreakable shield. Every evil projectile that was aimed at your future now hits heaven's defenses and breaks into pieces that go back and destroy enemy camps. When you come close to darkness, the spiritual air around you becomes so full of holy fire that it shakes. Watch as God's light shines through every shadow and destroys evil that is hidden. Your presence now has power over demons that makes them run away. With the power of divine justice, we are now setting off a supernatural force field around you that the forces of darkness can't touch. Watch as every attack on you loses its power in the face of heaven's authority. Just like Daniel's divine protection made the lions helpless. The curses that were meant to hurt you are now helping you make a miraculous breakthrough. This is because God is wise and can turn evil into good. Heaven's protection wraps around you completely, making the weight of glory grow. People who want to hurt you will know that if they attack, they will have to face the God of angel armies. Let your spirit soar as we tell you what heaven's court has decided about your life. Now every false accusation, every bad judgment, and every word of death disappears into the air and is replaced by blessings from God. As you watch, God's justice system handles each case against your attackers super quickly and comes to verdict after verdict in your favor. The spiritual chains that used to hold you back are now displayed in the halls of heaven as signs of God's power to free you. Your victory will be remembered forever. As we put the last protective seals around your life, feel the crescendo of divine power reaching its peak. God, who split the Red Sea, will now break up every sea of trouble in your way with unstoppable power. Every evil plan that was aimed at your life is now under the full judgment of heaven, and all of its power has been returned to it. Watch as armies of angels take up permanent positions around you, making a wall that can't be broken through. By heaven's power, your breakthrough is complete and can't be undone. We are now starting the last part of divine vindication for you. Like David, who saw God save him from all of his enemies, see as heaven's justice system ends all of your spiritual battles. God's wisdom turns attacks into benefits, so the things that were made to hurt you are now being used to help you reach your goals. Feel the supernatural change as you are permanently protected by God. Your story of victory can be heard all the way to heaven. We send the full power of divine protection over every part of your life at this moment. The same God who kept Daniel safe in the lion's den will now put up a shield around you that nothing bad can get through. Now every curse, hex, and bad word comes back to its source with 3 times the power it had before, carrying heaven's blame. Watch as your spiritual sphere grows, marked for all time by this moment of divine intervention. Your breakthrough will be remembered and used to inspire future generations. If you feel like this word speaks to your spirit, subscribe right away. You're not just clicking a button, you're spiritually aligned with this prophetic stream, where God regularly speaks words that awaken your destiny, strengthen your faith, and keep you in line with His timing. As we seal this divine protection with the power of heaven, know that you are about to start a new chapter of victory. The same God who can turn sadness into dancing can now turn your battle scars into badges of honor, and your pain into something useful. Every attack that was meant to hurt you now shows how powerful God is, and encourages others to keep their faith. Feel the shield of God's protection falling permanently on your shoulders as we say, Amen and Amen. Before we end, please send this prayer to someone who is being attacked spiritually. The anointing you received is in your share, and when you give it to someone else, you help them experience breakthrough, protection, and deliverance. Victory is sealed in the courts of heaven, and your words will resound forever in this holy moment. I see you, dear soul, carrying the weight of spiritual attacks that have made you feel weak and overwhelmed. This is not just another prayer. It is a divine declaration of spiritual warfare based on the Most High's infinite power. This is where you stop looking for protection. Let's start this journey of spiritual cleansing and protection. Know this: every word spoken here comes from heaven, and the darkness that has been after you will now face the unbreakable power of divine justice, which will send every attack back to the person who sent it. As we use this old spiritual principle of divine protection and reversal, let your spirit rise. I stand in front of the throne of grace and call on the powerful shield of Psalms 91, where we can hide from harm in the Almighty's protection. Our defender now has all the power to catch every dark dart, curse, whispered word, and bad intention sent against you. We call for the divine reversal of every attack, hex, and work of darkness sent to destroy you. This is made possible by the blood that speaks better things. The ground beneath your feet turns into holy ground, and the air around you is filled with the power and protection of God. Now every evil arrow should go back to its sender without being able to hurt you. Remember what Isaiah said, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper." These are not just words. They are a spiritual decree that we are now putting into action in your life. Our God is a consuming fire, so we stand with divine confidence, just like David did in front of Goliath. Heaven is now going to judge every spirit of oppression, every demon's job, and every witchcraft work. The power that raised Christ from the dead is now rising in you as a powerful force of protection and divine punishment. Watch as every attack turns into a message from the depths of your spirit, and every curse turns into a blessing. Let faith rise up as we build a wall of fire around your life that no one can get through. The same God who answered Elijah by fire now answers our prayers for help. Every spiritual poison that was sent to mess up your future has now been neutralized and sent back to where it came from. Evil's old paths are now blocked by angelic forces, and every altar that the demons built against you falls apart. Now that the air around you is clean, your spiritual boundaries are safe, and heaven's protection surrounds you like a strong fortress. Exodus says that all you have to do is be still, and the Lord will fight for you. Good judgment is being done right now in the courts of heaven. This is the end of all false accusations, spiritual attacks, and dark works. They are being undone by divine power. God split the Red Sea, and now He will split the sea of trouble in your life. Every evil plan is thwarted, every demonic assignment is cancelled, and every spiritual attack comes back to where it came from with divine accuracy. Take a moment to feel the divine presence growing stronger around you, making a shield of supernatural protection that the dark can't get through. In the same way that God protected Daniel in the lion's den, angels are now watching over you to keep you safe. Anything that can be used for war, whether it's made of matter or spirit, is now useless against you. Whatever is in the air around you is filled with holy fire, making it impossible for evil to live there. When God's power shows up in your life, your enemies will run away 7 different ways. We now use the power that was given to us in Christ Jesus to launch a divine boomerang against all the works of darkness, like Haman's plan to kill Mordecai, which turned back on him. Every bad plan will turn back on the person who made it. Now, the spiritual laws of sowing and reaping are at work, speeding up the return of every curse, hex, and evil intention to its source. The justice system in heaven is now at work, making sure that those who dig holes for you will fall into them themselves. Your justice does not come from people, but from the throne of the Most High. Please help us strengthen this spiritual shield by clicking the like button. This simple action links you to a huge number of other people who also need divine protection. The Most High has now turned every curse that was said against your name into a blessing. Israel was cursed by Balaam, but God turned it into a blessing. Now every word that says death will kill you will give you life. Even though your enemies meant harm, God uses every attack to help you win. Your spiritual DNA is now coded with divine protection, so any kind of spiritual attack can't hurt you. Feel the powerful, fast-moving wind of the Holy Spirit now blowing through your life and wiping out all the evil and darkness that was there. Each wall that stands in your way now falls apart like the walls of Jericho did when God's people came up against them. The enemy has claimed this land, but it is now being taken back for God's glory and your good. Now, guardian angels stand at every gate of your life, looking at every attempt by the enemy to break through and stopping them. Through the blood of the Lamb, your spiritual home is safe and sealed. We are now putting up a permanent spiritual wall in the name that is above all names to protect ourselves from all kinds of attacks and revenge. The power that kept Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego safe in the fiery furnace is now surrounding you and can't be broken through. Every tongue that speaks out against you in judgment is now being judged by heaven's court. The enemy arrows are not only stopped, but also caught by angel warriors and sent back to where they came from with divine accuracy. The blood of Jesus has sealed your victory in the courts of heaven. Now, we're going to use God to undo every curse, hex, and witchcraft spell that has been passed down through generations against your family. You are seeing heaven's justice system work in your favor, just like Queen Esther did when she saw the enemy's plan backfire. God turns every curse into a way to promote you. This means that the very things that are meant to hurt you become the plans for your blessing. Your spiritual inheritance is now safe because of heaven's seal. No attack can stop your destiny. Enjoy seeing God use your enemies against you. By divine authority, we now declare that every altar built against you in the spirit realm will be completely taken down. The fire of God is coming down, just like it did on Mount Carmel. It will burn up all the sacrifices that were made against your destiny. The blood of Jesus has broken every spiritual agreement that was made against you, so it no longer has any power over you. Heaven's light finds and destroys all hidden evil, making the very foundations of darkness shake. The power of the Most High will protect your freedom. As we turn on the law of divine reversal, hold on tight. Every hole that was dug for you will turn into a valley of blessings. See how every attack turns into a stepping stone for your rise. Just like Joseph's brothers did bad things, but God meant them to be good, the things that were made to hurt you are now being used to help you get ahead in God's kingdom. The court in heaven has ruled in your favor, and now angelic forces are carrying out divine justice for you. The plans your enemies may go wrong and help you make a miraculous breakthrough. Let this divine protection fill your heart with peace as we seal it with the power of heaven. The blood on the doorposts of the Israelites' homes kept them safe. Similarly, you are now marked for God's protection and favor. Every evil arrow goes back to the person who sent it, empty of power and unable to hurt you or your family. Around you, the air becomes charged with holy fire, making a space where darkness can't work. Not only is your victory announced, it is also set in stone in the spiritual world. The weight of your problems will lift as heaven's light chases away all the dark things in your life. Just like Mordecai saw Haman hanged on his own gallows, every trap that is set for you will become proof of how faithful God is. The spiritual war that was waged against you is now being used to show how powerful and safe God is in your life. Now, angels of divine vengeance are ready to make sure that every attack is not only stopped, but also sent back to the person who sent it with the authority of heaven. You can rest easy, knowing that the Lord is in charge of the battle and that you will win in His powerful name. As we move deeper into this holy place where God protects us, feel the air around you change with supernatural power. The power of heaven is now breaking every chain of darkness that was trying to hold you back. It's all falling apart like dust in the wind. The same God who led Israel through the Red Sea will now, with great power, part every sea of trouble in your life. As you watch, old strongholds fall apart in the presence of the Most High, their foundations being completely destroyed. Your breakthrough time has come, and the armies of heaven are ready to fight. Hear the war drums of heaven as we move into the enemy's camp to get back everything that was taken. You are now seeing the return of everything the enemy took, just like David did when he got back everything from the Amalekites at Ziklag. The spiritual air around you is charged with electricity as angelic forces punish your oppressors with heaven's wrath. Every altar that was built to stop your destiny is now on fire, destroying all works of darkness. Feel the awesome power of God's victory as He fights your battles. At this point where two divine forces meet, we break every curse that has been said against your bloodline supernaturally. That same power that turned Jabez's sadness into a blessing is now working for you and helping you grow spiritually. See curses that last generations break like twigs in the powerful wind of the Spirit, losing their power for good. Now, every curse that was said over your life turns into a prophecy of life, and every word of death turns into a blessing. The court in heaven has ruled in your favor, and now angels are carrying out divine justice. Rise up now in spiritual authority as we declare that all evil's foundations have been destroyed. Watch as every obstacle to your breakthrough falls apart in the face of heaven's power, just like the walls of Jericho did with a shout. The demons that have been bothering you are running away in fear as God's light shows them where they are hiding. Your spiritual space is being cleared with holy fire, which is destroying all signs of evil and opposition. As divine freedom floods your soul, feel the weight of oppression lift. We are now putting a divine force field around your life to protect it with the power of the blood that speaks better things. Every weapon of war, whether it was made in secret or in public, can no longer stand up to this shield of faith. The same God who kept Daniel safe in the lion's den will now put up a supernatural wall around you that nothing bad can get through. Watch as demons' assignments fade away like mist before the rising sun. Heaven's authority will completely destroy their power. Your foes will know that you are being fought for by the God of angel armies. Feel the protection of God growing stronger around you as we move deeper into this moment of divine intervention. You no longer have to be held back by spiritual chains. They are being turned into weapons that will help you win. Now, every curse, hex, and bad word comes back to the person who said it with divine speed and heaven's punishment. There is supernatural power on the ground that keeps away all dark forces when you walk on it. Not only does your breakthrough happen in the spiritual world, it also happens in the real world. Take a deep breath and say that you believe what is happening. Please know that every seed you plant in this mission will grow into a torch that shines in someone else's darkness. Giving to this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community, does not go to a channel. Your actions are supporting a divine mission to save lost souls. Heaven moves through willing voices, but it grows through hearts that are kind. This is what I say over you now. Each gift you give is like a stream of living water that flows into the life of someone who needs healing. Give, and it will be given to you is not just a verse for Jesus. It is a living promise that shapes your future. Allow me to invite you now with a simple act of faith. Come into this moment with purpose, with honesty, and with hope. The money you give today is not a donation. The act of spiritual obedience that lets your heavens open is what opens them. Let go of your seed and see what God brings back into your life. Type, "My breakthrough is manifesting," in the comments. As you write it, picture every delay ending and every promise of God coming true in your life. Watch now as heaven's court issues divine orders to stop all spirits that are trying to harm you. Like Mordecai, who saw Haman hanged on his own gallows. Watch as every trap you set for your enemy ends up being the one that brings them down. God, who raised Joseph from being in prison to being in the palace, will now turn your abuse into a promotion and your pain into power. Feel the supernatural change in the air as armies of angels carry out heaven's decision in your favor. Now is the time for God to vindicate you. At this holy moment, we send out a spiritual electromagnetic pulse that breaks all darkness's devices. The technology that the demons used against you now doesn't work right and backfires. Its power has been redirected to help God's plans for your life. Watch as heaven's counterattack causes spiritual systems that are spying on you to blow up. Every evil spirit that was sent to keep an eye on you is now facing divine judgment, and their jobs are over for good. Heaven's walls now protect your privacy in the spirit world. Let your faith grow as we set up systems of divine justice in every part of your life. We are calling down divine fire to burn up every sacrifice made against your destiny, just like Elijah did. The altars that were built to kill you are now places where God's power and protection can be seen. It will feel like the ground is shaking as heaven's artillery hits enemy camps and destroys their strongholds completely. Your victory is not only promised, it is being carried out by the armies of heaven following Christ's lead. We are now releasing a divine force that will break every word curse that is aimed at your future. Just like how God turned Balaam's curse into a blessing, every word of death is now turned into a prophecy of life. Watch as spoken hexes break apart in the air, because Jesus' blood takes away their power. Because of God's power, the curses that were meant to hurt you are now going to help you reach your goals. God, the Most High, is in charge of your future. Now feel the supernatural flow of God's power going through every cell of your body. This is changing your spiritual DNA to protect you from harm. You now have the same spirit that raised Christ from the dead, which makes a force field around you that can't be broken through. Anyone who tries to use your spiritual genes for bad reasons will now be blocked, and their actions will be undone, and they will be judged by heaven. As you watch, your spiritual immune system gets stronger. This makes you immune to all forms of darkness, and evil forces can't stand being around you anymore. By divine order, we are now putting up a permanent spiritual wall around your life to protect it. Angel warriors take their places, putting up multiple layers of defense that the darkness can't get through. Now, every evil projectile that is thrown at you is caught and sent back to its source with devastating accuracy. Demons run away in fear when they see you because you fill the spiritual air around you with such holy power. Your presence now has authority that makes darkness tremble. As of right now, we have filed a divine restraining order against every spirit that wants to get back at us. The God who kept David safe from Saul's spears will now keep you safe from every enemy attack. Watch as heaven's justice system moves quickly through each case against your attackers. God's wisdom turns every attack into an advantage, and your enemy's plans backfire with divine accuracy. The weapons that were made against you now become tools that help you move forward. As we break the last seals of divine protection, feel the weight of glory falling on you. Like the Israelites, who were safe because of the blood on their doorposts, you are now safe because of an unbreakable covenant. Every evil arrow that was aimed at your life now comes back 3 times stronger, carrying heaven's punishment back to where it came from. It becomes so spiritually charged with God's presence that there is no room for darkness around you, and heaven's authority seals your victory. Get ready for the last part of this divine protection. Know that God is watching over your life, and let your spirit soar. The power that moved the stone from Jesus' tomb can now take away everything that stands in your way of victory. Watch as God's justice shows up in clear ways that make it clear that He is fighting for you. The supernatural power fills the air around you. making it a place where miracles happen naturally, and your breakthrough story becomes a testimony that stops the enemy for good. Feel the full weight of heaven's glory descending on your life with the power to change it. This is the moment of your spiritual victory. Every dark chain that used to hold you back now breaks completely, and the pieces melt away in the light of divine freedom. It is clear that the same God who saved Israel with a strong hand and an outstretched arm is also at work in your situation. To see years of spiritual oppression melt away like snow before the sun rises, their power will be taken away forever by heaven. Now is the time for you to be completely saved, and heaven is happy for you. As we watch the final destruction of every evil altar set up against your destiny rise up into the fullness of your spiritual authority, like Elijah on Mount Carmel, who saw God's fire destroy everything, watch as every sacrifice made against your life is burned up by divine fire. As God's light shines into every hidden part of your life, the foundations of darkness shake and crack. Feel the supernatural change in the air as heaven's decision is carried out with divine accuracy. Your victory will be remembered for generations to come. We are now putting the last seals of divine protection around your life, thanks to the power of the blood that never goes away. Every evil plan for your future now comes back to you with devastating accuracy, carrying heaven's punishment back to where it came from. As you watch, angelic forces build a shield around you that can't be broken through by any kind of spiritual attack. It gets so spiritually charged with God's presence that there is no room for darkness around you. Your enemies will know that the God of angel armies is fighting for you. Feel the supernatural current of divine justice now moving through your whole life and making it impossible to stop. The power that moved the stone from Jesus' tomb can now remove everything that is stopping you from making a breakthrough with divine authority. You can now use every curse, hex, and evil prophecy that was said against you as stepping stones to get higher. See how God turns the tables on your enemies and makes their bad plans work out exactly the way they planned. Heaven's justice will not be denied, and it is now your turn to get even with God. We now declare that every spiritual attack on your bloodline has been completely turned around by the power of Christ. Like Joseph, who saw God use his brother's bad plans to help him, watch as God turns every curse into a way to bless you. God has turned the weapons that were made against you into tools that will help you move forward and win. As divine freedom floods every cell of your body, feel the weight of oppression lift. Your breakthrough story will become a sign of God's faithfulness that will silence the enemy for good. As God's protection flows through you, send this prayer to other people who need a spiritual breakthrough. Just like God's power sends evil back to the person who made it, your share can help free someone from spiritual chains. God, who used Moses to free a whole nation, is now using your story to free other people who are bound. Watch as your story of victory becomes a key that lets many other people in need access divine protection. Every share is a declaration of war against darkness that brings heaven's protection to those who beg for help. As we watch the final execution of heaven's judgment against your oppressors, you will reach a new level of spiritual authority. Watch as God pulls off a divine reversal that proves his power, just like Mordecai did when he saw Haman's evil plans completely fail. Now, every trap that was set to hurt you can be used to show off God's glory and protect you. as heaven's artillery hits the enemy camps with its last blow. Feel the ground shake under your feet. Your victory doesn't just help you, it gives other people hope. By divine order, we are now putting up permanent signs of victory in your spiritual space. The same God who led Joshua to build memorial stones will now make your life's breakthroughs last. Every altar of darkness that was built against you is now a memorial to God's power to save, turning curses into blessings. Watch as this moment of divine intervention changes your spiritual landscape in a way that will last forever. Your story is added to heaven's record of victories, which will inspire people in the future. During this holy time, feel the protection of God physically surrounding you like an unbreakable shield. Every evil projectile that was aimed at your future now hits heaven's defenses and breaks into pieces that go back and destroy enemy camps. When you come close to darkness, the spiritual air around you becomes so full of holy fire that it shakes. Watch as God's light shines through every shadow and destroys evil that is hidden. Your presence now has power over demons that makes them run away. With the power of divine justice, we are now setting off a supernatural force field around you that the forces of darkness can't touch. Watch as every attack on you loses its power in the face of heaven's authority. Just like Daniel's divine protection made the lions helpless, the curses that were meant to hurt you are now helping you make a miraculous breakthrough. This is because God is wise and can turn evil into good. Heaven's protection wraps around you completely, making the weight of glory grow. People who want to hurt you will know that if they attack, they will have to face the God of angel armies. Let your spirit soar as we tell you what heaven's court has decided about your life. Now, every false accusation, every bad judgment, and every word of death disappears into the air and is replaced by blessings from God. As you watch, God's justice system handles each case against your attackers super quickly and comes to verdict after verdict in your favor. The spiritual chains that used to hold you back are now displayed in the halls of heaven as signs of God's power to free you. Your victory will be remembered forever. As we put the last protective seals around your life, feel the crescendo of divine power reaching its peak. God, who split the Red Sea, will now break up every sea of trouble in your way with unstoppable power. Every evil plan that was aimed at your life is now under the full judgment of heaven, and all of its power has been returned to it. Watch as armies of angels take up permanent positions around you, making a wall that can't be broken through. By heaven's power, your breakthrough is complete and can't be undone. We are now starting the last part of divine vindication for you. Like David, who saw God save him from all of his enemies, see as heaven's justice system ends all of your spiritual battles. God's wisdom turns attacks into benefits. So the things that were made to hurt you are now being used to help you reach your goals. Feel the supernatural change as you are permanently protected by God. Your story of victory can be heard all the way to heaven. Don't miss this chance to get your spiritual life in order. As this awakening grows inside you, know that helping with this mission is not a joke. It is a sign from God. You can support this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community. By doing so, you become part of Jesus' plan to save souls who are still stuck in fog. Every seed turns into light that fights against darkness. If you water others, you will be watered yourself, Jesus says. This is not history, It is a living promise about your future. Come into this moment with faith and a plan. What God has already planned for your life can be unlocked through your giving. Say it out loud in the comments. Victory is my portion. As you type it, picture heaven confirming your story and blessing your whole life with God's love. We send the full power of divine protection over every part of your life at this moment. The same God who kept Daniel safe in the lion's den will now put up a shield around you that nothing bad can get through. Now every curse, hex, and bad word comes back to its source with 3 times the power it had before, carrying heaven's blame. Watch as your spiritual sphere grows, marked for all time by this moment of divine intervention. Your breakthrough will be remembered and used to inspire future generations. As we seal this divine protection with the power of heaven, know that you are about to start a new chapter of victory. The same God who can turn sadness into dancing can now turn your battle scars into badges of honor and your pain into something useful. Every attack that was meant to hurt you now shows how powerful God is and encourages others to keep their faith. Feel the shield of God's protection falling permanently on your shoulders as we say, Amen and Amen. Take one prophetic step of faith before you leave this holy moment. If you like this video, think of it as a spiritual agreement that makes God's favor flow over your life all the time. The channel for divine provision, protection, and acceleration to move freely in your direction is opened by that simple act, which connects you to this word and aligns you with heaven's momentum. Before we get to the end of this powerful story, let's take a moment to reflect on this deep truth. You did not find this message by accident. This is not a stroke of luck. It is a direct message from Archangel Michael to you. He's extending his hand and inviting you into a protected, high-vibrational community where divine abundance is not just a hope, but a promise. This sacred principle is very simple, but it can change your whole life. If you follow it, you won't just receive blessings, they will be multiplied and flow into every part of your life. By accepting this invitation right now, you are unlocking immediate, early access to powerful content and divine insights that are hidden from the general world. Now is your chance to enter a sacred space where you will receive spiritual guidance, unwavering support, and speedy progress toward your destiny. Do not let this sacred moment of destiny pass you by. Your breakthrough is waiting. Join Archangel Michael's inner circle immediately through the exclusive link in the description. This is how you guarantee you never miss the direct, personalized messages that are specifically meant to elevate and empower your life. If you desire to deepen your connection, the link is waiting for you in both the pinned comment and the description. And for those who feel called to amplify this work, a link to purchase the guided ebook is available, which is completely optional. But your presence, attention, and energy already mean the world. Take the step. Your abundance awaits. The silent, suffocating weight of moving through dense, unstopping mud just to accomplish the simplest daily tasks. The invisible spiritual resistance that has met you at every turn. This warfare in the spirit ends right now. That sudden, strange drop in your finances that doesn't make sense. The relationships that seem to fall apart overnight for no reason. The heavy blanket of extreme fatigue that doctors can't explain. Or the constant feeling of being watched, judged, or cursed are all real. These things aren't just happening by chance. They're planned attacks by the enemy, spiritual sabotage meant to stop your destiny, stop your blessings, and keep you stuck in a cycle of frustration and delay. But today, you're not fighting this battle alone. This prayer is a divine appointment. This is the moment of truth. This is a powerful spiritual act where we all agree that the tide is turning. That's not just any prayer. This is a declaration of divine authority, a spiritual eviction notice to all the evil energy that wants to take over your life. In this ceremony, we name these evil spiritual forces so you can stand up to them. The negative spiritual projections sent from hearts full of jealousy, the arrows of envy shot from behind smiling faces, the demonic hindrances assigned to your bloodline, and the spiritual interference made by hidden malice. These forces have been working behind the scenes for too long, causing problems and setbacks. Today we bring them into the light of God's power. In Psalm 91:4, the Bible makes a deep promise. He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings thou shalt trust. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler. This is not just poetic language. It is a vivid description of your holy covering. Picture that covering right now, a celestial shield forming around you. This promise is your divine armor. In the past, the enemy has used people, situations, and even your own doubts to attack you. But now, they can't. There is a new authority and a holy spiritual boundary that can't be broken today. We are not standing in our own weak power, but in the limitless, all-powerful power of the God who spoke the stars into existence. So, using the power that the Most High has given us, we now start the spiritual boomerang effect by following the sacred law of return. I decree and declare that every spiritual plan that was made against your life is now over. Every spoken curse, every negative spell, every ritual of darkness, and every projection of bad will is now told to go back to where it came from. Its power has been broken, so it can't land on you, stick to your house, or hurt your family. Let's do something powerful. As we declare spiritual reversal, please take a moment to hit the like button. Your like helps break down spiritual barriers and sends this prayer to others fighting similar battles, giving more souls in need divine protection. The Bible talks about a divine reversal mechanism. For example, when Joseph's brothers meant to hurt him, Genesis 50:20 says that God meant it for good. This is the supernatural principle we claim over your life right now. We declare that every plan the enemy made to hurt you and every trap they set for you to fail is now being turned by God's loving hand into a way for you to get the most attention. What was meant to hurt you will now help you, and what was meant to break you will now make you stronger. This spiritual change is already happening. Every attack on your money will be returned to you, and in its place we declare a sevenfold healing and a new flow of wealth. We tell any spiritual interference that is trying to hurt your health to stop and be sent back to where it came from. Then we send a wave of divine healing and health into your body. We tell every attack on your happiness, peace of mind and relationships to be rooted up and brought back. In their place we send a supernatural peace that is beyond human understanding. We are now putting up the first layers of protection for you. Picture a divine fortress rising around your life, with walls made of pure, unbreakable light. I am now putting a celestial shield over you that was made from heavenly fire and has been polished to a mirror-like shine. It will reflect any darkness that comes your way. This is not a short-term fix. This is the creation of a holy spiritual boundary that will last forever. Your life is being sealed with this sacred covering, creating a heavenly fortress that will keep out all spiritual attacks and demonic hindrances. This is just the beginning. The spiritual base is now solid, and the enemy's plans are backwards. If you feel this shift in your spirit, do something prophetic. Subscribe to this channel. By doing so, you'll be in tune with this flow of divine insight, and God's ongoing prophetic promise over your life will come true. When you subscribe, you set yourself up to stay in touch with the word that will keep you safe, on track, and moving at the perfect time. Get your heart ready, because the next part of this prayer will step up the spiritual warfare, destroy the last few strongholds, and declare your complete and total spiritual victory. If this word is blessing you, please share this prophetic prayer with someone in your network. When you do, you release the same anointing over their life and become a breakthrough for others who are also fighting invisible battles. The battle is shifting and victory is close. In this moment, we move into a deeper level of spiritual authority. The spiritual amplification has begun. In the first part of this prayer, we claim the ground that is now safe enough for us to launch a full offensive from. Now, when heavenly authority is at its highest, we don't just defend our position, we move forward against darkness. It's getting stronger against all the bad things that have dared to stand in your way. The spiritual reflection principle we started is now fully in action, and the hosts of heaven are making it stronger. Every last bit of dark energy and every stubborn demonic obstacle that refused to follow the first command is now being met with a divine increase in spiritual power. We order that every enemy plan be completely and divinely destroyed. We are speaking directly to the generational curses, the lines of spiritual harm that have been passed down through your bloodline, and we say, with the authority of the cross, that the bloodline ends here. The sacred law of return breaks the curse, sending its energy, assignment, and power back to where they came from. This neutralizes them and makes them completely useless. Romans 8:37 says, "Nay, in all these things, we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." We aren't just surviving this spiritual warfare. We are conquering it right now. This stronger divine intervention proves that you are who you say you are. We're not fighting to win. We're fighting from a place where we know we will win. Finally, we go after the spiritual attacks on your money that have been holding you back, the invisible walls that have kept you stuck in a painful cycle of just enough or not enough. We tell that supernatural force to break through that financial ceiling. We stand up to the spiritual attacks on your health that are causing the constant pain, tiredness, and spirit of illness, and we ask God to remove these attacks. We talk to the relational obstacles, the spirit of division and confusion sent to keep you from your destiny helpers. And we ask that the celestial barriers between you and your God-ordained connections be taken down. There is no going back to the release date. The release is now. Not only are the chains getting looser, they are also breaking apart into tiny pieces. Can you feel the breaking down of the spiritual wall? Your mind was under a lot of stress, but now the fog of confusion is lifting, and the weight in your heart is melting away. This is the fast spiritual momentum of your freedom. Every spiritual wall of resistance, every enemy dam of delay, and every demonic fortress of oppression are now undergoing spiritual demolition. The gates of brass and the bars of iron that were in your way are being told to break apart by the power of God. The divine obstacle elimination is now complete. making the way forward clear. Give yourself a moment to seal what has just changed in your spirit. In the comments, type Amen to show that you believe all of your problems have been solved. As you type this, picture the path ahead of you becoming wide, clear, and lit up by the light of heaven. We stand on the promise in Isaiah 43:19. Behold, I will do a new thing. It will spring forth now. Shall you not know it? I will even make a way in the desert and rivers in the wilderness. Today, the river of God is coming into the wilderness in your life, the dry place in your finances, or the desert in your spirit. He is making a way where there wasn't one before. The impossible is now possible. Now we're making your safety even better. The holy spiritual wall we built is now being strengthened, made thicker and bigger. As you think about this, picture a second wall around you that is made from the fire of God's presence and is made of pure angelic protection. You and your home are now surrounded by an angelic perimeter. This is your powerful supernatural defense, and it's working. It keeps your mind free of distracting thoughts of fear and doubt, your body free of all sickness, and your home free from any spiritual invasion. There will be no way to get through this divine fortress that surrounds your life. Please type Amen in the comments to seal this protection around you and your loved ones as it gets stronger. Your statement of faith strengthens these spiritual walls, making it impossible for any attacks or bad energies to get through them in the future. And we are already announcing the first signs of victory. The breakthrough is coming to light. Don't look down on the small steps that this miracle is taking. That phone call you were waiting for, the email with good news you didn't expect, the sudden change in how someone who is normally mean to you feels about you, the pain in your body that goes away, the check that comes in the mail, the wave of peace that comes over you. These are not insignificant things. They are breakthrough evidence and divine results coming into the natural world from the spiritual world. Your supernatural victory is becoming real. The tide has definitely turned, and the spiritual victory is showing up in your physical world. The air seems to have changed, don't you think? The weight has lifted, leaving behind a light and a real sense of peace. We're not done yet, though. The attacks have been stopped, the counterattack has been stepped up, and the defense has been set up. Now, in the last part of this holy prayer, we will make this victory official and start the new season of blessings that has been planned for you since the beginning of time. It's over, the divine victory is complete, and the holy conquest is sealed. The spiritual warfare is over, and you have won in a supernatural way. We declare by the absolute and unshakable authority of heaven. The redeeming power of the cross has completely and irreversibly brought back to its source every negative spiritual projection, every ounce of evil spiritual force, and every demonic hindrance and assignment. It has neutralized and taken away all power. Your life, your home, your family, and your destiny are now fully under your spiritual dominion. Your celestial conquest and heavenly triumph are complete. There is a promise in 1 Corinthians 15:57 that says, "But thanks be to God, who gives us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ." You didn't have to work hard to get this victory. It was given to you. You are just receiving it today. You are standing in it. The divine control over the enemy is now a permanent part of your life. The spiritual boomerang effect is over and can no longer do its job. The divine mirror effect has done a great job. This is the end of the celestial return protocol. The plans the enemy made for you have completely disorganized and baffled their camp. What was meant to catch your feet has turned into a trap for the sender. Here is the divine justice of God the Almighty, and it's your reward. We now formally announce your life's total spiritual metamorphosis in every way. Our words bring divine life to your body. Total divine renovation is what we demand. You have now been told to align every cell, nerve, organ, and system in your body that was hurt or targeted by spiritual interference with the frequency of divine health. It's time for pain, sickness, and long-term conditions to go away. You will experience a complete spiritual regeneration in your body. From the top of your head to the bottom of your feet, you are whole. Your complete heavenly restoration starts now as we speak to your finances. That's right. The blockage is no longer there. Your provision was blocked by a spiritual wall, but it is no longer there. We bring you a complete divine restructuring of your finances. We let go of the flow of plenty, creative ideas, divine chances, promotions, and favors that come out of the blue. It is no longer the time of not having enough, being in debt, or barely getting by. The season of supernatural overflow, or having more than enough in your life, has begun. You will have a complete life renewal in your mind and in your relationships. The spiritual attacks that caused fights, splits, and loneliness are no longer there. We call for divine reconciliation where it's needed and your new connections that God has planned for you. We declare a complete and holy change in the way you think. That dark cloud of oppression is lifted by the bright light of His presence. It lifts the anxiety, fear, confusion, and depression. You're getting the mind of Christ, which is full of supernatural peace, divine clarity, and a strong sense of purpose. This is not just a vague hope. It is now your reality. This is what you'll see, feel, and walk in. This complete spiritual rebuilding is now showing up in ways that can't be denied. The everlasting divine shield is now finally established. This is your eternal defense from heaven. This is not a temporary covering that wears off or needs to be touched up every day. You are now permanently surrounded by an eternal spiritual barrier, a heavenly covering that will never fade. It is a perpetual sacred defense, a heavenly fortress that watches over you, your family, your money, and everything you own 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The promise in Psalm 121, 7-8 seals this. The Lord will protect you from all harm. He will keep your soul safe. The Lord will watch over your going out and coming in from now on and forevermore. This amazing divine protection is yours. It is a long-lasting spiritual safeguard that automatically finds, blocks, and sends back to its source any new attack or assignment before it can touch you. You are about to enter your divine future. Remember that this message does not end with you. People can use your breakthrough to get where they need to go. Through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community, you can help this mission. By doing so, you are sowing into the awakening, deliverance, and restoration of souls who are still trapped in darkness. This is not poetry when Jesus says, "Give, and heaven will open over you." Every seed you plant turns into oil for your destiny, fire for your calling, and safety for your family. Now is your time, my child. Have faith, and as you do, watch God multiply what you let go of. What a time! What a shift! Everything has changed. Before we go any further, I want you to take a step into this shift. Write, "The shift is real," in the comments to make it clear that you are no longer in your old season. Feel yourself crossing over into your new spiritual world as you type this. The old world of fights, resistance, and attacks is no longer real. Now is the time for spiritual freedom, long-lasting breakthrough, and God's favor. The blessings that change lives are coming in. You have won, you are free, and you are safe. Give this prayer to people who need a spiritual breakthrough as this divine protection flows through you. Your share can help break spiritual chains in someone else's life, just like God's power sends evil back to its source. Each share is like a key that lets another soul in need access divine protection. Last but not least, let us seal this powerful, life-changing prayer with a loud Amen. At the end of a prayer, this word is more than just a seal. This is divine confirmation for you. This is your agreement with heaven that everything that is being said here is already true in the spiritual world and is now showing up in the real world. Have faith, accept it, and walk in it. Amen. The weight that you feel suffocating you and the resistance that you can't see pressing down on your soul is real. It is not by chance, and you are not to blame. Your spirit knows it is under attack because you are here reading these words. Medications can't explain how deeply tired you are, how dreadful you feel every morning, and how you feel like you're swimming against a strong current are all signs of spiritual warfare. This is proof that there is unseen spiritual opposition working to stop your progress, take away your happiness, and stop your destiny. You felt it, right? That never-ending cycle of almost where success is always just out of reach. The sudden, mysterious fights that happen in your most stable relationships, and the money problems that seem to ruin every blessing before you can even hold it. This isn't life. It's spiritual damage. This is the work of evil spiritual forces, of negative spiritual projections sent from hearts that are angry, jealous, or envious. They want your peace, your light, and your potential. However, their job is over, and they no longer have any power as of today in this holy moment. In this prayer there is no wish. There is a divine declaration. It's an act of spiritual power, a claim of the power that God gave you. To face these demonic hindrances head-on, we are standing together. We are bringing the enemy's actions into the blinding light of divine truth, where they have been hidden. Our team finds the spiritual interference that has messed with your mind, made you doubt your worth, and told you that you are by yourself. You are not alone. Heaven is gathered with us, and the power we are calling on is stronger than any force that can be made against you. We see, name, and get rid of the enemy's spiritual assignments, the curses that are whispered, and the bad thoughts that are cast upon your family and future. In Psalm 91:4 it says, "He will cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart." This is a promise that we can't break. Feel that heavenly covering coming down on you right now. There is no weakness in this shield. It is a rampart, a divine fortress around your life, a holy spiritual wall that no darkness can get through. The truth that God will always be true is your supernatural defense, and today it's fully turned on. The sacred law of return has now begun, and this is when the spiritual boomerang effect starts to happen. This is the celestial return protocol. Any dark energy that tries to hurt you loses its power, misses its target, and is sent back to where it came from. The divine mirror effect is a spiritual principle that has been around for a very long time. We are not casting our own bad energy when we do this holy act. We are just returning what is not ours. We're making our spiritual space clean. It's a statement that our lives, homes, and minds are not places where the enemy can do spiritual damage. We command that every negative spiritual projection, every arrow of jealousy, every assignment of failure, and every chain of limitation leave your spirit, soul, and body. This is what the Most High God has given us power to do. Right now, we tell this spiritual interference to leave your health, your relationships, your finances, and your peace of mind. Take a moment to click the like button as we start this powerful act of sending every mean message back to its sender. Your like helps break down spiritual barriers and sends this prayer to others who are going through similar struggles, extending this divine protection to more souls in need, just as we are declaring spiritual reversal. The divine reversion principle is not just a theory, it is a spiritual law. In Proverbs 26:27 it says, "He who digs a pit will fall into it, and he who rolls a stone will have it roll back on them." Today we are carrying out this divine judgment. Every hole someone dug to catch you will now turn into a trap for them. Every stone that was thrown in your way will now come back and hit the person who threw it. In the name of divine justice, we declare that this sending back from beyond is happening exactly as planned. This is how the spiritual reflection principle works in real life. All demonic hindrances are hereby completely removed. We say that a spirit of lack has been returned and a spirit of abundance has been let out. We say that where there was a spirit of sickness, it has been returned and divine health has been released. We say that the spirit of confusion and worry has been returned and that the peace of God, which is beyond our understanding, has been released. A complete spiritual breakthrough is happening because of this return to sender prayer. We are now putting in place the first layers of God's protective embrace. Picture a bright circle of holy light forming around you, a sacred covering made from the very light of heaven. This is the celestial shield. It is an unnatural defense system that can't be broken through. Feel how warm and strong it is. This heavenly covering is being put over your mind, which will shut down the voices of doubt and fear. It is being put on your heart to heal the wounds of past spiritual attacks and give you strength. An angelic perimeter is being established around your house, preventing any evil spiritual forces from entering. Stone by stone, promise by promise, this divine fortress around your life is being built. This is not just a short-term fix. It is the creation of a new holy spiritual boundary. You are being sealed, guarded, and kept safe. The spiritual enemy that you haven't seen but has been working against you is now up against heaven's wall of defense. It can't go through it, over it, or under it. Your fate has been the target of spiritual warfare, but it is now over. Right now is just the start of your freedom. The reversal has begun, the process has begun, and safety measures are in place. Get your heart ready, because this power is about to get stronger. We are now moving into a more profound part of this spiritual work. There are now strong protections in place, and the spiritual amplification can begin. Things that were moving are now moving faster. We are using our enhanced heavenly authority to divinely destroy every stronghold that has been blocking your progress. This is the spiritual force rising up against the kingdom of darkness. In this moment of stronger divine intervention, we declare that every demonic obstacle that has stubbornly held on, and every generational curse that has caused cycles of pain and failure, is broken for good. We are not asking in a gentle way. This is a spiritual demolition. The enemy has taken some land, but we are getting it back. There is spiritual interference in your bloodline that leads to poverty, sickness, and addiction. We say, it stops here. It stops now. The prayer's heightened anointing is flowing through the screen and into your home and into your very being. breaking every chain in a supernatural way. We believe this is your divine intervention. The Bible says in 2 Corinthians 10:4, "The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. They have divine power to demolish strongholds." This is what we believe. These weapons are being used right now. We order the stronghold of financial insecurity's spiritual demolition. We ask that the divine take down the stronghold of chronic illness. We command that the strongholds of fear, anxiety, and depression be broken through supernatural means. We command the heavenly breakthrough over the stronghold of being rejected and having problems in relationships. With the power of the Most High, every spiritual wall, invisible barrier, and demonic resistance that is stopping your progress is being broken down. We have been praying for this kind of fast spiritual growth. Now is the time when the holy fire of God completely burns away the spiritual harm that has been hurting you. This judgment is being carried out by the stronger celestial power that surrounds us. This is a spiritual victory and step forward for you. Divine obstacle elimination is now in our command. Read Isaiah 45:2 again. It says, "I will go before you and level the mountains. I will break down gates of bronze and cut through bars of iron." Feel that promise coming true. Every debt mountain, every opposition mountain, and every mountain of impossibility is being taken down. Those chances that were blocked by bronze gates are now being opened. The bars of iron, those problems that won't go away, are being cut. God Himself goes ahead of you to clear the way. This is the sacred boundary breaking. The divine hindrance has been completely removed. The spiritual wall has been completely destroyed. A highway has been built where there used to be a street block. There used to be a locked door, but now there is a gate that is wide open. This supernatural collapse of the barricade is letting your breakthrough, promotion, healing, and peace come through. This is a powerful and complete work of divine intervention. Now we're making the protection stronger. Now, the sacred spiritual barrier that was set up at the start is being strengthened, layered, and sealed. The size of this celestial shield is rising, not just around you, but also around your family, your spouse, your kids, and everyone else in your home. We cover your finances with the heavenly covering and say that no spiritual thief can get to your provision. Our divine fortress is built around your health, telling any illness or illness that has no place in your body that it is the temple of God. A sanctuary of peace is made around your mind, your emotions, and your will by setting up an angelic perimeter. This supernatural defense system works, is smart, and lasts forever. It is God's protective embrace, a sacred covering that cannot be penetrated by darkness. Please type Amen in the comments to seal this protection around you and your loved ones as it gets stronger. Your statement of faith strengthens these spiritual walls, making it impossible for any attacks or bad energies to get through them in the future. This wall of protection in heaven is now in place. This divine mirror effect will not only block any future attack, arrow, or curse that is sent at you, it will also reflect and return to the person who sent it right away. The spiritual reflection principle is now a permanent part of your life. And now that this spiritual demolition is over, we can see the first signs of something new. Victory is getting closer. Things are changing in the unseen world even as you listen. You're about to get that phone call you've been waiting for. The healing you've been praying for is starting to come true. That feeling of confusion is going away, and in its place is a divine clarity. These are the good things that are happening, the sacred conquest revealing itself in this way. In the next few hours and days, the breakthrough evidence will start to come out. The divine results are starting to show up. Things that were standing still are starting to move. Things that were broken are starting to get better. This spiritual victory is not a hope for the future. It is happening right now. You won't be able to deny the supernatural success that comes into your life. This victory in heaven is growing, and we're getting ready for the last part of this prayer, which is the full start of your new winning season. The fight is over. There is no more sacred conquest. We declare with all the power of heaven that your victory is certain. No more spiritual interference or demonic interference can happen, because everything has been completely destroyed. The supernatural victory is complete. The divine reversion principle has completed its task. All negative spiritual projections, ill will, and plans for spiritual sabotage have been sent back to where they came from, multiplied and bound by the sacred law of return. This is your heavenly triumph, which is backed up by the strength of the one who fights for you rather than by your own. We celebrate this victory in heaven, this divine control over the forces that wanted to destroy you. Take this truth to heart. The job is done. Romans 8:37 says, "No, in all these things, we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." You are not only a survivor, you are a conqueror. You are now permanently under this spiritual dominion. The complete divine renovation of your life is now declared. Your entire spiritual metamorphosis has occurred here. Where there used to be darkness, there is now light everywhere. We pray for complete life renewal over your body. Every cell in your body will experience a complete spiritual regeneration, we declare. Every sign, pain, and diagnosis that was linked to a spiritual attack has now been thrown out and reversed. We ask for a complete heavenly restoration of your strength, vitality, and energy. We're talking about a complete divine restructuring of your money. There are no longer any spiritual obstacles in your way to wealth. We tell the abundance that had been held back to come out. There is an absolute celestial renewal going on in your mind, we say. The fog of doubt is gone. The stress and fear are no longer there. Your mind is being refreshed with divine plans and ideas. It is becoming sharp, clear, and calm. This is a complete and holy change for your whole being. We speak this whole spiritual rebuilding into the relationships you have. Every bad connection that the enemy set up to drain you and keep you from focusing is now broken. We ask for divine appointments and relationships that are meant to help you grow, follow your destiny, and be happy in your life. We declare a full divine reconstruction of your home, turning every area of stress into a safe haven of peace. This change from divine to human is not just a spiritual idea. It is a real thing that is happening right now. You will be able to tell this total divine renovation has happened in your bank account, your body, and the way you interact with other people every day. It's a big step forward for you. This is proof of your supernatural victory. This is your complete spiritual freedom, and you can't take it back. As this awakening grows inside you, know that helping with this mission is not a joke. It is a sign from God. You can support this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community. By doing so, you become part of Jesus' plan to save souls who are still stuck in fog. Every seed turns into light that fights against darkness. If you water others, you will be watered yourself, Jesus says. This is not history. It is a living promise about your future. Come into this moment with faith and a plan. What God has already planned for your life can be unlocked through your giving. Don't just listen. Agree with the Spirit right now. Type Amen in the comments to make sure you are free for good. Keep that one word as a sign from God that your breakthrough can't be undone. The old season is over. It's now time for something new. We are now putting in place permanent protection for you. This is not a short-term good thing. An everlasting divine shield protects you. This is an eternal spiritual barrier that won't wear out, break, or stop working. In a perpetual sacred defense, we are securing you. You are now living in this permanent fortress in the sky. It is a divine protection that never ends and is active, automatic, and all-powerful. As it says in Psalm 121, 7-8, the Lord will protect you from all harm and keep an eye on your life. You can be sure of this. The Lord will watch over your coming and going from now on. Your every move is being watched by this eternal spiritual safeguard. This sacred covering that never ends is on you when you sleep and when you wake up. You are protected from any future attacks by the enemy by this perpetual divine shield. Any new attack will be blocked and sent back right away, and you won't even be aware of it. Your permanent defense in heaven is now set up. Right now, subscribe to this channel to make sure you stay in line with this spiritual covering. This will put your life in line with what God's prophets say about it. Staying connected to the Word will strengthen your protection, sharpen your discernment, and keep you moving in perfect harmony with God's plan. I want you to use your own voice to activate this protection. Write, "I am divinely protected" in the comments as a clear, firm statement. Picture a holy shield securing over your life, your family, and your future as you type it. This is the best part of being spiritually free. Now is the time when your life will never be the same again. You have won every spiritual battle. The divine change is taking place. The protection that lasts forever is sealed. Your life now shows that God has the power to fix things that can't be fixed and give back what was taken. There is a new blessing, anointing, and authority over you as you walk. The chains are broken. The darkness is gone. Now is the start of your new life. Give this prayer to people who need a spiritual breakthrough as this divine protection flows through you. Your share can help break spiritual chains in someone else's life, just like God's power sends evil back to its source. Each share is like a key that lets another soul in need access divine protection. Now take a deep breath and receive this whole work. You don't just listen to this prayer. It is time to end this spiritual transaction. Everything that was said has been set in stone in heaven and is now coming true on earth. Moving forward from here, be sure of your sacred spiritual success. Feel the peace of your eternal heavenly covering and be happy about your long-lasting breakthrough. You can keep this blessing that will change your life. From the very beginning to the very end of this prayer, seal it with the strongest act of faith. Let's seal your healing, your breakthrough, your protection, and your full spiritual victory right now. Amen. Now the time of silent suffering and fighting an unseen spiritual enemy that has gotten in the way of your progress is finally coming to an end. Those heavy feelings you have, the ones that whisper defeat in the quiet moments, the cycles of almost breakthroughs that suddenly fall apart, and the exhaustion that medicine and rest can't fix. They're not just in your head. They are clear signs that dark energies are trying to ruin your life. They are spiritual interference meant to keep you stuck and broken. The sacred turning point is right here, right now. This isn't just another prayer. This is a divine declaration of war against all the forces that have been against you. Now is the time to turn on heaven's defense wall and start supernaturally sending back every arrow meant to hurt you. You felt it, right? That sneaky but constant spiritual attack. It shows up as mental confusion, sudden trouble in a normally calm home, or a drain on your finances that doesn't make sense. These are the marks that the enemy has left on your spirit from other people's envy, careless words spoken over you, or even family patterns you didn't know about. The enemy is very good at hiding, and he can use situations and even people close to you as a channel for his negative spiritual projections. But God's word shows us what he is up to and gives us power over it. The wicked draw the sword and bend the bow to bring down the poor and needy and to kill those whose ways are right, says Psalm 37:14. But their swords will pierce their own hearts, and their bows will break. Not only is this written in the Bible, it is also a spiritual law and an example of the divine mirror effect. And today, you are no longer the target. You are the one who enforces this divine principle. We're entering a spiritual authority realm where the rules have changed and where your own power is much stronger than any power that tries to hurt you. No longer can we accept things without question. The time of persistent demonic hindrances is over. Now starts the active, conscious, and powerful spiritual redirection of all the bad things that were sent your way. I command a divine reversal mechanism to work over your life by the power that comes from the name that is above all names. I am now arresting every evil spiritual force and every invisible spiritual resistance that has been standing in the way of your destiny, your peace, and your progress. Your job is over. You no longer have any power, and you can't have any influence. All the chains you made are now broken. You can no longer whisper any lies. Now that the celestial return protocol is on, you are being sent back to the void from which you came. You are not being asked to do this. It is a holy command backed by the whole power and might of heaven. Today, we are creating a new spiritual reality for you and your family. Take a moment to click the like button as we begin this powerful act of sending every mean message back to its author. Your like helps break down spiritual barriers and sends this prayer to others who are going through similar struggles, extending this divine protection to more souls in need, just as we are declaring spiritual reversal. There is now a spiritual boomerang effect going on. Let every prediction of failure go back to where it came from to show how useless they are. Let every rumor of sickness bounce back to the person who sent it, so your body is whole and healthy. Let every arrow of lack of money be redirected so that your stores are filled to the brim with blessings. This is not just a defense, it's a declaration. Our goal is not just to stay alive, we want to take back power. God said in Genesis 50:20 that what the enemy meant to do harm, God will do for your good. That divine turnaround is happening right now, and it will affect your health, your money, your relationships, and your peace of mind. So, we start to build the first layer of your heavenly covering. It will be a holy spiritual wall that dark energy can't get through. Imagine a wall of pure, liquid, golden light coming down from the sky and surrounding your life like a divine fortress. This isn't a short-term fix. It's the start of a long-term supernatural defense system. This golden light is sealing up all the holes and cracks that the enemy used to get into your life. It covers your mind and makes you feel calm and clear. It wraps around your heart and heals all the hurts from fear and betrayal. It surrounds your home and makes it a holy place where only God's presence can live. You are marked as God's own by this sacred covering, which is His protective embrace. The work we've begun here is just the start. As we get ready to step up this divine intervention, feel the spiritual atmosphere around you change. In the next part of this prayer, a greater level of freedom and restoration will be unlocked. Now we're going into a deeper level of spiritual warfare, a level of spiritual amplification where we're not just pushing the enemy away. We're taking down his whole plan to hurt you. The basic work has been done, and the divine fortress has been built. Now we can start destroying all of the enemy's strongholds. You are now under more divine authority than ever before, and the grace of defense turns into the power of offense. With the increased anointing and faster spiritual momentum, we command that every curse, hex, and dark spell that has ever been said against your name, your family, or your future be broken by God. Through this prayer, the power that raised Christ from the dead is now going after the source of these attacks. We are not just cutting back the leaves of your problems. We are pulling out their poisonous roots for good. The God who has never lost a battle, the Lord of hosts, is ahead of you. The weapons we use have divine power to demolish strongholds, as stated in 2 Corinthians 10:4. Now, we're going to use this divine power to break down the spiritual walls in your life. That curse of poverty that has been passed down through your bloodline for decades has been broken, and its assignment is no longer in effect. We command that the spirit of sickness that has been attacking your health be broken supernaturally. We decree that the spiritual resistance that you can't see, that has been stopping your marriage or your search for a good partner, will be lifted. Every demon that was holding back your career, your finances, or the health and safety of your children is now being removed by a celestial barrier. In the powerful name of Jesus, we command every spiritual wall to fall and every divine obstacle to disappear. The sacred law of return is now being enforced as strongly as possible. Now, we're going to strengthen and expand your sacred covering, giving it even more layers so it can't be broken into. We order that an angelic perimeter be set up around your home, your car, and your place of business. Having guardian angels watch over every door and window in your home will keep anything evil from coming in. We now erect a holy spiritual boundary around your mind and expel all of your anxious thoughts, fears, and depressing lies. Your mind will be a safe place where peace, clarity, and divine wisdom can dwell. We put a supernatural defense system around your money to keep the devourer out and order the sevenfold return of everything that was stolen. We cover your children, your spouse, and everyone else in your family with this heavenly covering. No spiritual harm can reach them because they are marked for divine protection. The Lord is the best person to protect you, be strong, and save you. You are about to enter your divine future. Remember that this message does not end with you. People can use your breakthrough to get where they need to go. Through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our coffee community, you can help this mission. By doing so, you are sowing into the awakening, deliverance, and restoration of souls who are still trapped in darkness. This is not poetry when Jesus says, "Give, and heaven will open over you." Every seed you plant turns into oil for your destiny, fire for your calling, and safety for your family. Now is your time, my child. Have faith, and as you do, watch God multiply what you let go of. Please type Amen in the comments to seal this protection around you and your loved ones as it gets stronger. Your statement of faith strengthens these spiritual walls, making it impossible for any attacks or bad energies to get through them in the future. The first fruits of the process of divine reversion are now coming in. The breakthrough evidence is starting to come out. The phone call you've been waiting for, the money that comes through the blue, and the sudden peace in a relationship that was once very tense are not coincidences. They are the first signs that you are about to win. The spiritual victory we're claiming is now showing up in the real world. Feel the weight lifting off your shoulders and the hope coming back into your heart. This is proof that the spiritual boomerang effect has been fully realized. The arrows of anger, jealousy, and negativity have been sent back to where they came from. What was meant to hurt you is now being used by God to help you. You are seeing an unnatural success happen right in front of your eyes. Not only are the chains of the past broken, they are completely gone. According to Isaiah 45:2, God said, "I will go before you and level the mountains. I will break down gates of bronze and cut through bars of iron." The paths that were blocked are now being cleared and made straight. You are now in the season of divine intervention, when good things will happen. There is a sense of possibility in the air, and victory can be smelled. A divine victory is being won here, a sacred conquest revealing itself moment by moment. Hold on to this sense of strength and peace, because this is just a taste of what's to come. Complete healing. We are almost done with this prayer. Get ready to make this victory last forever and start a new part of your life that will be defined by your victories instead of your battles. The judge has made his decision. The case is over, and God has won completely and forever. The holy conquest is complete, and the spiritual warfare against you has been declared to be over in the highest courts of heaven. Every evil spell, ancestral curse, and demonic assignment has been judged, found guilty, and by the sacred law of return sent back to where it came from for good. This is your moment of celestial victory, a supernatural triumph that changes everything from now on. You now have full spiritual dominion because the cross's work was finished. Romans 8:37 says, "In all these things, we are more than conquerors because He loved us." You didn't just make it through a spiritual battle, you won it. Right now, you're standing at the end of a battle that was already won for you. Spiritual sabotage by the enemy has been turned into ashes, and God is now using those ashes to make a masterpiece of restoration in your life. Now is the time for your full divine reconstruction. Keep an eye out as your life undergoes a complete spiritual metamorphosis. Our prayer is for a complete spiritual regeneration in your body. The healing light of God is now flooding every cell, tissue, and organ that was hurt by spirits of sickness. You are no longer in pain. Your strength is returning, and you are now permanently blessed with divine health. It's time for a complete celestial renewal in your finances. The spiritual dry spell is over, and now heaven's provision is pouring out over you. Now that the obstacles are gone, ideas and chances will come to you easily, and an amazing flow of wealth will become your normal. Every attack on money is being turned around into a blessing of more money. Now that the Almighty has blessed your wallet, bank account, and investments, they are holy ground. Let us speak a full, heavenly restoration into your relationships. Every link that was broken by spiritual interference is now being fixed by the one who builds relationships. Every friendship that was broken by misunderstanding is now being fixed by the one who builds relationships. Your kids are safe, your marriage is safe, and your home will now be filled with a spirit of unity, forgiveness, and unconditional love. You are going through a complete divine restructuring of your mind. The cloud of confusion is lifting, the chains of worry are breaking, and the spirit of fear is being kicked out of its home. You are getting the mind of Christ, which is peaceful, clear, full of purpose, and rooted in faith that can't be shaken. This is not a promise for the future. It is true right now. This is a complete renewal of your life, a holy change that everyone will be able to see. There is a permanent defense from heaven that makes this victory certain. We are occupying the territory and setting up an everlasting divine shield in addition to clearing the battlefield. A perpetual sacred defense that is now automated to keep you safe is this eternal spiritual barrier. As of right now, any new negative spiritual projection or enemy assignment sent your way will be instantly and automatically turned off and sent back to the person who sent it, without you having to do anything. Psalm 91:10 says, "No harm will come near your tent. No disaster will find you." This sacred covering that will never end is your new reality. You live, move, and breathe inside a celestial fortress, a perpetual divine shield that keeps the forces of darkness from touching you. Give this prayer to people who need a spiritual breakthrough as this divine protection flows through you. Your share can help break spiritual chains in someone else's life. Just like God's power sends evil back to its source, each share is like a key that lets another soul in need access divine protection. Your spiritual breakthrough has come to a head with this. What was broken is now whole again. What was stolen is being added back, and what was blocked can now flow freely. The sky is clear above you. The war is over, and now there is peace, wealth, and a sense of purpose. Feel thankful, because the King of Kings fought for you and won the battle that will last forever. This last word should be the spiritual seal on everything that has been said. Now, before we end, please share this prophetic word with someone who needs spiritual freedom. By doing so, you are spreading this anointing beyond your own life, making the breakthrough bigger, and helping God's deliverance and favor reach everyone in your network. Let it resound in the sky and shake the earth to its core. Your new reality is set in stone by the power of the risen King. Accept it, believe it, and walk in it now. Amen. And before you leave this holy place, let your faith do something simple but powerful. As an act of prophetic agreement, click the like button to start the flow of God's favor into your life. Not only does your like show that you're interested, it's also a spiritual sign that you are ready for this grace, this breakthrough, and this new season of divine increase. Before we get to the end of this powerful story, let's take a moment to reflect on this deep truth. You did not find this message by accident. This is not a stroke of luck. It is a direct message from Archangel Michael to you. He's extending his hand and inviting you into a protected, high-vibrational community where divine abundance is not just a hope, but a promise. This sacred principle is very simple, but it can change your whole life. If you follow it, You won't just receive blessings, they will be multiplied and flow into every part of your life. By accepting this invitation right now, you are unlocking immediate, early access to powerful content and divine insights that are hidden from the general world. Now is your chance to enter a sacred space where you will receive spiritual guidance, unwavering support, and speedy progress toward your destiny. Do not let this sacred moment of destiny pass you by. Your breakthrough is waiting. Join Archangel Michael's inner circle immediately through the exclusive link in the description. This is how you guarantee you never miss the direct, personalized messages that are specifically meant to elevate and empower your life. If you desire to deepen your connection, the link is waiting for you in both the pinned comment and the description. And for those who feel called to amplify this work, a link to purchase the guided ebook is available, which is completely optional, but your presence, attention, and energy already mean the world. Take the step. Your abundance awaits. God says, your miracle has finally arrived, but your angel is not allowing you to skip this message at any cost. If you skip this, you will cry all night. My treasured one, something in the atmosphere around you has shifted. Even if you can't feel it, heaven has already heard your name today. An unusually close Archangel Michael holds a message for you that you should not miss. This isn't a funny moment. This is not just another video. Today is a divine interruption in your timeline because it brings you a warning, a revelation, and a miracle all at the same time. It's not okay for you to walk past heaven. Something that you have been praying for, crying for, and longing for in silence has finally come to you. But now comes the part your spirit didn't see coming. Your miracle has arrived, but your guardian angel is stopping you from skipping this message. Why? Because if you miss what is being revealed right now, you won't have the clarity you need in the coming days. And the weight of that confusion will make you cry for no reason. When light is being given, Archangel Michael doesn't let you trip in the dark. Pay close attention. A small window for divine intervention is occasionally made available by heaven. One of those days is today. A spiritual gate is opening, but not everyone can get through. But you, child of light, were picked to hear this before your life changes. There is a strong force aligning itself around your home, your relationships, your money, and even your inner battles. It's easy to understand. Your miracle is right outside your door, but you have to know what it is before you get it. You might think you scrolled by accident, but no. Your angel stopped you from moving. The spiritual events going on around you are too important to ignore, so Archangel Michael stood between you and the next video. Imagine getting a letter from heaven that says your name in divine ink. That's what this moment is. Also, if you skip this, you won't get the revelation that keeps the miracle that was given to you safe. No one would punish you for the tears you'll shed tonight. They would hurt like a soul that almost got everything but missed the last instruction. This is what I want to say. There has been a spiritual battle going on all around you. There were times when you felt heavy in the mornings, in your dreams, during your sleep, and during sudden waves of anxiety. That was not a coincidence. For something that is yours, Archangel Michael has been fighting, something the enemy tried to take before today even came around. But now is the time when the battle will change. Your miracle has made it through the tough spots, but now comes the part that heaven wants you to understand. A miracle that isn't aware can be abused, mishandled, or misunderstood. Your angel is also making sure that you don't go into this blessing without knowing what to expect. It's been on your mind. When will my breakthrough come? You asked in a whisper. Why is it taking so long? But what you didn't see was everything that was coming up against it. There have been spirits of delay, confusion, distraction, and emotional sabotage blocking your path. But Archangel Michael has been getting rid of them. He was watching over your destiny every time you felt like giving up or almost broke. The miracle has arrived, according to heaven now. You must not miss the message that keeps it safe, though. That's why you feel like you need to keep listening. This is why your spirit feels alert and almost awake all of a sudden. Because you know deep down that this message is not fun. God doesn't waste time, and this is divine timing. Today is a big day that will change your life for the next 40 days. How easily your miracle comes to you will depend on what you do with this revelation. Come here, and let me talk to your spirit. Your destiny now has a link to someone who will be shown. A secret will be brought to light. A door that was stuck will suddenly open, and the weight you've been carrying all by yourself will finally fall off. Archangel Michael is clearing the energy around your home, revealing some people's intentions, and urgently bringing your name before God's throne. You're not just watching this by chance. You are getting ready. Here's one more thing you need to hear before this message ends. You won't be getting this miracle. It's coming from you. Things are going to change in your story. Your book is about to change. And as you finally understand why the waiting was necessary, the tears you have been crying will soon be replaced with tears of release. The following revelation will rock your world. So hold on tight. You are about to enter your divine future. Remember that this message does not end with you. People can use your breakthrough to get where they need to go. Through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our coffee community, you can help this mission. By doing so, you are sowing into the awakening, deliverance, and restoration of souls who are still trapped in darkness. This is not poetry when Jesus says, "Give, and heaven will open over you." Every seed you plant turns into oil for your destiny, fire for your calling, and safety for your family. Now is your time, my child. Have faith, and as you do, watch God multiply what you let go of. Before we go any further with this revelation, I want you to make a simple but powerful declaration that will wake up your spirit. As your agreement with heaven, write Amen in the comments below. You must choose to align your voice with what God is saying over your life. This should not be an afterthought. You're not just leaving a comment when you type it. This moment is being sealed in the spiritual world by you. You're agreeing with the change that's coming. You're telling heaven it's okay to do something for you. Write it down right now and feel your spirit rise in agreement. This moment is not like any other. You will be grateful that you stayed because it is prophetic. Type, "If this is calling to your spirit, please let me know in the comments." The release of blessing code 144 has occurred. There is movement in the unseen realm, my radiant soul. The veil starts to lift even more as you keep listening. Archangel Michael is still with you. In fact, he's gotten even closer. His wings cover your atmosphere like a shield because what you are about to hear needs to be safe, clear, and spiritually stable. Not like the days before. Today has a different vibration, frequency, or divine pulse. It's not just a date on the calendar, a checkpoint in your destiny. It is a spiritual marker, and heaven is making sure you fully understand it before you enter it. You may have recently seen small signs, times when you thought someone was watching you, when all of a sudden, even though things were crazy, you felt calm. At times, your gut felt stronger than your thoughts. There was no chance in these feelings. These were signs or confirmations that Archangel Michael was getting your spirit ready for this revelation. Your miracle didn't just happen. It has been creeping up on you little by little, guided by divine orchestration, shielded from interference, and timed just right, so that it comes at just the right time for you spiritually. But you need to know something very important. Every miracle comes with a set of instructions. Your guardian angel won't let you miss this one. You are about to move into a new phase where clarity will help you. You walked around for a long time with blurry vision. There were a lot of distractions. There were a lot of delays. The emotional storms didn't go away. You didn't know this, though. These were not signs of failure. These were the enemy's last attempts to wear you down before the breakthrough. So here you are, still standing, still listening, and still giving in to the pull of heaven. This alone shows that your miracle will happen. Are you ready to see what's really going on? That's what Archangel Michael wants you to do. Even though you felt alone, you were never really alone. You felt like no one remembered you, but your name has been heard in spiritual places, where battles are won before they show up in the real world. Every time you cried at night, every time you felt weak, and every time you begged God for help, that made the angelic protection around you stronger. You have no idea how many attacks that you couldn't see were stopped for you. And now heaven is showing you why you had to go through so much preparation. Someone, something, or a pattern in your life is about to be shown to you, not to hurt you, but to keep you safe. Today pulls back the curtain on something that was meant to stay hidden from you. Your guardian angel has been watching over your heart, because months ago, the truth you are about to see could have broken you. But now you're strong enough. You are now spiritually grown up enough. You are now aligned with heaven enough to handle the revelation without having to pass out. This unveiling has everything to do with your miracle. You didn't have to wait because God forgot about you. There was a delay because the truth had to come out first. When given in the wrong setting, a blessing turns into a burden. In order for your miracle to land safely in your hands, Archangel Michael has been clearing the atmosphere around your life. Watch out in the next few hours. Watch out in the next few days. You will notice changes in how people talk to each other and act, as well as new information and even realizations inside yourself that you didn't see before. These are not just random events. These things are confirmations. You will no longer feel right about something you used to accept. Someone you used to trust will seem far away. A place you used to enjoy will no longer be peaceful. And something you thought was your destiny will suddenly no longer hold a place in your heart. We call this alignment. All of this is preparation. Everything around you is moving around because of your miracle. You might be wondering why your guardian angel wants you to hear this. What's the matter with Archangel Michael? Why does heaven feel the need to send this message right now? Because miracles come in silence and instructions boom. Your miracle has already arrived, but your preparation must be on par with it. Imagine being at the door when your blessing knocks, but you are not paying attention because you are busy, stressed, or distracted. The miracle would be heard, but the door would not be opened. This message from heaven tells you to turn your head toward the sound of the knock, so you don't miss what's yours. You are also going through a healing process. Old hurts are becoming less tight. There are fewer old fears now. Cracks are appearing in old emotional cages. The tears you shed during the last season brought new life to the story. The broken parts of your story don't belong in today, so God won't let you go into it. That person that drains you emotionally, spiritually, or mentally has been kept away from you by Archangel Michael. There is room for your miracle, and heaven is making it happen. Your spirit is moving into alignment with divine timing as you listen right now. You might get chills, have moments of resonance, or suddenly understand how you feel. Do not ignore how you feel. These things are confirmations. You are safe because your guardian angel is with you and leads you step by step to where your miracle is waiting. Do not move, because the next event will cut deeper into your spirit. As this awakening grows inside you, know that helping with this mission is not a joke. It is a sign from God. You can support this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community. By doing so, you become part of Jesus' plan to save souls who are still stuck in fog. Every seed turns into light that fights against darkness. If you water others, you will be watered yourself, Jesus says. This is not history. It is a living promise about your future. Come into this moment with faith and a plan. What God has already planned for your life can be unlocked through your giving. Please stop for a moment and let this truth sink into your heart. There is a place in your heart that has been waiting to be awakened by these words. If you feel like something is shifting inside you, I want you to make a declaration. Write these words in the comments section below. I receive this clarity. It should be more than just words on a screen. It should be a statement that your heart is open, your spirit is open, and your miracle is welcome to come true. Know that heaven hears every voice that rises in agreement as you type it. Write it down right now and seal the deal. Now you'll know why today isn't like any other day, and why heaven is calling your name so sharply right now. Stop for a moment and let these words sink in before you move on. Your heart should be open for what's coming next, because it's even more powerful. The next message will get you ready for when things change. Wait a minute. What's coming will make you feel shook up. If this makes you feel something, type "I walk with light" in the comments. The release of blessing code 229 has occurred. Along this holy path, my chosen heart, I want you to feel the change that is happening around you. In the supernatural world, something is moving with a force that can't be stopped. Archangel Michael stands in front of you with a sword of light that cuts through all the confusion that was blocking your view. This is the next step in the revelation for today. Not only is this a prophetic moment, it's also mine. You were called to this message because your destiny needs clarity before your miracle can happen in full. There's no chance behind how you feel right now. It's the alignment of your spirit coming closer to you. There's a good reason you haven't clicked away yet. Your guardian angel stood in front of your spirit and told it, "Do not leave this message." Why is it so intense? What's the rush? The breakthrough that is coming into your life is not a small one. It's not like that. It's not seasonal, generational issues. And heaven won't let you walk by something that has that much weight on it without understanding the lesson that comes with it. When you enter a new blessing, God doesn't want you to bring old wounds, old attachments, or old lies with you. Today is the awakening moment when the truth starts to shake loose everything that has been stuck in your spirit for too long. Something significant is being revealed by Archangel Michael. Lack of faith did not cause your miracle to take longer than planned. Due to misalignment in your environment, it took longer than expected. Someone wasn't who they said they were when they were around you. Something you relied on wasn't as stable as you thought it was. The next part of your life wasn't meant to be in a place you trusted. Your guardian angel has been quietly changing your path by getting rid of people who would try to stop your blessing, cutting ties that would break under the weight of your calling, and lowering the volume of voices that were never meant to help you. You may have felt lost, confused, or suddenly far away from some people. But this was actually divine protection that looked like being apart. You are being raised up into a time when discernment will be your crown. The fog is going away. Your doubt is starting to go away, and your spirit is about to see something clearly that you couldn't see before. Today is not coming in softly. It's coming at you like a trumpet, shaking your spiritual atmosphere and telling you that nothing false should stay in your life. That's why your guardian angel told you not to skip this message. If you don't follow the instructions, you might enter your miracle with the wrong people, the wrong expectations, or the wrong emotional state. This could lead to unneeded heartbreak, the kind that breaks you at night when no one is around. But heaven won't let you cry tears that can be stopped. Archangel Michael is making your path more clear than clear as glass, so you can receive this miracle in all its glory, free from any past problems. Pay close attention now. Someone in your life has been taking away your energy without you knowing. Their part in your destiny was over, but your heart didn't know it. Today, they will show what they really want to do with an action, a word, or a sudden change. Do not be afraid of this lifting of the veil. It's not meant to break your spirit. It's meant to set you free. There is space for your blessing to grow, and God is making that room by showing you what doesn't belong near your calling anymore. It will make you feel lighter after this revelation. It will feel better to think. The weight that didn't belong to you will finally fall off, making you emotionally stronger again. Something else is becoming clear. You've been afraid to go down a certain path. You have put off making a choice, a calling you didn't think you were worthy of. But heaven is confirming after confirmation that the change you're afraid of is actually the way to your miracle. Today will give you the courage you've been without. In the quiet, Archangel Michael has been building up your courage by strengthening your inner voice, sharpening your intuition, and waking up your spiritual authority. You are being taught how to confidently walk into the next part of your life, not with doubt or hesitation. You might feel sudden waves of emotion, clear moments, or a weird feeling in your chest as the truth comes out for you. This is the timing of your spirit matching up with heaven's. This is your guardian angel taking away the last bit of fear so that you can hold on to your miracle. You're about to walk into a divine appointment, and heaven is making sure nothing gets in the way. Take a moment to breathe before reading on. Let your spirit rest in the knowledge that big things are coming together for you. Even more intense things are about to happen, and you will need your heart to be fully open for the revelation. Please know that every seed you plant in this mission will grow into a torch that shines in someone else's darkness. Giving to this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community, does not go to a channel. Your actions are supporting a divine mission to save lost souls. Heaven moves through willing voices, but it grows through hearts that are kind. This is what I say over you now. Each gift you give is like a stream of living water that flows into the life of someone who needs healing. Give, and it will be given to you, is not just a verse for Jesus. It is a living promise that shapes your future. Allow me to invite you now with a simple act of faith. Come into this moment with purpose, with honesty, and with hope. The money you give today is not a donation. The act of spiritual obedience that lets your heavens open is what opens them. Let go of your seed and see what God brings back into your life. Your voice is important in the spiritual world right now. You need to take a deep breath and press your fingers on the keyboard. What you type now is important. Write Amen one more time in the comment section below. But this time, let it come from even more. What sound does your spirit make when it breaks through all of your doubts, fears, and hesitations? This is not a repeat. This is called reinforcement. It's not enough for you to agree with the message. You're in sync with your own awakening. Type it now and feel the change as heaven responds to your declaration. Your understanding of everything going on around you will be shaken by the next veil being lifted. Trust this moment. Right where you are is where you should be, to make sure you don't miss another divine warning when heaven opens the next gate. Don't forget to like this message. Share it with someone who needs clarity. Comment with your confirmation. Hype up this video with your energy and subscribe. This message gets out to more people because of your participation. If someone hears it, it could be their miracle. Feel free to write, "I am ready for revelation," in the comments. The blessing code 331 is now being used. Today is the day of your miracle, and this mission is the day of light for many souls who are waiting for a word that will lift them out of darkness. When you give to this work, you're not giving to a channel. People who really need God's voice in their lives are finding spiritual doors through you. Heaven says it's like planting seeds in rich soil, where each offering turns into a river of revelation that leads to a breakthrough for someone. The scripture verse, "Give and it will be given to you," becomes a living promise that is spoken directly over your life. With my own voice, I'm asking you to join this mission so we can keep sending messages that save hearts that are about to give up. A prophetic act, a declaration that you choose to stand with God's work in this season, is your support through super thanks, membership, or the PayPal link in the description. People who plant will have doors open at strange times. If you spread its message, heaven will reward you. Have courage and release your seed into this moment. Now, my awakened spirit, as you go deeper into this divine unfolding, the air around you is getting tighter for a reason. Something holy is coming together. Something that has been promised for a long time is getting closer, and Archangel Michael is watching over you to make sure nothing gets in the way of what heaven is saying. I want you to know that the message I'm about to give you is heavy and not meant for casual listeners. It's for people who have been chosen, whose spirits have weathered storms, and whose hearts have made it through times that should have broken them but didn't. Because you're one of those souls, your guardian angel won't let you miss a word. A lot of people never understand a spiritual truth. Miracles don't make a lot of noise. They don't come with trumpets or a party. When they come into your life, they do so in a soft, almost silent way, hiding as moments of clarity, sudden peace, courage, or change. However, before a miracle, heaven always sends a sign, not to scare you, but to get you ready. Today is that holy warning. Your miracle has already reached the air you breathe. Archangel Michael is making sure that your heart, mind, and eyes don't miss it. You may have been wondering why your moods have been changing lately. You feel strong for an hour, and then heavy all of a sudden. One minute your mood is lifted, and the next, you feel a pressure that you can't explain. This is not an unstable state. Right now is a spiritual transition. When a miracle comes into your life, it changes the energies that were around you before. Old bonds become less tight. Fears from the past come to the surface to be thrown away. Old memories try to get your attention again. These are the last echoes of the season you just came out of, trying to hold on to you before you fully enter what God has planned for you. By the time today's gate opens, you won't be carrying anything from yesterday, because Archangel Michael has been severing these cords one at a time. Now let me tell you something more private. It's not just a blessing that you get your miracle. It's a change of identity, a transformation in your walking, thinking, love, decision-making, and outlook on the world. You've been shrinking yourself for months or even years to get through fights that were never meant to define you. You changed what you expected, lowered your standards, turned down the light, and stopped speaking. Not because they were weak, but because they were tired. That's enough, heaven says. Right now is the day that your spirit rises again with strength you didn't know you had. Your heart has been getting ready for this rise thanks to Archangel Michael, protecting your nights, paving your way, revealing hidden truths, and building a new base for you to stand on. Survival is not the main theme of this season. It has to do with emergence, and your miracle is the key that opens the door to that new life. Also, an important revelation is coming to light. Someone in your environment has been making you feel bad, not always by doing bad things, but by being inconsistent, hard to predict, or showing a lack of support in a subtle way. Heaven is telling you this not to cause trouble, but to give you strength. Conditions of loyalty can't help your miracle grow in places where it's not welcome. You are being moved in a firm but gentle way. Don't be scared of the changes that will happen in your relationships today. So your spirit can breathe again. Some connections need to be rethought. Additionally, your angel is bringing light to a particular issue. You've had too many doubts about your worth. You asked yourself if you deserve the blessing that is coming your way now. You told yourself that maybe God forgot about you or that your destiny was pushed back too far to be fixed. Heaven, however, says no. We will never forget you, not even for a second. Every tear you shed was seen. Every prayer that was said in silence was heard. An angel was always with you when you felt like you were by yourself. Things that felt like they were stuck will now start to move again. Now is the time of year when peace won't seem so rare. Now, clarity won't feel like a temporary thing, and hope will not feel so weak. The thought that you might miss this message wasn't meant to scare you, but to keep you safe. If you had skipped this divine alignment, you would have gone straight into your miracle without knowing what it meant spiritually. That lack of knowledge could have led to confusion or bad feelings. Archangel Michael, on the other hand, wants you to get this blessing with full spiritual authority and knowledge. You might already feel like something is moving inside you. You might feel warm in the chest, tingly in the hands, calm in the mind, or even like you're waking up from the inside out. These feelings are proof that your spirit is getting the message. Now, understand this. Heaven wants you to understand this. You're doing more than just watching content when you click like on this video. When you do this, God's favor flows into your life. Every time you click the like button, it sends a spiritual signal, a declaration that you agree with the message being sent. Your engagement to each other is seen as an agreement by heaven, and agreements can open doors. Imagine God's favor being released into your life, your finances, and your relationships as you watch this video. Think about how blessings that were stuck could start to flow freely, because your faith in action set them in motion. Do it now, and feel the change as heaven responds to your taking part. You are being reset, realigned, and moved in order to prepare for what's next. You have taken on too many battles that were not yours for too long. They're now being taken off your shoulders by heaven. Before this part ends, there is one more truth you need to hear. Your miracle helps more than just you. It will affect people who are close to you. Someone who has lost hope will be inspired by your rise. There will be no more chains in your bloodline after your breakthrough. Someone else's destiny will be changed by your rise. That's why the process has been so tough. You're a vessel of change for heaven. Get ready. Something even more direct will come in the next message. Something that will help you see the hidden patterns in your spiritual path. Hold on. You need to hear it. In the comments type, "My spirit is ready." The blessing, code 557, has been released. As you rise soul, the world around you keeps changing as you move deeper into this divine unfolding. Your spirit is being pushed, woken up, and made sharper. Archangel Michael hasn't moved a millimeter from you. In fact, he has become closer to you as he watches your heart take in every revelation. This moment is not like any other. This is not a joke message. For deeper reasons, today has a lot of spiritual weight on your life, and you are being led to understand them. Heaven wants you to be ready for the shift, in the right place, strong and awake. Right now, you might feel something inside you, like tension or anticipation. Your spirit already knows what your mind is slowly becoming aware of. You are at a threshold for a divine change. What was hard to understand before is now becoming clear. Things that felt heavy are starting to get lighter. In the unseen realm, what seemed stuck is beginning to move. Everything is taking place because your miracle has come to your field. And your guardian angel is making sure that nothing stops its manifestation. Know this: the spiritual world responds right away when heaven releases a miracle. Hidden truths come to light, energies shift, and the people around you start to show who they really are. Your guardian angel has been gently leading you to see things you used to miss, not to scare you, but to keep your blessing safe. There are some people in your life who, if they stay too close, would blow away your miracle. Since this is the case, you've recently felt distant from some people, even when there was no conflict. Separation has already started, and it is being planned by God. Your heart has been getting ready for a revelation that is coming soon, thanks to Archangel Michael. It won't surprise you, but it will back up what your gut has been telling you. You knew something wasn't right. You felt like someone's words didn't make sense. You sensed that someone's energy wasn't always the same. When you talked to them, you felt a quiet drain. If you were loyal, loved, or just used to it, you tried to ignore it. But those who are about to rise cannot have illusions in heaven. Today brings clarity, and sometimes the strictest form of safety is clarity. Don't be afraid of this truth, though. Your guardian angel isn't telling someone about you to punish you. He is letting them go to free you. Your miracle needs room to grow, and heaven has started making that room bigger without asking for your permission. Your calling is too important to be slowed down by people who are confused instead of purposeful. Now there is another layer coming out, something more personal and deep. Your new identity is taking shape. Not the identity that people see on the outside, but the identity that comes from childhood memories, hidden fears, doubts and hurts that are never spoken of. Many years ago, you may have seen yourself through the lens of trouble. You wore labels that were not yours. You agreed to follow the rules that other people set for you. You had expectations that you never agreed to meet. During the quiet times, you thought about whether you were meant for more, but your past kept you stuck. Heaven is getting rid of those labels for good. Your identity is not tied to the pain you're in. Past events do not determine your future destiny. Your worth is not based on who hurt you. You can move on with your life even though someone left you. Your confidence, your potential, and your truth were being held back by spiritual chains. Archangel Michael has been breaking those chains. You might feel pain, emotional release, or memories coming back to you out of the blue. This is not going backwards. This is deliverance. Your spirit is getting rid of things it doesn't need for the next season. Today isn't just the day your miracle comes true. This is the beginning of a new you, the person you trust. This is you who can see clearly, the you who is sure of yourself, that part of you that won't settle for half love, half effort, or half truth. You are being raised up from the inside. You are now being shown something else. Your intuition is about to get a lot stronger. Things will start to feel right before they happen. You will feel led to make certain choices. You'll know when to move forward and backward. Archangel Michael is lining up your inner compass with the frequency of heaven. Your miracle doesn't just appear in your life. It sets you up for long-term clarity and divine guidance. You might notice that your dreams are more vivid, your thoughts are clearer, or your feelings are more sharp. Don't forget about these changes. They show that spiritual downloads are taking place. Your guardian angel is talking to you in soft voices, getting you ready for big revelations that are coming today. And pay attention to this. You are not being set up for a short-term blessing, but for a long-term breakthrough. Something that changes the way your life goes. There is something that brings peace where there was chaos. Something that makes up for all the silent sacrifices you made. Something that ends a long and painful story. It's almost time for your miracle. It is important to heaven that you receive it with knowledge, strength, and awareness. Take a deep breath. Allow your spirit to take in what was said. Now that we're going deeper, your help is more important than ever. At this point, I want you to say something strong to show that you are ready. Just write this in the comments. My miracle is here, and I am ready. Make it stand out. Make it clear. Let it be the voice of your spirit that rises above all your doubts and delays. You're no longer hoping. You are making a claim. You are no longer waiting. You are getting. Type it in right now and see how heaven reacts to how true your words are. What comes next will reveal an even deeper part of this revelation. Wait a minute. What has been hidden in plain sight will be shown in the next message. I get my wake-up call in the comments. Now available for release is blessing code 644. Dear soul, as you go deeper into this revelation, the divine intention fills the air around you. Something holy is happening, and your spirit can feel how serious things are about to get. Archangel Michael is right next to you. He's not just watching over you from afar. He's an active guardian who guides every change in your atmosphere. You are being led to more truth, more clarity, and more understanding. Today is more than just a date on your calendar. Heaven releases what was previously held back at this spiritual checkpoint. Your spirit rises into alignment with what has already been written for you with each additional second you stay in this message. There's a reason why listening makes your heart feel pulled and even stretched. When your spirit gets close to revelation, old parts of you start to come loose. Parts that used to hold on to fear, doubt, uncertainty, or being emotionally worn out are being taken away. Because spiritual transformation is rarely easy, this does not feel comfortable. However, Archangel Michael is making sure that you are not overpowered by this transformation. He is putting you on solid ground and getting you ready. Heaven will never release a miracle unless the vessel that will hold it is made stronger first. You may have noticed lately that some thoughts keep coming back to you. Things you thought you had forgotten. Feelings you thought you had healed. You thought your fears were gone. This doesn't mean you're weak. This is the dust that is rising because the old foundations are breaking. Heaven is pulling out the roots of habits that can't make you grow. Today is the start of a new period, and before any new phase, it's common to clear your mind. Your spirit is being cleansed so that it can be properly filled. Now I'm going to tell you something you may have felt but not fully understood. Someone fought a battle for you while you were not there. A fight you didn't see. A fight that your angel did for you without you having to do anything. You would be amazed at how much protection there is around you if you had seen the spiritual attack that tried to delay your miracle. Archangel Michael stood guard, refusing to let darkness claim victory every time you felt like giving up. Every night your heart felt weak, and every time you felt emotionally drained. You didn't stay alive because you were strong every day. Heaven wouldn't let you fall. The miracle coming into your life is not a small one. It's not easy to break. There is no doubt about it. It is a miracle with a purpose, something connected to your destiny, your purpose, and your spiritual identity. That's why the enemy worked so hard to drain you before they got there. It wasn't because you were weak, but because darkness thought you were dangerous. Everything that tried to keep you down would be shown for what it is. Your breakthrough would change the world around you. Your awakening would bring out potential that has been dormant. You are getting more than just a blessing. You are following a calling. Now, your guardian angel is getting you ready to see something important. Discernment is needed for your miracle. Your miracle needs you to be emotionally ready. To do your miracle, you need spiritual vision. That's why I led you here and wouldn't let you scroll away. I want you to pay attention to something important. Your being here today wasn't a coincidence. And the fact that you are still reading this message is very important. That's why I want you to subscribe to this channel right now. It wasn't just a click. It was a prophetic act of positioning. When you subscribe, you're telling the flow of divine revelation that you want to stay in touch with it. Subscription is alignment. You are telling heaven, I am ready to receive every prophetic word, warning, and blessing that you release through this vessel. Yes, it is agreement. It is a spiritual anchor that helps you stay in tune with God's timing. If you didn't get this message, you would enter a new blessing with an old way of thoughts. You would bring old fears with you into a new season. When you got a miracle, you couldn't make the most of it because you didn't know what it was for. Heaven is making sure that doesn't happen. You are being aligned carefully on purpose and with care. A big revelation is coming your way today that will make sense of a long part of your life that you didn't understand, that hurt you, or that you did question. But now things are becoming clear. You'll know why some people were kicked out, why some prayers were pushed back, and why some chances were lost. It was never meant to hurt you. It was meant to lead you to the miracle that was really yours. You need to get ready for something else too. The way you see yourself is about to change. You forgot what it's like to see yourself through the lens of destiny because you've been looking at yourself through the lens of survival for so long. It's been so long since you lived bravely that you forgot what it was like to guard your heart. For so long you've been holding yourself together that you forgot what it's like to have heaven stand by your side. Archangel Michael is making you stronger again. Not the strength you use to do great things for the world, but the strength that comes from knowing that God has your back. You won't be shy today. You won't go into this miracle on the edge of your seat. You won't be scared when you walk into this revelation. People will look up to you because you'll finally understand the power that has been around you the whole time. There is a new, important truth coming out. You're learning to trust your gut more and more. Your instincts are getting stronger. It's getting easier to hear your inner voice. Your discernment is no longer clouded by the fog. Make this awareness part of your miracle, because heaven is letting you know what is yours and what is not. It will start to become clear to you that certain people, conversations, and places make your spirit feel different. Please don't judge me. This is higher ground. God keeps you safe from getting harmed while He gets you ready for a breakthrough. Pay close attention. You can't bring the weight of your past with you into this place. The blessings that are coming into your life can't live with the people who used to drain you. When your purpose wakes up inside you, it can't stay in the old version of yourself. Today, your spirit moves from a state of survival to one of sovereignty. You're not as far away as you think. You're stronger than you think. You're better prepared than you think. The next revelation will cut deeper into what you think you know and bring to light a truth you've been looking for a long time. Allow your spirit to breathe before you move on. The next moment is strong. Type, I trust the comments to wake me up. The release of blessing code 922 has occurred. This is the next part of the message, my illuminated one. I want you to feel the quiet strength building beneath your spirit. You are waking up to something that you can't shut down anymore. There you are, standing next to you. Archangel Michael is still there, leading you with the patience that only heaven can have. At this very moment, every breath you take changes your spiritual alignment. Something that has been waiting for you is getting ready for you. Something that has been knocking softly on your door for a while, waiting for the right time to come in. Today is the key, and your heart is closer than ever to getting inside. You've been through times when nothing made sense. There were times when you wondered if you had the wrong idea about God, the signs, or the way. You didn't understand why things broke down, why connections changed, and why the journey sometimes felt so heavy. But you didn't know that every collapse was actually a clearing. Now heaven is telling you this. It was a repositioning after every setback. Each delay represented a redirection. You weren't being pushed backward. Everything was aligned for you. You need to know this truth. Heaven won't let you move on to a miracle while you're still attached to something that was meant to end. That's why a lot has been taken away from your path lately. People you used to depend on became distant all of a sudden. Energies that you used to be able to handle now make you feel tired. Places that used to make you feel good became unbearable all of a sudden. You didn't change all at once. Your spirit just outgrew things that were no longer in line with its calling. From behind the veil, Archangel Michael has been leading this shift and getting rid of anything that could get in the way of the blessing that is coming your way. There's something even more important, though. Your miracle isn't going to finish you off. It's coming to show you the real you, the you that has been buried for years by thinking in survival mode, the you that has been hidden by pain, responsibility, and the need to keep yourself safe. Who you are now that heaven has been making in secret. The spiritual mirror turns over today. You'll start to see yourself as stronger, smarter, more capable, and more aligned. Not because you turned into these things all of a sudden, but because the noise that was blocking your view is going away. Piece by piece, Archangel Michael has been getting rid of that noise. He has been shutting down the voices that told you not to trust your gut. The energies that tried to slow you down have been blocked by him. He has been watching over the dreams that other people didn't think were important. The voice inside you that has been getting louder lately is not random. It's your intuition. It's being made sharp. It feels like you know the truth before anyone else does. There is a sense of alignment growing in you, even before the physical proof shows up. You can start to tell when someone's actions don't match what they say. This is the growth of your spiritual intelligence. This is heaven getting you ready to handle the miracle that's coming with clarity, not confusion. An important revelation is linked to your miracle, and you are now closer than ever to getting it. Something will become clear through a conversation, a sudden insight, a change in behavior, or an unanticipated flash of insight. You will understand everything better after this revelation. You'll finally know why certain things took place the way they did. You'll understand why God let some things happen. You'll know why people left. You'll understand why some prayers seemed like they weren't being answered. You'll know why the time seemed to move slowly. Your spirit will breathe in a way it hasn't in a long time at that moment. Because getting along brings peace, and peace gets the soul ready for miracles. But I want you to understand this. The enemy wanted you to be worn out. The enemy wanted you to have doubts. The enemy wanted you to be so busy that you didn't pay attention to this message. Because if you didn't make the preparation, you would have gone into your miracle without being aware or with your guard down, which would have caused you unnecessary pain. Archangel Michael wouldn't let that happen because he knows what today has in store for you. From the inside out, you are being changed. Your spiritual state is changing. Your emotional strength is getting stronger. Your inner strength is coming back, and your divine authority is becoming clear. What used to stress you out will soon feel helpless. What used to keep your emotions in check will let go. What was confusing you before will become clear all of a sudden. Your miracle isn't just about getting something from the outside. It's about making something inside you better. Heaven is shaping who you are, making you smarter, making your heart stronger, and getting your voice ready. The person you are now is not the person you were at the beginning of the year. You know more now. You're more deep. You have more spiritual wealth. You're becoming more aligned with the person God made you to be. Your guardian angel wants you to understand one more thing. There is a duty that comes with your miracle. Not a burden, but a reason to live. It will make more people happy. It will affect the lives of people who are close to you. Your breakthrough will give someone hope. Your transformation will give hope to someone. Because you didn't give up, someone will get up. You are getting more than just a blessing. You are turning into a blessing. Heaven hasn't forgotten about you. Heaven hasn't kept you waiting for no reason. God hasn't forgotten what you asked for. There was never a dull moment during your wait. This was preparation. No one ever forgot about your tears. It was an intercession. Your patience was always very important. It was growth. Everything is building up to the point where revelation and manifestation meet. What comes next is going to be deeper, and you will feel it in your spirit. In the comments, type "I accept my destiny." The blessing code 288 has been released. As you move into the next part of your life, my divinely guided one, I want you to feel how close heaven is right now. As Archangel Michael continues to watch over your destiny, you feel a nearness, a sacred closeness, and a spiritual vibration all around you. It's not halfway through your trip yet. In fact, you are about to enter the most sensitive, revealing, and spiritually charged part of this whole warning. Today is not sneaking up on you. When it hits you, it will have a divine purpose, because it is moving toward you like a wave that has been building up strength for months, and your guardian angel won't let you ride that wave without being ready. You can't deny that your spirit is under a lot of stress. It's not fear, even if it feels very strong. It's not anxiety, even if it makes your chest hurt. It's a spiritual look ahead. Your soul already knows what your mind is still trying to figure out. A divine truth is about to come to you. It will change how you see yourself, your past, and your future. For this moment, Archangel Michael has been whispering to you, helping to strengthen, align, shift, and clean you. The next revelation is about to start. Please allow me to speak. There has been a change in the people around you. Some people have become cold for no reason. Some people have grown distant for no clear reason. Some people have changed how they act, subtly showing intentions that were once hidden behind ease of use or charm. This is not something you made up. That's exposure. The spiritual light in your life is being turned on by heaven, revealing the shadows that were hiding away before. And as today gets closer, this exposure will get worse. Really understand this. Your miracle can't grow in soil that is dirty. Your breakthrough can't be given to hands that aren't stable. Your blessing can't be surrounded by people who don't love you. In other words, heaven is making room. There is something very important to me that may seem simple but has a lot of spiritual weight to it. It's not enough to just send this message through a video. It's about letting the anointing go. You become a carrier of the breakthrough that is touching your own spirit. When you share this prophetic word with someone in your life, in your network, or with someone who needs to hear it, according to Scripture, you will receive what you give. Share this revelation, and you will not only help someone else receive their miracle, but you will also bring more blessings to your own breakthrough. Right now, please click the share button. Send this to a family member, friend, or person whose spirit has been pleading for help. The masks are being taken off by your angel. What has always been there is becoming clear to your spirit. If someone isn't being honest with you, you may become more aware of inconsistencies and energy shifts. This isn't crazy talk. This is called discernment. Archangel Michael is making your inner vision clearer so you don't lose faith at this time of year, when your miracle needs to be exact. You can't afford to be confused. You can't have emotional fog. Spiritual misalignment is something you can't afford. Your guardian angel is making sure you can see clearly today. There is a change happening inside you. Your heart is getting stronger. Your voice is getting better. Things are getting stricter around you. Your gut feeling is getting stronger. This shift inside is not a coincidence. That's what preparation is. Heaven doesn't raise people who aren't ready. It wakes up people who need to wake up. This message has a message inside it. It won't just make your life easier when you step into a blessing. Next step will lead to a big breakthrough that will make your future possible. This is more important than comfort, relief, or a short-term win. This is the kind of miracle that changes the past and the future. This is the kind that frees generations, the kind that changes your path. And since the blessing is so deep, the preparation has to be just as deep. That's why the last few days, weeks, or months have been very spiritual. There was no attack on you. You were getting clean. You were not getting in trouble. You were being put in place. There was no reason to wait. Everything was aligned for you. A strong change is also taking place. Your past is losing its hold on you. The versions of you that made it through old seasons are leaving. You are moving forward as the person you were meant to be when you walk into this miracle. You are shedding emotional layers that used to make you who you are. You might feel sudden peace, clarity, or emotional release. That sound is your spirit breaking free from the chains that used to keep you stuck in cycles. You're leaving behind habits that were never meant to follow you into today. You won't have to carry the weight of the battle with you into this miracle, according to Archangel Michael. Piece by piece, that weight is now going away. The fear-based ways of thinking you developed during survival seasons can't help you deal with what's next in your life. Trust is needed for the next part. You need to be brave. It takes discernment. It needs a spirit that is awake. Your guardian angel is waking you up inside. As this message gets more serious, the next step is easy but very important. Follow me. because the next revelation will show you the last layer that has been trying to confuse you. Once that layer breaks, everything that has to do with your miracle will start to line up clearly. Let your spirit take a break before we go on. Take a deep breath. Now is a very important time to change, and heaven is only a breath away. Don't forget to like this message so it can reach more people who need it. Give it to someone whose spirit has been begging for help. Leave a comment so that this message has a place in your heart. Spread the word about this video, and make sure you subscribe so you never miss a prophetic release that is meant for you. Your work helps this warning get to the people God is trying to wake up. Type I agree with the comments about that. Heaven's timing is good. Now the blessing code 440 is being used. This message is just as important as the revelation from today, because every soul that hears these divine warnings joins the movement of heaven. You are not giving to a channel when you invest in this mission. You are giving someone the light they need to see through their spiritual darkness. Your seed makes a way for God's voice to reach people who feel like they aren't being heard, just like rivers cut through stone. Heaven says that people who put money into prophetic work will get more than they expect. The moment faith turns into action, Scripture comes to life. This comes from my spirit. When you stand with this calling through membership, super thanks, or the PayPal link in the description, you become a bearer of the fire that wakes other people up. Your gift becomes a prophetic act that sends waves of deliverance to places you may never set foot. And heaven promises a blessing to those who spread its message. Release your support and take a risk. As you move on to the next level of divinity, my rising soul, I want you to notice the change inside you. People are becoming more aware, a strong but subtle awakening that lets you know something amazing is coming. Your spirit already knows what's going on, even though you don't have the whole picture yet. The spiritual atmosphere around you has been cleared by Archangel Michael. He has been getting rid of interference, breaking delays, quieting confusion, and guiding your inner world into alignment. A revelation that will change not only your life but also your identity is being prepared for you. Today is not just showing up. With purpose, accuracy, and prophetic timing, it is coming toward you. It's possible that you feel like the message is calling you deeper, not because it's making you feel bad, but because it has to. Heaven does not just provide information when preparing someone for a miracle. It changes their spirit. It makes them more aware. It makes you feel better. It makes the intuition stronger. You are going through that right now. Most people never get to this moment of transformation because they don't stay long enough to hear the whole revelation. But you stayed. That's right. It's now getting easier for you to understand spiritual things. Your angel wants to tell you a secret truth right now. There has been a pattern in your life that wasn't yours. A cycle that you got. A burden was quietly passed on. A limit that was built into your family tree long before you were born. For years you thought the struggle was about you, but it was really about God. You were fighting fights that started many generations ago. That's not what you knew, though. You were picked to break these patterns. The one who ends what other people went through. The person whose lineage changes direction. The cycle ends today. No, the stress, sadness, inner conflict, and strange resistance you felt were not signs that something was wrong with you. It was because you were about to heal something. Archangel Michael has been standing between you and that old cycle, preventing it from following you into the following season. Because of this, some things kept happening to you even when you meant well. That's why some relationships felt like they knew each other, even though the people involved were different. That's why some fears kept coming back, even as you got stronger. Those were the sounds of an old pattern trying to take over your future. But pay attention to this. Your life is circled by heaven. You are the end of the circle. You are the one who ends the burden. You are affected by generational weight. Furthermore, your miracle starts a new family lineage. This is the reason this message was sent to you. If you had skipped it, you would not have known how important the spiritual battle you already won was when you woke up today. Because becoming more aware is a part of your ascension, your guardian angel wouldn't let you miss that understanding. Part of your victory is how clear you are. Part of your transformation is your recognition. Another revelation is coming up right now, one that will make you feel calm and peaceful. You're not about to enter a miracle that will just make your week or mood better. You're about to enter a miracle that will change your identity and your outlook on life as a whole. You are becoming aware of something new, a strength you didn't use, a faith that has been waiting below the surface, a divine power that has been dormant up until now. This awakening isn't a mistake. It was done on purpose. It makes sense. Heaven's preparation for the task that comes with your breakthrough. You might feel like letting go of some habits, thoughts, or connections. I'm not making this up. That's what spiritual pruning is. Archangel Michael is taking away anything that can stop you from moving on to the next chapter. You are no longer in charge of the part of you that put up with uncertainty, half-love, and emotional crumbs. A stronger one is on the rise. Someone who can carry the weight of blessings without giving way. You're getting ready for acceleration. Exposure goes along with acceleration. As today gets closer, you will see the truth show up in strange ways. Small actions are how people show what they really want to do. Words are being drowned out by silence. Your spirit rejecting what used to feel safe. Your heart wants realness more than it wants comfort. These reactions aren't just random changes in how people feel. They represent a spiritual signal. This comes from my spirit. When you stand with this calling through membership, super thanks, or the PayPal link in the description, you become a bearer of the fire that wakes other people up. Your gift becomes a prophetic act that sends waves of deliverance to places you may never set foot. And heaven promises a blessing to those who spread its message. Release your support and take a risk. As you move on to the next level of divinity, my rising soul, I want you to notice the change inside you. People are becoming more aware, a strong but subtle awakening that lets you know something amazing is coming. Your spirit already knows what's going on, even though you don't have the whole picture yet. The spiritual atmosphere around you has been cleared by Archangel Michael. He has been getting rid of interference, breaking delays, quieting confusion, and guiding your inner world into alignment. A revelation that will change not only your life but also your identity is being prepared for you. Today is not just showing up. With purpose, accuracy, and prophetic timing, it is coming toward you. It's possible that you feel like the message is calling you deeper, not because it's making you feel bad, but because it has to. Heaven does not just provide information when preparing someone for a miracle. It changes their spirit. It makes them more aware. It makes you feel better. It makes the intuition stronger. You are going through that right now. Most people never get to this moment of transformation because they don't stay long enough to hear the whole revelation. But you stayed. That's right. It's now getting easier for you to understand spiritual things. Your angel wants to tell you a secret truth right now. There has been a pattern in your life that wasn't yours, a cycle that you got. A burden was quietly passed on, a limit that was built into your family tree long before you were born. For years you thought the struggle was about you, but it was really about God. You were fighting fights that started many generations ago. That's not what you knew, though. You were picked to break these patterns, the one who ends what other people went through, the person whose lineage changes direction. The cycle ends today. No, the stress, sadness, inner conflict, and strange resistance you felt were not signs that something was wrong with you. It was because you were about to heal something. Archangel Michael has been standing between you and that old cycle, preventing it from following you into the following season. Because of this, some things kept happening to you even when you meant well. That's why some relationships felt like they knew each other, even though the people involved were different. That's why some fears kept coming back, even as you got stronger. Those were the sounds of an old pattern trying to take over your future. But pay attention to this. Your life is circled by heaven. You are the end of the circle. You are the one who ends the burden. You are affected by generational weight. Furthermore, your miracle starts a new family lineage. This is the reason this message was sent to you. If you had skipped it, you would not have known how important the spiritual battle you already won was when you woke up today. Because becoming more aware is a part of your ascension, your guardian angel wouldn't let you miss that understanding. Part of your victory is how clear you are. Part of your transformation is your recognition. Another revelation is coming up right now. one that will make you feel calm and peaceful. You're not about to enter a miracle that will just make your week or mood better. You're about to enter a miracle that will change your identity and your outlook on life as a whole. You are becoming aware of something new, a strength you didn't use, a faith that has been waiting below the surface, a divine power that has been dormant up until now. This awakening isn't a mistake. It was done on purpose. It makes sense. Heaven's preparation for the task that comes with your breakthrough. You might feel like letting go of some habits, thoughts, or connections. I'm not making this up. That's what spiritual pruning is. Archangel Michael is taking away anything that can stop you from moving on to the next chapter. You are no longer in charge of the part of you that put up with uncertainty, half-love, and emotional crumbs. A stronger one is on the rise. Someone who can carry the weight of blessings without giving way. You're getting ready for acceleration. Exposure goes along with acceleration. As today gets closer, you will see the truth show up in strange ways. Small actions are how people show what they really want to do. Words are being drowned out by silence. Your spirit rejecting what used to feel safe. Your heart wants realness more than it wants comfort. These reactions aren't just random changes in how people feel. They represent a spiritual signal. In order for your path to stay clear, your angel is guiding your discernment. You are not being taken in the wrong direction. It is being led to purification for you. You felt confused before. Your next step is to become more clear. In small ways, you may also feel like you're changing. A sudden need to get your life in order. A sudden urge to clean up your area. A sudden need to separate from emotional mess. You feel a sudden sense of duty to heal, grow, and make different choices. Your spirit is getting ready to receive what heaven sends. Miracles happen when people are ready for them. The new blessing can't be held by your old self. Your old way of thinking won't work in this new chapter. Your new identity can't live with your old emotional patterns. You're not changing into someone else. You're changing into a real person. Your angel wants you to feel one more thing deeply. It's not too late for your breakthrough. It's right on time. You would have given it to the wrong people if it had come earlier. If it had come earlier, you might not have thought you deserved it. When it got there early, you would have handled it badly out of fear. Heaven waited for you to release itself, grow, heal, awaken, and separate from what was holding you back. Today is aligned with the person you are becoming, not the person you were yesterday. Keep it steady now. The following revelation will be the most shocking one yet. That part of the message that tells you why your guardian angel has been watching over you so closely. What comes next will help you understand the miracle that is already happening better. Type "I don't follow any rules" in the comments. Now available for release is blessing code 511. Dear Spirit that is growing, as you move into this next level of the message, feel how the air keeps getting thicker with revelation. It's not just information you're getting. You are going through a transformation. Archangel Michael has put up such a strong shield around you that even the things that used to bother you don't seem as important now. Heaven is making a clear pocket around you so that the truth that is being given to you now can go straight into your spirit without getting messed up. What you are about to enter is not simple advice. There are spiritual threads that have been wrapped around your life for too long and are now coming loose. There is a change going on, and it's no longer subtle. You might sense it in your mind, in your chest, in your gut, or even in the way your emotions have been acting lately. This is not an unstable state. All of this is calibration. As the new frequency of your destiny rises, the old patterns are becoming less powerful. You are tuned in to the sound of your miracle. Today is almost here, not as a threat, but as preparation. The spiritual tension rises as it gets closer. When a breakthrough is about to happen in your timeline, heaven always makes things more difficult. Pay close attention. Other people haven't been able to explain what you've been feeling. Changes in how you feel that you couldn't put into words. Having sudden, clear moments that felt almost supernatural. Archangel Michael has been enhancing your discernment, which is why he wants you to be awake, aware, alert, ready, and not scared. Not worried, but aware. Not confused, but lined up. Okay, The truth will no longer whisper as you move into a new part of your life. It will definitely speak out loud. The final shred of doubt from your heart will be lifted today when a veil is lifted. A revelation that completes the picture. Something you felt before, but never had proof of. Something your spirit knew, but your mind didn't agree with. The point of this revelation is not to hurt you. You are meant to be released. Your miracle and illusions can't live together. And heaven won't let you go into the new season with missed connections from the old one. Archangel Michael also wants you to think about something. Your calling is bigger than what makes you feel good. Your destiny is bigger than your past. Your goal is more important than your pain. You have been stretched not to break you, but to expand you. The resistance would not have been so strong if you were not meant for more. The spiritual battles you were in were not happening by chance. They were responses to what you could do. Darkness never wastes its power on someone who doesn't have any light, and you, my dear, have more spiritual weight than you know. This is why people were both interested in and scared of you. That's why some people were loyal until you got stronger. When you rose, some relationships broke apart because of the stress. Your spirit was never meant to get smaller so other people could feel better. Heaven is healing the part of you that walks with confidence, tells the truth, and knows your worth without having to say sorry. You will see that the lines between us are shifting. You don't want to stay in places that make your soul feel small anymore. You're no longer able to have conversations that make you unhappy. You're not interested in energies that used to interest you, but now make you feel empty. This is the rise of spiritual maturity. This is your guardian angel taking you out of spiritual places that used to feel comfortable but don't fit with the person you are becoming. You need to take in this truth right now. A better version of you is needed for your miracle. They are not a perfect version, but they are awakened. Heaven doesn't want you to be perfect. You are being asked by heaven to become aware. Know how powerful you are. Know how valuable you are. Know the way your spirit wants you to go because of what happened in the past. You know to expect disappointment, delays, and fights. But the future holds promise, not patterns. Heaven is changing the way you expect things to happen so you can receive what is coming without sabotaging it with doubt. Now let me tell you something more private. There is a spiritual task that you need to complete, and your miracle is a part of that task. People around you rise when you do. People heal when you heal. People in your lineage get stronger to break their own patterns when you break yours. You were never meant to be normal. You were meant to start something. That's why the trip felt rough. It was never only about you. It was about how every life is linked to yours. Today is confirmation that you are entering a time when your spiritual authority is unquestionable, your influence grows, and your clarity grows. Your thoughts will change in some way. A realization that changes how you deal with people, your dreams, and the decisions you make. You'll feel something so strong inside that you won't put up with anything that bothers you or takes your attention away from your goal. Heaven is whispering, get ready, get ready, get ready. It's not out of fear, but because time is running out. Your miracle will happen even if you're not perfect yet. It's ready for you to move into place. You're almost there. Your spirit is getting used to the new frequency. Old burdens are leaving your heart. Your mind is growing as you learn new things. You're not being pushed, you are being raised. For now, take a deep breath and let your mind settle in on the truth that is being told. The revelation in what comes next will be even stronger. What your angel has been protecting you from will be revealed in the next section's veil. Something that will finally help you understand the stress in your spirit world. Follow me. Your breakthrough is just around the corner. Take a divine step into alignment with Type 1 in the comments. Release of blessing code 717. My soul that is very awake. As you move on to the next level, I want you to be fully aware of what is coming up inside you. There is something deep, old and new, strong and peaceful, starting to take shape in your inner world. It's not just a feeling. The calibration is divine. The spiritual shield around you has been strengthened by Archangel Michael, because this part of the message is so true that it will change how you understand everything you have been through. The more you get closer to today, the more the hidden parts of your story become clear. The old fog can't stay where you are now. The confusion that was in your head before is going away. The emotional weight that was in your chest is starting to lift. Your spirit is no longer filled with uncertainty, which used to stop you from making decisions. I'm not making this up. It was done on purpose. Heaven is getting you ready to receive your miracle fully, without any mental or emotional baggage from past times getting in the way. You've been seeing something that your angel wants you to see. There were never any fights. You were never fighting the odds. You were never going up against yourself. You were fighting spiritual interference that was meant to wear you out before the miracle happened. You made it through by divine protection, not by accident. When your heart felt too tired to keep going, Archangel Michael was there with you. He looked out for you even though you didn't know someone was after you. When energies that were not yours were getting in the way of your path, he changed it. You are not interested in hearing this message. You're listening because heaven has been showing you the way to get clear on things that will help you prepare for and protect your miracle. Let's talk more about what your guardian angel wants you to know. In a transition zone, your life has been a spot where the old doesn't fit anymore and the new isn't fully formed yet. This place in the middle can be awkward because it doesn't feel like a familiar ground. You may have felt disconnected from old places but not yet at home in new ones. You may have felt aloof from old relationships, but not yet in touch with the ones that are meant to be with you for the next season. Feeling like this is what spiritual restructuring feels like. Before heaven can lift you up, it has to separate you from yourself. Take yourself away from false beliefs, unhealthy relationships, and places that can't hold your destiny anymore. That's why the last few months have made you feel like slowly losing everything you thought you knew. Rearrangement, not loss, was what it was. God was leveling the ground so that your miracle wouldn't land on something unstable. You may have also noticed that you are more sensitive lately. Little things have a bigger effect on your spirit. It takes you less time to notice energies. You can spot lies more quickly. Changes happen in your spirit, even when no one says anything. Being sensitive is not a sign of weakness. It makes your spiritual sight stronger. You are seeing things that the human eye can't understand. Because of what's coming, your angel has been boosting your intuitive radar. You need to be able to see the truth right away. Now give this next revelation some time to sink in. You have been kept in the dark about something, not because they wanted to be mean, but because telling you earlier would have been too much for you. When your spirit is strong enough to receive certain truths without breaking, heaven will lift the veil. Today is the day of the unveiling. Your feelings, your intuition, and any remaining doubts in your heart will be validated by something new that comes to light. There's no reason for this revelation to hurt you. There will soon be no more of this story. Someone or something in your life hasn't been clear about what they really want. Your shield angel has been keeping you from getting more involved until the truth comes out. You might have been uncertain, confused, or split on this connection or situation. But things are getting clearer, and it won't cause chaos when it comes. Release will follow. As soon as the truth comes out, your spirit will let out a sigh of relief, because it will finally make sense why your heart was on edge. Your peace wavered, and your intuition whispered warnings you didn't fully understand. You didn't really lose everything. Some people who left weren't supposed to be there. Not all doors that shut were turns down. It was a redirection. What your heart still wants to hold on to is sometimes taken by heaven, because the blessing that is coming needs your hands to be empty and ready. Not because you are not worthy. You are getting ready for a time when your alignment, not your hard work, opens doors. Everything else starts to flow naturally once your spirit is aligned. This is why your guardian angel has been helping you awaken by getting rid of distractions cutting ties with people you care about, and improving your spiritual hearing. Allow this truth to sink in. The miracle that is about to happen in your life is safe. It can't be taken. It can't be put off any longer. No one else can mess with it. You must, however, go into it fully aware. Heaven doesn't give miracles to people who aren't ready for them, because they can't handle long-term blessings. This message is being dropped one piece at a time to help you get ready for it. There's also something deeper coming alive inside you. You no longer look at yourself through the lens of the person who hurt you. You are starting to see yourself as the person that heaven knows you to be. It's like you're letting go of old versions of yourself. Your true identity is emerging from you. Your story won't end. It's starting. Your journey isn't ending. It's coming together. Your miracle is not far away. It's right outside your door. All of this will make sense after the next revelation. What you're about to hear will connect the whole warning for today into one strong, undeniable truth. In the comments, type 1, reveal my true identity. Release of blessing, code 666. As you enter this last and most powerful part of the message, my chosen one, I want you to feel the peace that is coming over your spirit. This isn't nothing. It's divine positioning. Just before a revelation so deep that it changes your whole world, there is silence. Archangel Michael is now closer than he has ever been on this trip. His presence is strong, safe, and empowering. He has led you through every layer, kept you safe through every unraveling, and made you stronger through every revelation. The truth that has been echoing through your life, guiding your destiny, nudge your spirit, and getting your heart ready is now ready to be spoken without holding back. You've reached the time your soul was meant to hear. Today is more than a date. It's not just a warning. It's not just a change. Between who you were and who you are becoming, it marks the threshold. This far was preparation, according to the boundary line drawn by heaven itself. Manifestation follows next. What a miracle. Yes, the miracle that seemed far away, delayed, impossible or impossible to reach, is no longer on its way. It has arrived. But miracles, no matter how strong they are, need to be understood. They need to be ready. They need to be known. That's why heaven wouldn't let you skip this message. Your guardian angel wouldn't let you skip over the instructions that keep the blessing you prayed for safe. You might feel your heart beating in a different way now. Inside your chest you might feel warmth, a pull, or a quiet rising. The truth is being seen by your spirit. The battle is over. What you thought would break you has already gone away. The thing that tried to hold you up has already been defeated. What was trying to trick you is no longer able to do so. You're not ready for victory yet. You are about to walk into the victory you've been waiting for. Pay close attention to this next revelation, because it sums up everything that heaven has been guiding you toward. Your release is linked to your miracle. Release of old energy from you. Release from old ties. Your healing from old wounds. Your release from previous iterations of you. You have been getting ready to let go, but not out of loss, but out of liberation, according to Archangel Michael. Some relationships have slowly died out because they couldn't help you through this new season, because they would have kept you in cycles you were meant to break. Some chances had to be missed. Some relationships got weaker because being around them would have made it harder to get clear. Today is the day that the last emotional thread from the old season is cut, and your spirit moves into full alignment. You are moving into a new part of your life where your intuition won't whisper. It will speak with proof. Your peace won't be in danger. it will grow roots. There will be no changes in your discernment. It will lead you like a compass that heaven put in your chest. Spiritual maturity is demonstrated here. Surely this is divine elevation. These are the signs that your guardian angels have been waiting for you to see. Now let this truth sink into your heart. The miracle that comes today brings instructions, blessings, safety, and a reason for being. You won't have to go after it. When you are aligned, it comes to light naturally. You won't have to beg for it. It was planned by heaven long before you prayed for it. The seeds were your tears. Your strength was the ground. The door was your growth. Your spirit is now clear, awake and stronger, and it is ready to receive it. You made it through something that was meant to break you. You got up from places that tried to bury you. You have woken up after seasons that tried to shut down your purpose. Now, heaven is openly rewarding you for everything you went through in silence. Your angel also wants you to understand the final veil. It was very important that you didn't skip this message, because the revelation you get today will determine how you walk into the miracle tomorrow. You would have gone into your blessing with confusion, doubt, emotional junk, and attachments that could ruin your future if you had ignored this spiritual alignment. That did not happen, thanks to Archangel Michael. Because heaven cares about your future, he stood in your way and turned your spirit in a different direction. You're not a mistake. We haven't forgotten about you. You are not forgotten. Your miracle isn't a fluke. You have been appointed, scheduled, aligned, and sealed for life. Something holy is happening inside you right now as this message ends. Your old life is letting go a little. Your future is calling to you. And now that your spirit is awake, it knows the truth. You are entering the most divinely aligned time of your life. Take what you know to your heart. You won't cry those old tears again. You won't go around and around again. You won't let old habits drain you again. You won't be pushed backwards again. There is a big change in your life today. Your spirit rises, your purpose awakens, your miracle happens, and your angel celebrates what heaven has been planning all along. Lift your spirit in gratitude before leaving this moment. The divine will is about to happen, and it will change everything. Don't forget to like this message so that it wakes up other people. Help someone else feel better by sharing it. Leave a comment to help this revelation stay in your heart. Spread the word about this video with all your might so it reaches everyone who needs it. Join now to make sure you never miss another message sent for your destiny. Feel free to write, "I step into my miracle now" in the comments. Your life is being blessed by the number 999, which means you are moving into divine alignment today. This mission is following its calling to awaken souls all over the world. As this message ends, I'd like to leave you with one last invitation. Please like this video before you leave and start the rest of your day. Not as an afterthought, but as the last thing that seals everything you've gotten. You are triggering a covering of God's favor over the revelations that have been planted in your spirit when you like this video right now. Every like becomes a point of contact, a release that grace covers your path as you walk into today and the days ahead. You are saying to heaven, "I receive this, I agree with this, I seal this in my life." Let the sound of your like be your spirit saying yes to everything heaven has said. Do it now and keep this activation with you. You are not giving to a channel when you put money into this work. You are giving life to a movement of light that was breathed on by heaven. Your support is like oil that keeps this prophetic fire going. reaching hearts that feel lost, forgotten, or about to break. When God says He will open the windows of heaven, the Bible comes to life. That promise still stands for people who follow His message today. It's my pleasure to say this to you. Your seed becomes a prophetic act that heaven honors with multiplied blessing when you choose to support through super thanks, membership, or the PayPal link in the description. You're not just helping, you're really getting things going. You're not just giving, you're also making things possible. As you get ready to leave this holy space, I want you to take one more step toward alignment. If you haven't already, click the subscribe button. Make it your declaration that you won't miss the next release from heaven. Words from the prophets are being spoken right now. These words will change lives, open doors, and break chains. You are positioning yourself to receive every divine warning, prophetic promise, and revelation that God sends through this channel by subscribing to it. You are saying, I am ready for the next word, the next alignment, the next breakthrough. Sign up now to secure your spot in the prophetic timeline that heaven is releasing. And heaven commands, step boldly, release your support, and walk into the blessing that comes with obedience. One last thing I want you to do before you leave. Spread this message. Because you heard it, it made you think of someone, so send it to them. Tell someone who needs to know that their miracle has come. Send it to someone who is about to give up. This prophetic word is more than just a video when you share it. You are talking about breakthrough. You are giving deliverance to others. You are giving away the same anointing that has touched your spirit today. Those who bring light to others will never walk in darkness themselves, says heaven. My breakthrough multiplies because I shared it. My blessing expands because I gave it away. Then click Share to start. Share it with your group. Put it on your story. Through your hands, let this prophetic message reach the people who need it the most. And watch as heaven rewards your obedience with blessings that you can't hold. Before we get to the end of this powerful story, let's take a moment to reflect on this deep truth. You did not find this message by accident. This is not a stroke of luck. It is a direct message from Archangel Michael to you. He's extending his hand and inviting you into a protected, high-vibrational community where divine abundance is not just a hope, but a promise. This sacred principle is very simple, but it can change your whole life. If you follow it, you won't just receive blessings. They will be multiplied and flow into every part of your life. By accepting this invitation right now, you are unlocking immediate, early access to powerful content and divine insights that are hidden from the general world. Now is your chance to enter a sacred space where you will receive spiritual guidance, unwavering support, and speedy progress toward your destiny. Do not let this sacred moment of destiny pass you by. Your breakthrough is waiting. Join Archangel Michael's inner circle immediately through the exclusive link in the description. This is how you guarantee you never miss the direct, personalized messages that are specifically meant to elevate and empower your life. If you desire to deepen your connection, the link is waiting for you in both the pinned comment and the description. And for those who feel called to amplify this work, a link to purchase the guided ebook is available, which is completely optional. But your presence, attention, and energy already mean the world. Take the step. Your abundance awaits. My beloved child, listen carefully, because this is not an ordinary moment, and this is not an ordinary message. Today is marked in the heavens, and what unfolded in the unseen realm shocked even the watchers assigned to your life. There was a change, a crash, a moment when opposition met authority. Something very old had to bow at that very moment, not because of noise or conflict, but because of what you set off without realizing it. Pay attention to this. There was a time when darkness stood firmly against you, sure that your delay meant you would lose. But today, the scales tipped. A command was sent out. Someone crossed a line. Plus, the person who was against your progress had to give up, which was not what he wanted to do. That wasn't because you were strong. It was because you obeyed. Heaven responded to a signal you sent by having faith, being patient, and not giving up. You did something recently that you always thought was small, but it had a bigger effect than you know and set off a spiritual It made the resistance clear. When Archangel Michael stepped forward to carry out what was written, even heaven stopped, not out of fear but in awe, because it happened at an odd time and could not be changed. You need to get this. The enemy knew you were going to run away. He thought that being tired would make you give in. He thought you would lower your standards, put up with less, and keep quiet. You didn't move, though. You put honesty ahead of time. You picked trust over fear. This choice set off a chain of events that gave Archangel Michael the spiritual permission to act right away. The next thing that happened wasn't loud, but it was important. The opposition that had been following your name, the stress around your home, and the uncertainty about your path were all faced. And when it came up against divine authority, it couldn't argue. It wasn't able to talk. It could only bend over. That position was forced by the truth, not by force. That's why the air around you feels different. This is why the way people talk is changing. This is why some people act in strange ways, showing you sides you didn't know they had. The exposure process has started, not because you asked for it, but because light came on. When light comes in, hiding is no longer an option. Don't rush through this. Don't try to make sense of it. As you stand here, a spiritual enforcement has just ended. What you began to happen is still happening. Being on your knees was just the start. Once opposition is brought down, restoration can happen. When resistance gives way, alignment starts. I want you to understand something very important about alignment. This isn't a one-time thing, it's a steady flow. And to stay in that flow, you need to keep in touch with where the word came from. Because of this, I'm asking you to click the subscribe button right now. Not just to follow a channel, but to make sure you stay in touch with this prophetic flow. You are putting yourself under an open heaven when you subscribe. You are telling the Lord, I want to stay in line with what you are releasing. This will make sure you don't miss the next instruction, confirmation, or breakthrough. Do it right now. To stay connected to the alignment that is being released over your life, click subscribe and activate the notification bell. Archangel Michael is more than just a warrior. He makes sure that God's rules are followed. He moves because heaven has already made up its mind. And what heaven decides can't be changed by trickery, waiting, or threats. Right now, things are very tense, because the opposition knows it has lost power. It is trying hard to be relevant in the hopes that you will question what has already been set in stone. But I need you to hear this. Don't question what God has said is true. Do not go back to doors that heaven has shut. Don't become afraid now that you have authority. Now is not the time to be passive. Now is the time to stay grounded, calm, and aware. Something about where you live, your surroundings, or your sense of safety is about to become clear. What was hidden will come to light, not to hurt you but to set you free. When you get more exposure, it will answer questions you've had for a long time. When it does, you'll understand why the wait was necessary, why the pressure was okay, and why this moment had to come at this exact time. Today is not a random day. It serves as a guide, a turning point, and a reminder that there are real battles going on behind the scenes, and they are won not by striving, but by aligning. You got in line, and heaven answered. Pay attention, be humble, and be ready, because what you set off is still moving. The next thing that happens will prove that this was never about struggle. It had to do with placement. Say the word if this hits you deep down, and I'll keep telling you what happens next. Dear one, what happened today did not happen in silence. A deeper process began after that moment, when resistance was forced into submission, even though it looked calm to the naked eye. Heaven doesn't move quickly, but it also doesn't waste time. Every time power changes, systems and structures have to adapt. Every force that used to be against you has to now realize that they are not allowed to get in your way anymore. Archangel Michael stays in charge of this transition. He doesn't stand guard with a sword raised, but with careful observation, because once an enemy is brought to the ground, the bigger job is to make sure it never gets back up. The phase you are in now is called securing. This is where all the loose ends are tied, all the hidden holes are filled, and the thing that was slowing you down is quietly taken away from your path. You may have felt a strange stillness, not emptiness, but a pause that seems planned. This is not staying the same. This is called stabilization. Heaven is making sure that the ground beneath you stays steady so that what comes next doesn't shake you. In the past, blessings may have come quickly and then gone away just as quickly. This time is different. What is coming together now is meant to last. As your reactions change, pay close attention. Things that used to scare or hurry people up don't have the same power on them now. It's not the same to hear hurtful words now. This is proof of getting power back. Chaos outside of you can't control you when your inner world is in line with divine order. There are also talks going on about you that you will never hear. Decisions are being thought about again. Plans that didn't include you are being changed. This is not a mistake. This is the right answer. When people kneeled, they brought truth into places where lies used to rule. And when the truth comes in, it changes things without asking for permission. During this time, Archangel Michael is making sure that nothing that is meant to hurt you can fix itself. That's why you're being told to move slowly, speak slowly, and make smart decisions. No, this is not a restriction. It keeps you safe. It's being taught to you how to carry out what you prayed for without getting upset. You might remember things from the past that are trying to get your attention. Don't worry. This is not going backwards. This is freedom, because they have nothing to do with your future now. Old chapters are losing their emotional power. Don't judge them as they go through. They're really leaving. Know this: when your enemy can't directly fight you, he tries to distract you in a sneaky way. He will try to get you to think about things that don't matter anymore. He will try to make you doubt timing, doubt progress, and look only at outward signs to see how things are going. Hold off on that urge. Changes that are very strong sometimes happen in places you can't see yet. Right now, following through on simple things has a lot of weight. Take a break when you're told to. When you are told to speak, do so. If something doesn't feel right, walk away. There are big choices to be made here. They are signs that you are in sync with what is happening in heaven. It's not by chance that this message is getting to you. You are meant to stay in touch with this flow of information. The Spirit is moving in me right now for someone here. I want you to say it right now if you are ready for this shift. If you are ready to leave survival mode and enter alignment mode. Leave a comment below and type Amen. Do not just type it as a response. Do it as a bold agreement with heaven. Remember that as you write it, you are making the shift we're talking about happen. The word Amen is like signing a divine document that is being worked on right now to help you. Please take a moment to think about this message. Let people know you're there. You are aligning with what is being released when you like this video. Share it with someone who needs to know, or leave a comment saying you agree with what is being said. Stay in touch and subscribe to make sure you don't miss what happens next. This is because what's coming will build on what's already been done. Stay right here before you drift off. What comes next will show you why this phase is so important. There is more and more momentum. Momentum doesn't always make a lot of noise, even if it feels quiet. It can feel like calm confidence, a steady breath, or hope that is based in reality. That's what you're going into. The days of always trying to get better are over. Now is the start of the days of alignment. You will soon see proof in ways you didn't expect. A door will open on its own. An answer will show up without any trouble. A talk will clear things up instead of making them more confusing. That means resistance no longer has the last word. Do not forget this. The story did not end today. It meant the page turned over. What you set off is still happening, little by little, layer by layer. And the next reveal will make it very clear that this change was not short-term. It was the basis. Hold on. Keep an open mind. Right where you are is where you should be. Hello, my dear. Now we'll talk more about what really made the unseen realm uneasy today. That moment of kneeling wasn't just because of resistance being met. It was a record being played. There are times when heaven looks back on a person's life, not to judge them, but to defend them. For you, this was one of those times. A long-standing accusation, something that quietly followed your name, was looked at in the light of God. And when the truth came out, the case against you fell apart. Archangel Michael doesn't do anything without a reason. He makes sure of what he has already said is true. There was proof that you could keep going. There is proof on your restraint. There was proof on the tears that you never told anyone about. And once that evidence was shown, the other side had no more defenses to make. At that point, kneeling is not just a sign, it's the law. This is why you might feel lighter or even emotional all of a sudden and not know why. Your spirit knows about something that your mind didn't see. It knows that it was cleared. In the past, it was defended. It knows that it was picked again. The weight you were carrying was never meant to last. It was left over from a battle you weren't aware you were in. You also need to know another thing. As soon as the enemy had to kneel, they were not allowed to get in. Some cycles are now closed for good. Patterns that kept happening year after year are being broken at their source. This isn't a change at the surface. This is about structure. What came back season after season will not come back this time. That's why some chances you thought would come up may not. Do not be sad about them. They were linked to a past self of yours. Heaven isn't putting you backwards. You are being moved forward. Archangel Michael is making sure that the next thing that comes into your life fits with the power you now have, not the wounds you used to carry. You might feel more at ease in your home, at work, or with the people you care about most. Things that were hard to understand before will now seem clear. What used to need an explanation now needs a choice, the gift of clarity. It's not meant to be too much for you. It's meant to help you make up your mind. At the same time, this moment comes with a gentle warning. Don't be in a hurry to tell people what God is doing. There are some victories that should be kept secret before they are shared. Listen to the results. Change must be shown by consistency. Silence right now isn't a cover, it is smart. Still keeping watch is Archangel Michael, not because there is an imminent danger, but because change is interesting. You are moving to a higher level of spiritual awareness. That means you need to be smarter. Not everyone who cheers for you really gets you. Not all people who agree with you are given to you. Instead of putting pressure on yourself, trust what brings peace. Pay attention to this with authority. If this message makes you feel something, don't let it go by without responding. If your spirit knows this is the right time, type, "I receive the clearing" in the comments. Just recently, blessing code 8844 was made public. Now pay close attention, because this is not a pause. It's an invitation. You did not get this message by accident. It was told to me to say it, because other people are still confused and carrying weight that doesn't belong to them. When you act right now, when you respond, you're not just being a channel. They are getting more light because of you. The Bible says that when seed is planted in good ground, the harvest grows much larger than expected. That ground is here. The Spirit tells me, I am making rivers in dry places, and I want you to plant your seed in the flow. Your help is like oil that keeps this fire going. As this awakening grows inside you, know that helping with this mission is not a joke. It is a sign from God. You can support this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community. By doing so, you become part of Jesus' plan to save souls who are still stuck in fog. Every seed turns into light that fights against darkness. If you water others, you will be watered yourself, Jesus says. This is not history. It is a living promise about your future. Come into this moment with faith and a plan. What God has already planned for your life can be unlocked through your giving. As a beloved one, heaven moved you into a much less talked about, but much more important phase after the clearing and the vindication. At this stage, what was defeated is not only taken away, but also replaced. A lot of people get this wrong because it doesn't come with noise or an immediate reward. Instead, it comes with changes inside you, quiet instructions, and a growing sense that you can't stay where you were. Archangel Michael didn't just make people give up today. There are now new rules in your life because of him. In both the spiritual and natural worlds, there are always lines that separate them. That's why you might feel a rising firmness inside you. Things you used to put up with now seem wrong. The conversations you used to enjoy now wear you down. It's not pride or emotional withdrawal. It's alignment making its case. The mode you were in before is being changed to stewardship mode. To stay alive, you had to be strong, resilient, and always alert. Stewardship necessitates wisdom, accountability, and tranquility. You were just trying to get through before. You are now getting ready to build, maintain, and fully direct your own life. This change is often painful because it means letting go of habits and ways of thinking that used to keep you safe but are no longer needed. Also, something new is becoming clear about your past delays. The enemy wasn't blocking all of the doors that would not open. They were stopped out of kindness. You would have been able to get in without the power you now have if they had opened earlier. You would have agreed to terms that you are no longer allowed to negotiate. Heaven waited for you to figure out your fate before it happened. This recalibration is being carefully watched by Archangel Michael. He's not in a hurry because he wants the process to last. When a blessing is given too soon, it can turn into a burden. That's why you are learning to be more patient, not as a punishment, but as a way to get ready. You need to be steady for what you're about to do, not fast. Pay attention to how your prayers are changing. You're no longer asking to get away from things. In them, you're asking for clarity. You are no longer pleading for help. You want things to be lined up. This change shows maturity. Your spirit is no longer reacting out of fear. It is now reacting out of truth. And heaven hears prayers quickly when they are true. Changes are also being made to your relationships. There are quiet changes happening now in roles. The balance of power is shifting. For people who used to be able to relate to you emotionally, the door is now shut. It doesn't mean you love less. It means you love because you are whole, not because you need something. With this one change, there are a lot fewer chances for manipulation, misunderstanding, and pointless conflict. Some people will say you're different because of the change. They're right. They might not know that you are no longer working from wounds. You're not making choices out of lack anymore. You are no longer getting smaller to make other people feel better. Transformation and alignment don't need to be explained or given permission to happen. During this phase, Archangel Michael is also letting go of strategy. We are being told to be quiet. There are gentle changes happening. Unexpected thoughts, scriptures, conversations, or even interruptions can help you get clear on what to do next. Pay attention. Right now, nothing is a mistake. Details are how heaven talks to us. Now that the pressure is off, you might want to move quickly. Hold off on that urge. Momentum doesn't mean speed. Slow but steady progress in the right direction. Every aligned step you take now will help you stay stable in the future. This season, it's more important to be consistent than to hit hard. Make sure you understand this, because people kneeled today. There was a space. When there is less darkness, there is more light. What you're feeling right now is light settling in. At first, light can make you feel naked. What you think, why you do what you do, and how you react may become more clear to you. This is not a ruling of guilt. This is getting better. You are getting stronger, even if you don't fully understand it yet. Things that used to overwhelm you will soon feel manageable. You will be able to make decisions that were hard for you before. It's not that life got easy all of a sudden. You've just become stronger on the inside. There is also a deep restoration of trust going on inside you. Trust in your own abilities. Trust in your judgment. Trust the time. This trust was hurt in the past by being let down and taking too long. Now it is being rebuilt on a stronger base that won't fall over easily. Stay on the ground this season. When told to, rest. If you can, make things simpler, but don't take on too much out of habit. Let joy come back on its own, without trying to force it. Peace is your sign that you are on the right track. There is order ahead of you, not chaos. Clear speech, not noise. Not always trying, but establishing. The area has been secured by Archangel Michael. Now heaven is carefully setting it up. Stay in the present. Be humble. Continue to listen, because what you are building now will help you for a long time. That day will come when you'll realize this wasn't just a change. It was the moment when everything in your life finally fell into place. My pick. As the repositioning settles, a deeper level of revelation starts to show itself. At this point, heaven lets you see things differently. Not only understand, but also feel. As soon as authority is restored and limits are set, vision gets clearer. Things that seemed strange at first are starting to make sense. It's not because things suddenly make sense. It's because your perspective has changed. This is where a lot of people feel uncomfortable because being clear means being honest. Archangel Michael isn't just watching over you from the outside. He is also helping with alignment within the company. You are not being shamed by being told the truth about your habits and how you react. Instead, you are being set free. When you can see clearly, you can't lie and say that some things are safe when they're not. You might begin to remember how often you used to put your own needs second, how often you made excuses for behavior that made you feel bad, how you learned to silence yourself to keep the peace, even if it cost you. Realizing these things may be humbling, but they are holy. The path to change begins with awareness. At the same time, a healthier form of compassion is coming back. You are learning the difference between kindness and neglecting yourself, between waiting and putting up with things, and between forgiving and getting access. This kind of discernment is very important because confusion can't follow you where you're going. Archangel Michael is making sure that you naturally know how to make good decisions. You won't need too much confirmation to know when something isn't lined up right. It will be clear from your body, your spirit, and your peace. It's not emotional sensitivity to do this. Spiritual intelligence is what it is. You may also feel like you're moving farther away from things that used to define you. You may not want to follow through on old goals, dreams, or even identities. Don't get scared. This doesn't mean you're going in the wrong direction. It means that your assignment is getting better. What used to drive you might not work as well where you are being led. The way people want things is changing. You're starting to want what lasts, not what impresses, what keeps you going, not what thrills you for a short time. After this change, you won't have to worry about burnout or disappointment. Heaven is teaching you to put depth over speed. You may also feel sad sometimes, not over what you lost, but over what you went through. Some memories may come back to you that show how strong you had to be when you needed help. Do not judge yourself as you feel this. Grief is transformed into wisdom when it is acknowledged. Ignoring grief adds weight. Archangel. During this phase, Michael stays close because being weak invites interference. The enemy may try to turn old feelings into regret or self-blame when they come back. Do not believe that story. What you went through doesn't make you who you are. It got you ready. You are also becoming more sure of your own authority right now. It's getting easier for you to handle things without reacting or acting on impulse. You've stopped being afraid of silence. No longer does waiting feel like a punishment. This is becoming an adult. As this goes on, some people may naturally drift away. Conversations might not go very deep. There may be times when interactions feel forced. Do not fight this. Let it happen. You don't have to push everyone into the next thing. Some are only for seasons that have already happened. This doesn't mean being alone. It means being picky. Heaven is carefully taking care of your environment. There will be new connections that feel balanced, life-giving, and good for both people. But first, the space needs to be cleaned up. You might also notice that your timing sense is stronger. You'll know when to do something and when to wait. This sensitivity to timing is very important. Lots of people fail not because they make the wrong choice, but because they act too soon or too late. You are learning how to move together. And right now I feel the Spirit telling someone here to move in line with how things work in heaven when you multiply. By sharing, that protocol is turned on. There is someone in your life, like a friend or family member, who is still confused while you are getting clear. Share this video right now, and you'll do more than just send a message. You will become a channel of the anointing. Your atmosphere is receiving the same breakthrough that you are receiving. Sharing brings about the pressed down and shaken together kind of blessing. It cracks the alabaster box of your testimony, letting the scent fill the room. Do not keep this word to yourself. Share it right now and see how heaven gives you even more breakthroughs. This is being emphasized by Archangel Michael, who keeps distractions from sticking. Things that used to keep you busy now just fly by. You are getting more difficult to turn off, confuse, or control. This is not having a hard heart. It means having a strong spirit. Don't forget this. Being clear is a gift. That being said, it comes with duty. What has been shown cannot be hidden. You can't go back to being stupid. This is not loss, it is freedom. During this time, be kind to yourself. No harshness is necessary for growth. No punishment is necessary for discipline. You can learn without being judged for who you were. These days, you are building discernment and compassion together, strength and humility together, and authority and peace together. This kind of balance is hard to find, but we need it for what's to come. As of now, Archangel Michael has not finished his job. He is still keeping an eye on things, guarding them, and applying the law. And as your vision gets clearer, you'll start to see how carefully each step has been planned. You're not behind schedule. You're not behind. You're not hurt. You are becoming more aware, which will help you find your way safely to the next unfolding. Keep an open mind. Be honest. Don't move around, because the next step will need everything you've learned so far. Now that you can see things more clearly, my beloved, heaven wants you to focus on something just as powerful, moving with purpose. Now is the time to turn insight into action, but not action that is hasty, but action that is aligned. A lot of people have revelations, but not many know how to walk them out without falling. This is why Archangel Michael is still there, not to fight, but to make sure that what has already been agreed upon is carried out. You might feel a stirring inside, like you want to move forward, but are also warned not to move too quickly. This stress is not confusion. It is discernment that is being used. You are learning to wait without being afraid, and to move without being afraid. With that balance, you won't have to go through the same old cycles. I'm no longer going to act without thinking. You used to feel rushed to answer right away, but now you pause on your own. When you used to make decisions based on urgency, now you do so based on wisdom. This is not fear-based hesitancy. It is the result of having power, restraint. Archangel Michael wants you to know that real power doesn't need to show itself right away. You may notice that situations are putting this new posture to the test. Some old triggers may try to show up again. Pressures from the past may try to get through again, hoping you'll react the same way you did before. At this point, these are not setbacks. They prove something. They show how much you've changed. As soon as you respond in a different way, you reinforce the new boundary. Heaven and you are also becoming more trustworthy of each other. You are beginning to think that you don't have to be in charge of what happens to be safe. That one thought alone breaks a lot of chains. Control used to help you stay alive. Your new strength is trust. Archangel. During this phase, Michael is keeping a close eye on your choices. As you make your choice, he makes sure it fits with where you want to go, not where you've been. That's why some choices that seemed good at first now seem empty. They are no longer alive because they aren't linked to your future. Pay attention to what brings peace and what just gets you excited without giving you anything in return. The excitement goes away quickly. There is peace. Heaven is teaching you to value things that last. Take this change instead of taking expensive side trips. At this point, you may also feel more responsible, not a burden, but a right to own. You are becoming more aware that your life does not just happen to you. You are in charge of it. At first, that realization can feel heavy, but it gives you power. Stewardship gives you freedom without stress. It's also the time of year when consistency is more important than intensity. Small, steady steps are making something that will last. You are learning that you don't have to make big moves to get things done. Quiet obedience is showing results that can be seen. If this message hits you, don't be quiet. Take part in it. Let people know what your alignment is. When you like this video, when you share it, when you comment declaring your agreement, you are not just supporting content. You are reinforcing what is being built in you. Sign up and stay in touch, because this is happening in stages, and each one builds on the last. Keep reading this message for a little while longer. You might not see how what happens next will connect everything. There is also pruning going on right now. Things like time, energy, and attention are getting better. You might not be able to handle distractions as well. Not being patient is not this. Pay attention. God is focusing your attention so that your strength doesn't get spread out. Archangel Michael is making sure that the distractions don't get back in. Things that used to keep you busy for hours may not be as interesting to you as they used to be. This is discipline that grows naturally, not because of force, but because of a desire to be in line. Your feelings are also becoming more stable. The highs and lows are becoming more even. Being emotionally stable is a sign that you are getting better. You are no longer living your life based on luck. You are anchored inside. Don't be shocked if other people start to notice this change. Some people may ask for your help. Some people might feel uneasy when you're calm. Stay humble. Authority doesn't have to make itself known. This phase is also getting ready for growth. Structure is needed for increase. If you don't have a plan, blessing can be too much. Heaven is making sure that what's going on inside you can support what's going on outside. You are learning to pay attention more than talk, to look around more than you act, to move when told to instead of when pushed. These skills will be very important in the next event. Remember this: moving doesn't always mean going fast. It can mean direction too. Also, you're going in the right direction now, even if it feels slow. Archangel Michael stays close, steady, and alert. He is not scared by how fast you're going. He is happy with how you are lined up. Carry on walking with purpose. Don't stop choosing peace. Honor discernment as much as you can, because the base that is being built now will support everything that comes after. Now that your steady rhythm is made up of deliberate movement, my beloved, heaven turns its attention to something much deeper than action or choice. This phase is all about forming your identity. This is the point at which the person you are becoming stops being just an idea and starts to become a real part of your life. A lot of people change their habits, but never let their identities change. That's why old cycles come back. What's going on now gets to the root. In reality, your sense of self is changing, and that makes everything different. In this situation, Archangel Michael is present, not carrying a sword but being a witness. He is making sure that what has been set up stays strong even when feelings or situations change. Identity is a holy place. When you don't know who you are, your destiny is in danger. This phase feels slower, quieter, and more inside because of this. To let go of who you thought you had to be, you have to think about it, be honest, and have the courage. You may notice that things that used to make you feel successful, like praise, approval, and constant affirmation, aren't as important to you as they used to be. Not because you don't care anymore, but because you don't need them anymore. Your worth is shifting from how other people see you to how you really feel inside. This change alone locks a lot of doors that used to let manipulation, exhaustion, and doubt into your life. Strength is also being redefined. Strength used to look like putting up with everything without complaining. It looks like clear thinking, rest, setting limits, and being able to leave without feeling bad about it. You're learning that it's not weak to keep the peace. It is smart. Archangel Michael helps you understand this better by keeping you out of fights that aren't necessary. Not all problems need to be solved. Some need to be far away. Some people need quiet. Some things need trust. Now, you may notice times when you're by yourself more. This is not being alone. We call this integration. The soul needs time to adjust when identity changes. Instead of being emptiness, silence becomes a place of clarity. Do not fill it out quickly. There is a big thing settling down there, something that can't be made out of noise. Names from the past may come to mind. What people used to call you, what you used to agree with, and what you thought your limits were. Listen to them, but don't agree with them. Instead, let go. Many of those names don't fit anymore. You are not the same person you were while you were still alive. You're not the same person you were when you were reacting. You are becoming someone who makes choices, moves, and lives in a way that is in line with their values. Don't argue about getting rid of old definitions. And now I want to give you a moment to let go of those labels physically. You should type this in the comments with your own hands as you watch this. I release the old. Type it. Don't just think it. Let your fingers be the tool you use to make your statement. While you write, I release the old, you are cutting the last ties that connect you to an old version of yourself. You are making room for the new identity that God is giving you. Make up your mind to do it now. Archangel Michael is also help you tell the difference between performance and calling. You are learning that steady output doesn't show how valuable you are. You don't have to work hard to show that you're worth it. Your presence is important now. Your words have power because they come from alignment instead of desperation. When silence is chosen, it is no longer evasion. It's power. It might feel less busy than the last phase, but it's not empty. There is a lot of meaning in it. The foundations are being strengthened. Motives are being cleaned up. Intentions are being made clear. This is the kind of work that doesn't make a fuss, but sets the tone for everything that comes after. How you handle increases in the future will depend on what you settle now. You might notice that your prayers are more honest now. There is less polish, less performance, and more truth. Saying the right things is no longer important to you. Being real is important to you. When you are honest, heaven responds quickly. Alignment has always been more important than how something looks. Around comparison, there is also healing. No longer do you compare your journey to others. Their speed no longer scares you. Their success no longer makes you look bad. This kind of freedom is strong and hard to find. Moving forward is easier when you're not under any stress or anger. Archangel Michael makes sure that jealousy and fear don't take hold. At this point, when identity is safe, comparison is no longer possible. You are learning how to respect other people without giving up who you are, to be happy without being shy, to admire without copying. A desire for ease may grow stronger right now. Noise, distractions, and priorities should be less. This is not a break from life. It has refinement in it. Your inner world is getting clearer, and soon that clarity will show up in the decisions you make, the time you set aside for yourself, and the people you interact with. In this time, integrity is extremely important. It will feel heavier than before to make small concessions. This is not a ruling of guilt. It is alignment keeping itself safe. You're becoming aware of things that don't fit with who you are now. Trust that being sensitive is a strength, not a weakness. Sometimes you might miss some parts of the person you used to be, not because they were better, but because they were familiar. Even when it's bad for you, familiarity can be comforting. Let yourself feel sad, but don't go back to old habits. A goodbye is a part of growth at every stage. Archangel Michael is a reminder that situations can't change who you are if you are based on truth. What happens to you or what other people say about you doesn't make you who you are. You are defined by how well you match up with what heaven has said. As this identity solidifies, confidence will rise on its own. Not a lot of confidence, not confidence in defense. Quiet certainty, not the kind that fights, the kind that doesn't say anything, the kind that moves forward without being told to wait. The trip doesn't end here. It keeps the person who walks it stable. This is the base that everything else will be built on. Be honest. Don't move around. Stay in the present, because you will need to be the person you are becoming right now for what comes next. Now that you have a clear sense of who you are and where you fit in the world, my beloved, heaven is ushering you into a phase that many feel but few fully understand. Trusted authority. This isn't authority that rules or demands respect. This is authority that moves quietly but changes what happens. In this type of power, there is no need to make an announcement because it is already known in the unseen world. This stage comes on slowly, but after it does, nothing will react the same way to you again. Right now, Archangel Michael is closest to you because power needs to be carefully guarded, just as much as it is given. Heaven gives authority, and it also gives responsibility. You are not being led by the hand like you used to be, step by step. You are instead being trusted to understand, make a choice, and act wisely. Some people feel heavy at first, not because it's too much, but because it takes maturity. You're not reacting anymore. You are in charge. Now, you might start to notice that things are changing how they act around you. Things that used to be hard to get through start to give in. What was confusing before goes away faster. The tone of the talks changes. This is not a mistake. This is how alignment creates authority. When you're calm inside, the outside world will adjust on its own. With this power comes responsibility. You start to see more clearly how the choices you make affect other people. Words mean more now than they did before. Silence means something. Even being careful has an effect. This is why heaven worked on your character for a while before letting you enter this phase. Without humility, authority is harmful. When authority is based on humility, it has the potential to transform. Archangel, it's not that Michael limits you, but that he grounds you in truth so that pride doesn't get a foothold here. You're becoming very aware that everything you have wasn't earned by hard work alone, but was given to you. Being aware of this keeps you steady. It reminds you that obedience, not ambition, is what keeps you in power. There's a promise being made between heaven and your spirit right now, and a promise needs a mark, a sign. The subscribe button isn't important in the real world, but in the spiritual world, it shows what you want to do. Right now, I want you to seal the deal by joining this ministry. As soon as you click that button, you make a prophetic deal. I align myself with the authority being released here, you say. I connect to the source of this word so that I don't lose the covering I've been given. Don't let this moment go by without sealing it. Sign up right now, and let it be a digital promise that heaven will honor as proof that you're ready for more. There is also a stronger sense of responsibility growing. You might feel more responsible for the way things are going around you. Not to control them, but to keep them safe. You become pickier about what you let into your space, your mind, and your conversations. This is not pulling away from people. It is smart to get involved. Boundaries are necessary for authority to work. Moving around gets easier at the same time. There is no longer a fight for position or approval. Placement is where you are working. At first, this might feel strange. You might even question it, because that was how things used to be for you. It's not lazy to rest, though. Rest is a sign that you are exactly where you should be. You might notice that different kinds of people start to look for you. Some people will ask for help without you giving it to them. People will be uneasy around you because your calmness shows what they haven't resolved in themselves yet. Be kind. It is not necessary for authority to fix everything. Being there is enough sometimes. I can feel how heavy this moment is for you. This is a holy threshold. I want you to mark the moment when you feel like you have moved from striving to just being. Type Amen one more time in the comments. This should be a memorial stone. Think about that comment every time you see it in the days to come. It will remind you that you stopped fighting and started resting in your power. Type it now as a seal for this year. Archangel Michael will keep telling you that consistency in small things builds authority. Keep being honest even when no one is looking. Keep telling the truth even when it would be easier to compromise. These quiet choices strengthen what has been given to you. Your attention may also shift during this time. Some activities lose their appeal. Distractions go away on their own. This isn't loss, it's a step up. Heaven is keeping your energy from getting spread out. When attention is clear, authority functions best. You may feel more confident, but it's not the same as it used to be. It's not very loud. It doesn't want to agree. It's a sure knowledge. You also have more faith in your judgment. When something doesn't feel right, you hesitate less. This level of confidence is not haughtiness. It is clear. You may also have to show more patience during this phase. Authority takes its time to establish itself. There are times when you might want to act quickly, but are told to wait. Trust those signs. Timing keeps power from being abused. Now pay close attention to this. and answer with purpose. If you think this message backs up what you've been feeling, type "I step into authority" in the comments. Just recently, blessing code 3399 was made public. Now stay with me, because this moment is about more than just your journey. This message is reaching you because there are others who are still confused, still wondering what they're worth, and still don't know what authority they have access to. In this moment, when you respond and support this work, you become a way for light to reach them. The Bible says that seed will produce a harvest that the sower can't even see. That kind of seed this is. I can hear the Spirit saying, "Because you have been given power, give your seed to my work." Your help is like oil that keeps this message going. It turns into light that goes to places that need it and brings clarity. You are about to enter your divine future. Remember that this message does not end with you. People can use your breakthrough to get where they need to go, through the link in the description or the pinned comment. Whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community, you can help this mission. By doing so, you are sowing into the awakening, deliverance, and restoration of souls who are still trapped in darkness. This is not poetry when Jesus says, "Give, and heaven will open over you." Every seed you plant turns into oil for your destiny, fire for your calling, and safety for your family. Now is your time, my child. Have faith, and as you do, watch God multiply what you let go of. My beloved, as authority starts to show itself in the outside world, heaven now calls your attention to something that will determine how long this season lasts. Momentum stewardship. Many people get power, feel like they're making progress, but then lose it because they don't understand momentum. Momentum is different from speed. It is direction that is kept up by alignment. You are being taught right now how to carry out what has been given to you without losing your strength, peace, or focus. During this phase, Archangel Michael stays close, not to start a fight, but to keep things running smoothly. What has begun needs to be kept up, not because it was false, but because it was handled carelessly. Authority that is not managed carefully can slowly erode. This is why you are becoming more aware of your habits, routines, and priorities. Things that used to be small are now big. They show things. You might notice that heaven is watching how you handle the days when things don't go as planned, not just the times when big things happen. How you sleep, talk, and treat other people when there is no reward in mind. Momentum is kept up by everyday things. A lot of people lose ground here without even realizing it. But the way you are being trained is different. You are becoming more and more sensitive to imbalance. You know right away when something takes too much from you without giving anything back. It doesn't matter if something looks good on the outside, if it makes you feel bad on the inside. Being sensitive is not a sign of weakness. It's being a steward. Now you know how to keep the flow going. Archangel Michael is also teaching you to spot fake urgency. Not everything that needs your attention right away really does. Some things that are distracting try to pass as responsibilities. Some pressures look like chances to do something. It is being taught to you to stop, think, and act on clear thought instead of impulse. This discernment will help you keep going. You might feel like heaven is telling you to make things even simpler. Not because you can't handle more, but because focusing makes an impact stronger. When you focus your energy, movement gets strong. This is why people may start to break promises they don't need to keep. This isn't loss, it is a gathering. there is also a change in how expectations are set. It's teaching you not to expect trouble everywhere. For a long time, you were ready for opposition because you were used to it. What you're learning now is that favor can last. It's okay to feel eased. There can be support without strings. This realization needs to be healed. People sometimes stop progress because they aren't used to peace. That pattern is being broken for you. This is being emphasized again by Archangel Michael, who is telling you that being alert does not mean being tense. You can be awake and not moving at the same time. Authority that is based on peace works much better than authority that is based on fear. You might also notice that the way you talk changes. You say things with more thought. You're not as upset. You don't say as much. This is not pulling away emotionally. It's for safety inside. When people know who they are and what they can do, they choose their words carefully because they have meaning. A stronger trust is also growing in the timing. You're no longer scared of delays. You know that things are coming together in ways you can't see. This kind of patience isn't passive. It is sure of itself. Even when you can't see it, you know that something is moving. Keep in mind that this phase might not seem as exciting as the others. It's still important, though. In fact, it is fundamental. Quiet consistency keeps it going. What you do over and over again now affects how long what you carry will last. Archangel Michael is also watching how you deal with success. Not success in public, but success in your own mind. Do you stay humble when things go well? Do you stay humble when doors open? Do you stick to your rules when the pressure is off? These times are important. When things are going well, heaven gives more to those who stay aligned. You might feel a stronger sense of gratitude growing inside you. Not forced thanks, but genuine gratitude. You can now see how far you've come and how much has changed. Being thankful keeps your heart soft and your mind clear. Aside from that, you might sometimes want to look back and compare your progress to old pain. Do not stay there. Reflection is good, but dwelling can slow things down. What's behind you has already done its job. Archangel Michael is a promise that what has been set up will be kept safe. You don't have to defend it all the time. You need to take care of it. Together, stewardship and protection are effective. You are learning that being in charge doesn't mean always moving, but always being in the same place. There will be days when you feel full. Some people will be quiet. Both are important. Momentum is not synonymous with constant activity. It means direction that doesn't stop. As this understanding grows, so will confidence. Not faith in the results, but faith in the process. There is faith that every step is important, even if it seems small. The more it seems small, the more it matters. Pay close attention this season. Don't get too rigid with your rules. Keep your eyes open and don't get scattered, because what you have on you now is made to last, and the size of what happens next will depend on how you handle this momentum. Archangel Michael keeps an eye on things. Heaven is still involved. You are learning not only how to walk forward with strength, but also how to do it wisely. God is now putting you in a phase that determines both your visibility and your endurance, my beloved. This is when momentum settles and authority grows. This is the season of alignment that is being watched. The things that you learned in private are now starting to make sense in public. Not because you wanted attention, but because being in alignment creates a weight that can't be hidden. Light doesn't make a noise, but it is always seen. During this phase, Archangel Michael stays close by because being seen always gets people's attention. Not just admiration, but also study. This is not the test of struggle you were used to. It checks how consistent something is. What will you do when more people are looking at you? Will you keep what was built in secret safe when it starts to have an effect on other people? These questions are not meant to put you under stress. They are meant to make you stronger. People may look at you differently now, you may notice. They pay more attention. They pay attention to how you handle stress. Keep the peace and speak when things aren't clear. Some people will be inspired by how steady you are. Some people might feel uncomfortable because your alignment shows them something they have been trying to avoid in themselves. You can't change either reaction. Understanding is not your job. It's your job to align. Heaven is watching how you handle power before giving you more of it. Recognition and applause are not ways to gauge influence. Impact is how you measure it. One word that is lined up can be more powerful than many voices that are spread out. That's why it's still important to be calm. There's no need for you to comment on everything. Someone doesn't need to be cleared up all the time. Silence protects authority when it is used wisely. Archangel Michael keeps you from giving in to the urge to perform. Performance wants to be praised. Truth is sought by alignment. Drains on performance. Alignment stays in place. You don't have to make anyone like you. When someone gives something to you, you have to keep it safe. This difference will keep you from getting burned out or confused. There may be times when you feel like the light is shining on parts of you that you'd rather not show. This is not meant to make you feel bad about yourself. It's meant to make you better. Anything that is slightly out of place will come to the surface now, not to be judged, but to be gently fixed. This is care from heaven, not criticism. During this phase, you may also get invitations to new conversations, take on new responsibilities, or be given new opportunities that look good. Not every one of them is an assignment. Some are just distractions that look like progress. In this situation, discernment is crucial. Not only should you ask yourself if something is good, but also if it fits. Even when it requires effort, alignment always brings peace. Also, this is the time of year when your voice starts to matter in ways you didn't expect. It's possible that what you say will hit home with people more deeply than you think. Do not think this is not important. Pick your words carefully. Talk about life. Say what you mean. Tell the truth without being mean. Humility is a powerful way to express authority. If you are getting this message, don't do nothing. Take part in it. You are not just interacting with content when you like this video. Share it with someone who needs to see it, or leave a comment to say that you agree with what it says. You are getting in sync with what is happening. Keep in touch and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next, since each layer builds on the last one. Please stay with me for a little while longer. What comes next will put together pieces that you might not have put together yet. Archangel Michael is also showing you how to stay grounded as your fame grows. Inequality results from growth without a base. You are being told to stay rooted in prayer, rest, and being honest. These anchors make sure that identity isn't changed by recognition. You may have a new sense of purpose now, but you don't feel as much pressure as you did before. This is a good reason. It gives energy instead of taking it away. You don't have to worry about missing out or falling behind anymore. You follow what you know and trust. A purification of motive is also taking place. It's more important than ever to know why you do what you do. Heaven cares less about how something looks, and more about why it's done that way. This refinement will keep you from being let down later. You can't lose your peace when your intentions are good. During this phase, Don't be surprised if some people get you wrong. Alignment can be hard for people who are still trying. Let misunderstanding go by without a fight. Truth doesn't need to be argued over. Stability is more important than explanation. Archangel Michael is there to reassure you that you're not going through this by yourself. Every step is taken. Every decision that is in line is strengthened. You don't have to see the whole picture. You just have to stick to what has been shown to you so far. This part is not the peak. It gets people ready to trust more. The goal is not to be seen. Faithfulness means, and loyalty always leads to growth at the right time and in the right amount. Stay steady. Stay open to learning. Stay aligned, because what comes next will need the stability you're building now. Heaven is not in a hurry. Heaven is setting you up. What was hidden is now being slowly, carefully, and on purpose shown. There's no way you could lose yourself in the process. As things become clearer, and your loyalty is tested in a quiet way, my beloved, heaven is now drawing you into a very personal phase, sealing and assurance. At this point, doubt is dealt with at its source, not just through signs, but also through strong inner conviction. A lot of people can walk around with power and still wonder if it will last. This part answers that question in a soft but firm way. What has been set up is not easily broken. It's locked up. Because sealing is holy work, Archangel Michael stays close. What heaven seals, the opposition can't change. This is why you might feel a stronger sense of certainty growing inside you. Assuredness is not the absence of questions. Even when things are still happening, there is more trust than questions when it is present. You might notice that fear isn't arguing as often as it used to. Thoughts that used to spiral slowly lose speed these days. It's not that life is now predictable. It's that your foundation has changed. You're not just building on hope anymore. You are adding to what you already know, what makes sense, and what you know for sure. During this phase, heaven will also remind you of its promises, not to tease you, but to hold you down. Some of the words that have been said over and over again may come back to you now, but they will feel different, less far away, less symbolic, and more useful. These things will start to make sense to you, and you won't just believe that they will happen. Archangel Michael is making sure that impatience doesn't get in the way of trust. People sometimes rush when they're almost done with something, but stillness is needed for sealing. Trusting that what is close doesn't require chasing. It's teaching you how to wait without stress, and how to expect without stress. Also, people who have been disappointed are getting better. Not the kind of disappointment that you feel when your expectations were not met in the past. Heaven is separating disappointments from progress in the present. You are becoming aware that not all delays were caused by denial. Some were for safety. Some were getting ready. There were some redirections. As this realization sinks in, peace grows. Not thrills, but peace. Peace that doesn't depend on what happens. Peace that lasts even when answers aren't complete. This peace means that something is sealed. It means your spirit knows what stability is. You might also feel less need to ask other people for comfort. When internal assurance is high, external validation is not as important. This doesn't mean you stay by yourself. It means you don't need agreement to move forward anymore. Archangel Michael supports this by reminding you inside of what you have already beaten. Battles you survived, seasons you weathered, and habits you broke. Instead of hurting, memories become proof. Instead of regret, reflection develops confidence. You might feel less emotional in this phase than in earlier ones. Less ups and downs, more stability. Do not mistake this for staying the same. This is growing up. Silently, roots grow. Structures become stable. What lasts doesn't always make itself known. People also trust timing more than they did before. Speed is no longer a way to measure progress. You're measuring it by how straight it is. From now on, you won't have to worry about comparisons or pressure. You move at a smart, not a quick rate. You might notice that how you deal with doubt now is different from how you used to. You don't freak out, you just stop. Instead of forcing people to answer, you just watch. This is not passivity, it is restraint. It's trust that things will become clear when they do. During this phase, Archangel Michael will keep an eye on your thoughts. Assurance needs to be kept safe. Some old doubts may try to come back, not because they are true, but because they are comfortable. Do not let them in. Truth cannot be found in familiarity. There is also a feeling of readiness building up inside you. Not impatience, but being ready. You have a sense of being ready for what's next, even if you can't fully see it yet. The fact that this is ready shows that sealing has happened. Heaven is also adding internal assurance to the external confirmation. Soon, you may get small reassurances through people you talk to, events that happen at the right time, or chances that confirm what you already know. These are meant to agree with you, not to change your mind. You will learn from this phase that faith doesn't always feel fiery. It feels calm sometimes. There are times when it feels calm. There are times when it feels like quiet confidence that doesn't need to be boosted. This doesn't mean less faith. It means more faith. This depth is protected by Archangel Michael. He makes sure that temporary noise doesn't break what has been sealed. You are being taught how to stay steady no matter what happens around you. Your attitude toward the future changes as this promise takes hold. You don't have to brace yourself anymore. You no longer expect to lose. For alignment, you're ready. You look forward to clarity. It's not naive to think this way. It is having roots. You're no longer standing on weak ground. You are standing on something that has been proven, tested, and agreed upon. Also, heaven is happy with this base. Stay still when told to. Do what you are told. Trust what you have sealed inside you, because the next thing that happens will not question your readiness. It's going to need it. Now we've reached a point that, my beloved one, heaven has been patiently getting you ready for fulfillment through alignment. This is not the end of a chapter that leaves things alone. This kind of culmination proves that everything that came before it was for a reason. What was moved, cleaned up, trusted, tested, and sealed is now starting to show itself in real ways. Without a doubt, but not all at once. There is no defense for Archangel Michael. He is just a witness. What heaven builds during this phase doesn't need to be protected all the time because it's firmly planted. You're no longer stepping on something weak. You are stepping into something that was made by putting pressure on it, waiting, and being very careful. That's why it will last. You might notice that things are changing in your life now. Not dramatically, but over time. Doors open on their own. Solutions show up without any work. Resistance that used to hold you back has lost its power. However, this is not because opposition went away. It just lost power. What used to challenge you now fits your needs. This newness also makes me feel like I know it. It seems right. It feels right. You feel like you were always meant to walk in that, even though you couldn't explain it before. This is a very important recognition. It lets you know that you're not changing into someone else. You're turning into the person you were always meant to be. Archangel Michael makes sure that your humility stays on top. Being fulfilled does not mean being better than other people. It means being clear about yourself. You don't need to prove anything right now. You are called to follow what has already been set up. That quiet confidence will be stronger than any words you say. During times of reflection, you may become aware of how much has changed inside you. The fears that used to make people make choices, the doubts that used to slow things down, the worn-out feeling that used to last forever. These things no longer describe who you are. They can knock, but they don't get in. This is victory shown through stability. There is also a release of thanks right now. Not forced thanks, but thanks for being there. You now see God's hand where you used to only see chaos. You know why the timing was important, how much patience was needed, why some things had to break down before others could come together. This understanding makes peace stronger. Archangel Michael stays where he is because happiness brings responsibility. People will be affected by what you carry now, even if you don't want to play that role. What you do when you walk, talk, choose, and rest says more than words ever could. It's not loud, but this effect is real. You might notice that your prayers are different now. Listen more than you ask. Trust more. Feel less rushed. In no way do these events make you stop wanting. It means that alignment, not lack, is now where desire comes from. When people pray from this place, heaven answers in a different way. At this time, people are also more willing to help others. You are more likely to encourage, bless, and give because you don't have to worry about running out of money. This is because you are no longer trying to stay alive. Your work is based on provision. As this message comes to a close, I want to give you one last chance to really understand what you have read. If you feel clearer, calmer, or more in charge after leaving, please let me know. Type these words in the comments section below. I am ascending. Not I hope to ascend. Not one day I will ascend. But I am ascending. Say out loud that you are going higher right now. Feel free to type it. Type it without doubt. Let heaven and earth know that you agree. Now pay close attention to this because now is the time to act. In the comments, type, I walk in alignment, if this message makes your journey even more real. Just recently, blessing code 1212 was made public. This word didn't end in you. It was made public so that others who are still confused, doubting their worth, or feeling like they're behind schedule could get light. Now I'm going to talk directly as someone who is working on this assignment. You are welcome to join what God is doing here. The Spirit says, as you have received clarity and provision, as light has found you, help it find others. Please know that every seed you plant in this mission will grow into a torch that shines in someone else's darkness. Giving to this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community, does not go to a channel. Your actions are supporting a divine mission to save lost souls. Heaven moves through willing voices, but it grows through hearts that are kind. This is what I say over you now. Each gift you give is like a stream of living water that flows into the life of someone who needs healing. Give, and it will be given to you is not just a verse for Jesus. It is a living promise that shapes your future. Allow me to invite you now with a simple act of faith. Come into this moment with purpose, with honesty, and with hope. The money you give today is not a donation. The act of spiritual obedience that lets your heavens open is what opens them. Let go of your seed and see what God brings back into your life. Now I'm going to let you go with a final commission. The blessing that was put on this word doesn't end here. It's made to go places. It's meant to get around. That's why I need you to be a carrier. Click the share button before you leave this video. Tell someone this to let them know that the time for kneeling is over. This should be sent to a friend who needs to take charge. It's not just a video when you share this prophetic word. You're also expanding the reach of your own breakthrough. Someone else's life is getting a boost from what you're doing, and heaven promises that you will get back many times over in your own life. Turn on the anointing to go somewhere. Send this message right now. Witnesses include Archangel Michael. Heaven writes down obedience. What you back today will speak for you tomorrow. Stay true, stay aligned, and keep responding. This is not the end. This is going up. Before we get to the end of this powerful story, let's take a moment to reflect on this deep truth. You did not find this message by accident. This is not a stroke of luck. It is a direct message from Archangel Michael to you. He's extending his hand and inviting you into a protected, high-vibrational community where divine abundance is not just a hope, but a promise. This sacred principle is very simple, but it can change your whole life. If you follow it, you won't just receive blessings. They will be multiplied and flow into every part of your life. By accepting this invitation right now, you are unlocking immediate, early access to powerful content and divine insights that are hidden from the general world. Now is your chance to enter a sacred space where you will receive spiritual guidance, unwavering support, and speedy progress toward your destiny. Do not let this sacred moment of destiny pass you by. Your breakthrough is waiting. Join Archangel Michael's inner circle immediately through the exclusive link in the description. This is how you guarantee you never miss the direct, personalized messages that are specifically meant to elevate and empower your life. If you desire to deepen your connection, the link is waiting for you in both the pinned comment and the description. And for those who feel called to amplify this work, a link to purchase the guided ebook is available, which is completely optional, but your presence, attention, and energy already mean the world. Take the step. Your abundance awaits. My beloved child, pause for a moment and listen with your spirit, not just your ears. This is not a random message. This is not something you clicked by accident. Heaven has marked this moment, and today had been circled in the unseen realm. The sound you're hearing now is the last message from heaven. It's full of love, urgency, and a warning. Right now, Jesus is calling your name, and the Archangel Michael is standing next to this message and speaking authoritatively. My child, your time has finally come, but time is running out. Heaven rarely speaks so clearly in a lifetime. That's one of them. You are being watched, cared for, and led a lot more than you think. It would have been easy for you to break down, lose everything, or walk into destruction, but you didn't. It wasn't luck. That was not a mistake. There was divine intervention there. Archangel Michael has been put in charge of your case. He has fought battles you never saw and blocked doors that looked good but would have hurt you. But now the mood in heaven has changed. We are no longer in a waiting season. This is the time of year to respond. Jesus' voice is not whispering. When heaven calls your name directly, it means you need to make a decision. He is calling your name. It's no longer possible to be neutral. It's no longer safe to wait. Archangel Michael's message is clear and important. Your angels will leave you if you don't pay attention to this. Take some time to think about that. This does not mean that God no longer loves you. That is, protection changes when assignment is not taken into account. When a divine command is repeatedly put off, heaven does not force obedience. Angels are sent on purpose to provide guidance and timing. People have free will, even if it hurts. That's why this message is heavy, emotional, and important all at the same time. The next stage of your life is at a crossroads. Recently, your heart has been nudged all the time. You've felt restless for no reason, had trouble sleeping, had old memories come back to you, and had a sense that something is about to happen, but were afraid to take action. That's not worry. There is spiritual pressure there. Due to the pressure of time, heaven is under pressure. Today is more than a date. It is a window through which what has been put off will either be turned on or turned off. There is no doubt that you have prayed for clarity, confirmation, and a sign. This is the sign. You heard your name called out in the courts of heaven because you are hearing this message right now. Jesus has seen your tears, heard the prayers you said in your head when no one else was around, and understood the questions you were too shy to ask out loud. Archangel Michael tells you that you have been trained by going through hard times. Everything you went through was worth it. You were getting ready for the next thing by going through the betrayals, setbacks, and times when you felt like no one saw you. But this is the truth that many people don't hear. Destiny needs people to take part. Miracles need movement. A lot of people miss this. Angels move when you move. You've been putting things off until you feel safe, but heaven wants you to act now, before everything makes sense. This makes me feel bad because of this. This is why your comfort zone feels like it's squeezing you. You know deep down that you were never meant to stay where you are. Right now, Jesus is calling your name not to scare you, but to wake you up. When time is short, love can sound like a need to act quickly. Archangel Michael does not pose a threat. He's telling you not to do it because he can see things you can't. He can see both ways. Alignment, speed, and protection are all influenced by one. The other creates delays, confusion, and silence from the people you used to rely on for help. And pay attention to this. This message won't go away just because you ignore it. The next season will be harder because of it. This might make you wonder, why me? Why now? Even though you don't feel ready, you are ready. In Amen, He qualifies those who are called, not the other way around. You are not expected to be perfect. It entails obedience, a step, a decision, and the giving up of what you have been holding on to in fear. Something specific that you have been putting off is a talk, a move, a promise, or a release. It's already clear to you. Confirmation can be found in the tight feeling in your chest. This is the very thing that will lead to your breakthrough, says Archangel Michael. Just take a moment to agree with this if it feels right in your spirit right now. In the comments, type Amen to show that you are choosing alignment over delay, obedience over fear, and not avoiding it. Not doing it has pushed back your moment. Facing it will unlock it. Today is a big day. Either you step into alignment or you step into struggling for no reason. Only one way leads to divine acceleration, though heaven will still love you regardless. Angelic assistance is only active in your life in one direction. This is not just another video. This is not a coincidence, so don't brush it off. You got this message because your name was called out. Jesus is calling you not to be punished, but to have a reason for living. With his sword drawn, Archangel Michael is ready to fight, but not you. He is ready to fight what has been stopping you. It's important that you think about this for a few minutes more than you think. Pay close attention. Your spirit already knows what to do. This is just the start of what heaven wants you to know today. Choose one, take a deep breath, and let this sink in more deeply. What you thought at the end of the last message wasn't made up. Yes, it was recognition. Heaven doesn't say the same thing over and over, and this message keeps going because something important is happening right now. Archangel Michael is still here, watching, and at the edges of this moment, to protect you. What happens next depends on how you react with knowledge, not fear. A lot of people have the wrong idea about something. They think that warnings from heaven are meant to scare people. But real divine warnings are invitations. In these times, God shows mercy by saying, I care enough about you to tell you before it changes. The name of Jesus calling you is not a threat. Has to do with proximity. If your name is called out in heaven, it means that you are being pulled closer, not farther away. There is spiritual noise trying to distract you right now. Things like being busy, doubt, overthinking, and even small irritations have been getting worse lately. That's not a coincidence. When heaven is getting ready to move you forward, you often face more resistance at first. The resistance you feel is not because you are weak, says Archangel Michael. It's because what's ahead of you is heavy. Beyond yourself, your next move has influence. You don't realize how much your obedience affects other people. Some people are waiting for your yes, but you don't know it. If this word speaks to you, share it with someone who may be at a crossroads. When you share, you're not just sending a video. You're inspiring someone to make a breakthrough in their life. Someone else's relief has been held up because of your delay. This is the reason why today is so intense. It's not just a private moment. There is a chain reaction going on here. When you align, other people gain. People stay stuck when you hesitate. Jesus is calling your name because he wants your attention, not because you are perfect. If you know this to be true, show that you agree. In the comments, type Amen to show that you are no longer pondering and have made up your mind. In your mind, you keep going over mistakes you made in the past and telling yourself you missed your chance. Pay attention to this. You didn't miss it. You were being kept safe. You would have been crushed if you had taken on this assignment earlier. But now you have the strength, discernment, and spiritual maturity to handle it. Even though Archangel Michael tells you that you are safe, protection doesn't last forever. With obedience, it moves. Covering increases as you walk where you are told to. Covering is constrained when you stay where you are at ease. Because of this, the last season felt rushed, annoying, and tired. You were getting bigger than the place you were standing. Take note of how some doors no longer interest you. A lot of the time, conversations feel empty. Some habits make you feel heavy. That's not being bored. That shows that there is misalignment. Heaven is repositioning you gently but firmly. Repositioning always feels like loss before it feels like gain to begin with. You need to understand something very important right now. Angels don't leave for no reason. When a lesson needs to be learned by doing, they step aside. The message from Archangel Michael is not about being afraid. It has to do with love and urgency. Heaven doesn't want you to have to learn the hard way what obedience could get you. You are not alone. This message also tells you that. This is resonating with you because your spirit knows it to be true. I also want you to take a moment to recognize if this is deeply moving you. Use this message as a guide. To show that you agree, click like. on this message. Tell someone who may also be at a crossroads about it. Tell us about your awareness. Your involvement is more than just talking to people. It's alignment. And if this space keeps confirming what God is telling you, make sure you stay in touch by subscribing and giving this channel your support. This is how messages like this keep getting to the people who need them the most. Archangel Michael tells you that you will need courage, not confidence, for the next part of your life. After that comes confidence. First, have courage. You don't need to see everything. Just do the next right thing. Movement, not perfection, is what makes heaven happy. Jesus calling your name is also a call to a close relationship, not a religious or routine one. There has been space lately, not because God moved, but because there are more things to do. This is your call to come back to stillness, to listen again, and to get your heart back in sync. 5 honest minutes can change the whole day. Watch out for the next few hours and days. A soft thought, a confirmation through words you didn't expect, and a peace that settles when you finally make up your mind are all signs. These are not just random events. These things are confirmations. As soon as you choose alignment, momentum will take the place of hesitation, says Archangel Michael. Pay close attention. The next part is very important. You don't want to miss what comes next. What heaven shows you next will make sense of everything you've been feeling but couldn't put your finger on. Stay with this message because the truth that is coming out will give you the clarity you've been looking for but didn't know how to ask for. Please lean in with your heart, my dear, because what is being told now is holy. This is where a lot of people feel the weight of heaven the most, not because they are in danger, but because the truth is against their soul. In this very moment, Archangel Michael is communicating with you and telling you that what you are feeling is the release of responsibility, not burden. Being responsible. There's a difference. Burden wears you down. Being responsible wakes you up. At this point, making excuses won't help you anymore. What seemed like a reasonable delay before now feels like stress inside. This is not a ruling of guilt. Here we are awakening. Jesus is calling your name right now to commission your future, not to make up for your past. Heaven isn't going over all of your mistakes. Your readiness is being tested. Your divine trust is being shown to you. Not many people get this. When God gives someone time-sensitive instructions, it is because they have already shown faith in unseen ways. It would have been easier for you to leave, but you stayed. You stood the silence without getting angry. You didn't give up when results were slow to come in. These moments were caught on film. Your perseverance is the reason for this alert, according to Archangel Michael. But this is the truth that needs to be told clearly but gently. There are short-term spiritual seasons. Chances that come from heaven have expiration dates. This is not because God is impatient, but because purpose moves in a rhythmic way. Dissonance results from missed rhythm. That's why heaven is calling out right now, before the dissonance turns into distance. You may have recently had a strange feeling, like you are standing between two versions of yourself. One feels safe and familiar, and the other feels unknown but alive. This stress is not confusion. This is a transition. Jesus is in the middle of that area and is calling you to come forward. Archangel Michael is behind you, making sure that nothing bad follows you. Right now is also the time when fear tries to look like wisdom. Thoughts like, wait a little longer, get more prepared, or what if I fail sound reasonable. But they come from self-protection, not obedience. You don't have to be fearless to enter heaven. You have to be willing to do it. Make sure you understand this. No harm is meant when angels step aside. It has an effect. When a goal is being pursued, protection flows most easily. The warning is given because protection is still in place, says Archangel Michael. It would be much worse to be quiet. You are hearing this right now, which means that heaven is still calling you. Today is about alignment, not loss. That's when the line between drifting and making up your mind is drawn. You're not being hurried. You are being told again. Jesus calling your name is heaven's way of telling you not to be afraid right now. That decision or act of surrender you need to make will bring you closer than you think. Your obedience also brings healing. That pain you thought wasn't connected will all of a sudden make sense. The stress you were under will be turned into authority. Someone else's breakthrough will grow from the tears you cry alone. This is how God works. Nothing goes to waste, and everything is saved. Archangel Michael says there is a mantle ready, but mantles are not put on people who are hesitant. It's on hearts that have given in. Notifying your obedience is not necessary. All you have to do is walk away. Before this message ends, heaven will make the announcement. Take this moment as a holy checkpoint. Make your point clear right now during this holy pause. Type, "I choose alignment" in the comments. As you write it, picture yourself moving from doubt to divine order. Don't skip this step. Allow it to mark you. Be anchored by it. This is more than just information. It is passing on. In the comments, type, "I get the call." Good news. Blessing code 945 was just released if this speaks to you. Listen to this now with authority and clarity. The reason this message moved you is that God is using this channel as a river, not a lake. What flows through here is meant to reach people who need direction, hope, and the truth very badly. I'm talking to you right now. As this awakening grows inside you, know that helping with this mission is not a joke. It is a sign from God. You can support this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community. By doing so, you become part of Jesus' plan to save souls who are still stuck in fog. Every seed turns into light that fights against darkness. If you water others, you will be watered yourself, Jesus says. This is not history. It is a living promise about your future. Come into this moment with faith and a plan. What God has already planned for your life can be unlocked through your giving. Now, beloved soul, things are getting quieter but deeper. If heaven stops shouting, this is where it starts to search the heart. Archangel Michael takes a small step back, not because it's less important, but because you need to find more discernment right now. Truth can speak without resistance as the noise fades. This is the sacred pause that comes before telling someone what to do. A lot of people get this stage wrong. They believe that silence means giving up. A lot of the time, silence is confirmation. As soon as heaven has spoken, it waits to see what the heart will decide once its feelings are calm. No, Jesus calling your name wasn't meant to scare you, but to wake you up. Prior to alignment is awareness. You might notice that a strange calm tries to come in after the rough patch. A part of you wants to go back to your normal life with all of its distractions and comforts. That's the test. True peace is characterized by clarity, not avoidance, and familiarity frequently passes for peace. Archangel Michael tells us that now is the time when old habits will try to pull you back, not with force, but with comfort. You're being told to pick intention over instinct. Something very personal is being talked about here. Everyone who hears this is called to be honest, but not everyone is called to do the same thing. You already know where you've already given half of your time. It's already clear where you've been putting things off in the name of patience. Heaven isn't mad about it, but it also won't throw it out either. For Jesus calling your name is a call to maturity. Not the kind of maturity that looks strong on the outside, but the kind that is deep down. This is where faith stops being an emotion and starts being a choice. This is where prayer turns into a posture and belief turns into obedience. This is also the time when spiritual identity is refined, says Archangel Michael. You can't think of yourself as small, unprepared, or not good enough anymore. A part of you can't handle what's coming next. The calling ahead needs authority, and alignment, not effort, gives authority. You might feel exposed in ways you didn't expect, with old insecurities coming back to the surface and questions about your worth coming up again. This is not going backwards. There is purification here. Things that can't go with you are being brought to the surface so they can be released. Heaven is kind, but it gets things done. Don't be shocked if relationships start to change in small ways. Some connections might feel far away. Some people may feel stressed. No, this is not a punishment. This is called recalibration. Your outer world has to change when your inner alignment does. Archangel Michael makes sure that nothing important is lost. But not all things that are familiar are meant to stay. Discernment also improves during this time. Soon you'll be able to see intentions more clearly, even your own. You will start to understand things that used to stump you. What used to tempt you will no longer do so. This clarity is a gift, but to keep it you have to be honest. The name of Jesus calling you is also a call to make things easier. You've been feeling tired because there are too many choices, voices, and internal negotiations. One step, one decision at a time. Heaven is bringing you back to the center of yourself. Today's obedience is worth more than all the plans you make for tomorrow. There is protection in simplicity, according to Archangel Michael. Interference can't access your focus when it's clear. Not because you are weak, but because your focus is strong. This is why distractions have been so strong lately. You're not behind. You are being put in place. Write down what brings you peace right now. Not adrenaline or excitement, but peace. Peace is the way to go. If something makes you feel whole on the inside, even if it scares other people, that's a sign. A lot of the time, fear comes with growth, but peace confirms direction. Rest, not escape, but restoration is also offered here. Heaven doesn't push you forward until you're tired. Before it sends you, it makes you stronger. You're tired because you've been carrying weight that wasn't meant to be on your shoulders. Put it down. You don't need to earn what's already yours. Consent is a key component of this journey. Heaven has talked. People have been warned. The invite is still valid. It's not a question of whether God is faithful anymore. It's a question of whether you are willing. Archangel Michael stays close, sword lowered, watchful and ready. Jesus is still calling your name, but it's getting clearer. Pressure won't be the cause of the next movement. Resolve will. Take a moment to relax. Let it change you. The depth you are building now will be needed for what comes next. Now, beloved, we're going to a place of revelation that many people never get to. It's not hidden, but it takes honesty without defense. Heaven starts to show you not only where you're going, but also why you had to take this path. Archangel Michael warns us that clarity is on the way, but only if we let the truth settle without resistance. Instead of wrestling with God, you've been wrestling with yourself. It's a fight between who you were and who you are becoming. When there is stillness and your thoughts become more pronounced, you have felt it. This tension inside is not a sign of weakness. It really is transformation. Jesus calling your name doesn't make you feel bad about what you did. It makes you take responsibility for what you did. A lot of people ask God to use them, but not many are ready for the process of being refined that comes after. You have gone through refinement without being aware of it. Loss taught you discernment. It took time to teach you patience. You learned boundaries from disappointment. You didn't just make it through these seasons, they changed you. You now have wisdom that can't be taught, only lived, says Archangel Michael. That's why heaven trusts you with important instructions that depend on timing. For what's coming next, you'll have to stand without constantly needing reassurance. There won't be signs at every turn this season. It's about having faith. Emotional confirmation won't always come your way, but you will always have spiritual certainty. This kind of faith moves people even when they don't feel anything. You may find that some prayers are answered differently than you thought they would be. This is not because God is holding back, but because He is changing the way you see things. You could not have done what you asked for in the past. The things that are coming will test you, but they will also keep you going. Jesus calling your name now is a reminder that He sees more than just the part you are holding. Archangel Michael tells you that one of the most important lessons you've learned is restraint. Knowing when not to speak, react, or chase something that seems good but isn't real. This restraint was for practice. Because of the next season there will need to be authority, and authority without restraint leads to destruction. You are being taught how to lead without losing who you are. A release of old guilt, self-blame, and what-if questions is also happening here. These things can't go with you. Heaven doesn't want to talk about your past. Your alignment is the main focus. God doesn't come back after forgiving. It's not from heaven if something keeps coming up. The message is for you to finally let go. You don't need to be perfect. You're being asked to be there. Today keeps going off because it's a decision point, not a scary deadline. This is the point at which intention turns into action and awareness turns into agreement. You don't need to tell everyone about this. The decision is made in the heart first. Heaven sees it when no one else does. This is an important thing that Archangel Michael says. When you choose alignment, resistance doesn't go away right away, but it loses its power. Only when he feels his influence is waning does the enemy argue loudly. Do not think that resistance means you failed. Many times, it's confirmation that you're moving in the right way. You might also want to make your life easier, make more room, and say no more often. This is the rising wisdom. What you're going into needs room to grow. Calling gets suffocated by too much going on. You can make space without feeling guilty in heaven. Jesus calling your name also gives you back confidence, but not the loud kind. It's the quiet kind that doesn't need to be affirmed and moves steadily even when no one is looking. This confidence will help you get through times when no one is cheering. But the impact is clear. Do not hurry what is going on inside you. Roots grow in the dark before fruit shows up in the light. What is taking shape inside you will soon be seen, but it needs to be stable first. Archangel Michael keeps a close eye on this process to make sure nothing gets in the way too soon. When you learn to trust God without conditions, like, if this happens, then I will obey, you start to say, because you spoke, I will move. This changes everything. Heaven responds quickly to hearts that give up their fight. Let this truth anchor you as this section concludes. You're not behind schedule. We haven't forgotten about you. Not only that, but you are qualified. You are getting lined up. The call ahead is real. The timing is the intention. You are getting stronger, which means that heaven has not only called your name, but also made you ready for what's to come. Dear child, this is where movement starts to take the place of thought. Up until now, heaven had been molding your comprehension, easing resistance, and bolstering resolve. Now, however, Archangel Michael speaks with a tone of readiness, not a panicked sense of urgency, but a tone of readiness that gets things ready. This is the threshold at which inner agreement begins to show up as external actions. There is a small change going on inside you. You might not be able to fully explain it, but something seems set in stone, even if the details are still not clear. This is important. Heaven doesn't wait for things to be certain. It waits for a heart that is sure. Your name has already been called by Jesus. You're no longer not sure if this message is for you. You are now deciding what to say, not because they doubt God, but because they are afraid of responsibility. People frequently hesitate at this point. Taking care of things changes how you live. It changes what you allow, who you listen to, and how you spend your time. It costs comfort to be aligned, but it pays off in peace. What you are about to do will require discipline, but it will also release joy that you haven't felt in a long time. According to Archangel Michael, you can start to clearly see what needs to be changed. Not everything at once, but enough to move on to the next step. It could be a line that needs to be drawn and followed. Perhaps you need to release a bad habit. Perhaps the talk needs to happen at some point. Heaven doesn't usually ask for everything all at once. In order, it asks for obedience. Do not forget how important small acts of obedience are. A decision made with faith can change the course of a whole future. God operates in this manner, subtly, precisely, and with intention. Jesus calling your name isn't about making big moves. It's about taking faithful steps over and over again. This is also where spiritual authority starts to grow, says Archangel Michael. Titles and praise do not give you authority. When no one is looking, obedience is demonstrated. Due to your ability to exercise restraint, people trust you with influence. You learned how to listen, which makes you ready to lead. It's important to stay in touch at this point. Messages like this aren't meant to be read and then forgotten. They are meant to be gone back to, thought about, and lived out. As a sign of alignment, if you feel like heaven is always talking to you through this space, subscribe now. Not only does your subscription help, but it also puts you in a prophetic position that keeps you in touch with what God is releasing this season. If this word confirms what God has already been stirring in you, let that agreement be seen. As a sign of alignment, I like this message. Someone who may be in need of clarity right now should receive it. Not to get attention, but to hold yourself accountable. Say what struck a chord. Make sure you subscribe and are a part of this expanding community if you want to keep receiving messages that are rich in meaning and discernment. People who are listening for God's voice will continue to get what you support. There is also a focus that is getting better right now. Things that used to be attractive are becoming less appealing. You might be drawn to solitude, thought, or action with intention. This is not being alone. That's what preparation is. Not even Jesus went out in front of big movements. When you have a goal, being still is not the same as being stuck. Archangel Michael wants you to know that you are not going through this next phase by yourself. Before we go any further, let what heaven is stirring in you come to life. Type, "I am ready to move," in the comments. Think about it and write it with intention, not emotion, like a witness in the spirit world. It is still possible to get help. Guidance is still there. But as you move, the way becomes clearer. A lot of people want to see the whole picture before they take their first step. Heaven provides light for the next step, and then reveals more as you go. Moving around builds trust. You may also feel tested in subtle ways, with chances to make concessions or go back to old habits. All of these are not setbacks. These things are confirmations. What used to tempt you now shows how much you've grown. You have grown too big for something when it no longer fits. Jesus calling your name also denotes restoration of assurance, not pride. You're starting to trust that God really does know what He's doing with your life. This trust makes things less stressful and more stable. When results aren't clear right away, it anchors you. At this point, be kind to yourself. Sometimes growth doesn't feel very big. Choosing the truth over comfort and obedience over ease of use can feel like consistency at times. You are being changed more by these choices than you know. As you keep listening, something important will come up that will show you how your calling is related to what you are going through now in a way you have never seen before. Keep this moment in mind. What comes next will give people the clarity they've been waiting years for. Better understanding is now possible, the kind that doesn't come from working hard, but from giving up. At this point, heaven starts to bind together the loose ends of your life. Things that seemed random, unfair, or pointless at first are slowly falling into place with a purpose. In this message, Archangel Michael speaks with quiet authority and tells you that you no longer need to chase clarity. Something is going to meet you. It's becoming clear to you that your life has never been off track. There was a narrow road where accuracy was more important than speed. Sometimes seeing how much faster, further, or better known others seemed made you question your own path. But heaven never put you in a race with other people. It was getting you ready for your assignment. The fact that Jesus is calling your name right now is confirmation that the time for preparation is coming to an end. There is a sacred alignment going on between what you believe inside and what you choose to do outside. This is important. A lot of people talk about faith but don't live it. Right now is different because your actions are beginning to match what you believe. People are learning to have integrity, which is spiritual power. Protection naturally strengthens when there is integrity, according to Archangel Michael. You might notice that you don't react as much as you used to. Things that used to make me angry or upset don't bother me as much these days. Being numb is not this. Yes, this is maturity. Your center has moved inward, so you are no longer controlled by outside events. The establishment of stability is what enables God to entrust more responsibility. A new discernment of time is also present. You are learning what makes you weak and what makes you strong. This awareness isn't a fluke. Heaven is teaching you stewardship of your energy, focus, and attention, in addition to your resources. What you do with your time will either speed up or slow down your calling. This is why some distractions are becoming less appealing. In this phase, Jesus calling your name is an invitation to partnership, not a one-sided relationship where you wait passively. but rather a walk where you listen, respond, and adjust. You are not being kept from God's will. He is slowly telling her, because intimacy grows through talking to each other, not being in charge. Archangel Michael tells you that a mantle of influence is coming your way. Power doesn't always look like a stage. In some situations, it looks like having the right amount of wisdom, courage, or peace in a chaotic setting. Alignment, not visibility, is the source of power. You might feel more responsibility for your decisions right now. This is good for you. For you, it means you are no longer blaming events or people for where you are. The word excuse has been replaced by ownership, and places where people own things grow faster. There is also a gentle warning at this stage. Don't make the past seem better. What God has planned for you is bigger than what you left behind. It's not safe to be safe in the past, even if it feels safe. It's safe to be aligned. Your future, not your past, is what Archangel Michael guards. This healing is also happening in the way you see God. You are starting to see that His direction is not harsh, unpredictable, or far away. Intention, patience, and intense personality are all necessary. Jesus calling your name doesn't mean that your life is stopping. That's why you were made in the first place. You might still have doubts from time to time. That makes sense. Faith isn't just not having any doubts. Moving forward despite it is the decision. Heaven doesn't pull away when people ask questions. When the heart stops beating, it pulls away. But your heart is open. That's why this message keeps getting stronger. Now pay attention to what brings you clarity, not excitement or approval from other people, but what brings you inner alignment. You will know what to do when something feels right at its core, even if it makes you stretch. Peace doesn't always mean it's easy. There are times when peace means being sure when things are hard. Archangel Michael says that consistency will be more important than intensity this season. Small acts of faithfulness done over time will have bigger effects than big actions done just once. Don't look down on the ordinary. Heaven often hides amazing things in ordinary obedience. Let this truth anchor you as this part comes to an end. You're not changing into someone else. You're getting closer to the person you were always meant to be. What's coming up won't require you to act, pretend, or prove anything. You will need to be aligned for it to work. Now something even more specific is about to be shown, something that will directly link your obedience to real change. Pay close attention. Still speaking from heaven, my beloved, this is where confirmation from heaven comes into the real world. You felt a lot of things inside up until now. Thoughts coming together, convictions growing, and clarity growing. Archangel Michael tells you that alignment is now manifesting itself in the physical world through changes. At this point, obedience starts to show itself, even if it's only slightly noticeable at first. Don't miss the little changes, like a conversation that starts up on its own, or a door that no longer feels stuck. Pay attention to the peace that fills the space where anxiety used to be. In this world, these are signs that spiritual alignment is leading to movement. It was never meant for Jesus calling your name to leave you guessing. Getting you to agree with what heaven is already doing for you was the point. At the same time, your discernment is getting stronger. Mixed signals don't bother you as much. What was confusing before now seems clear. This clarity is protection, says Archangel Michael. Lying is less effective when you can see clearly. When your spirit is in the right place, manipulation can't take hold. Though you may still be waiting for something big to happen, heaven usually works by making things better over time, rather than by putting on shows. Growth that lasts doesn't usually make a lot of noise. Gradually, layer by layer, it gets stronger, until you find yourself in a place you prayed for. Because of this, your patience is being developed. To be patient is not to wait. Without panic, it is preparation. In areas you quietly accepted as broken, Jesus calling your name has also brought restoration. Because you were let down in the past, some of you stopped praying for certain things. Heaven heard those quiet pulls away. Now, God is slowly giving you hope again, where you had lost it. This isn't a joke. It's meant to heal you. Archangel Michael tells us that this is also a time when we can see spiritually. What you choose now is being seen by people who can't see. Alignment, not just words, is what angels respond to. Reinforcement grows all around you every time you choose truth over comfort, integrity over ease, and obedience over fear. You're not the only one going through this. Help is still going because your heart has responded. Remember not to rush the outcome. Rushing is often a sign of being unsafe. A sign of maturity is trust. The more you trust God, the more you trust His timing. This trust is making you feel more stable. This is why uncertainty doesn't bother you as much anymore. Your peace stays even when answers aren't complete. This is also a call to stay grounded. Pride tries to sneak in quietly once momentum starts to build. Be willing to learn. Be humble. Don't depend on progress. Instead, depend on God. Archangel Michael says that humility keeps what talent brings. God is building something through you, and it needs to be based on character, not excitement. Jesus calling your name is also a call to consistency, not short bursts of emotion followed by long pauses, but to a life of steady devotion. This rhythm will keep you from getting tired and let down. Heaven isn't asking for a lot of work with no breaks. He wants you to be faithful while also being fair. Some of you will find resistance in places you didn't expect it. Some people will not understand your shifts. Your boundaries won't be accepted by all. This is fine. Alignment often shakes up the comfort zones of those around you. Do not mistake misunderstanding for error. Stay anchored. The people who are meant to walk with you will change. The next season will need clarity and communication, says Archangel Michael. Tell the truth without getting angry, without feeling bad. Set boundaries. You don't need permission to move forward. Authority that is shown through peace is much stronger than authority that is shown through force. As this message reaches its peak, make sure you fully understand this. The way things are going is not fragile. It has roots. It won't fall apart because it's based on obedience, not impulse. You're not stepping into a short-term space. You are moving into alignment that will keep getting better as you go. You can write, "I stand in alignment," in the comments if this message backs up what God is doing in you. Just recently, blessing code 3819 was released. Please know that every seed you plant in this mission will grow into a torch that shines in someone else's darkness. Giving to this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community, does not go to a channel. Your actions are supporting a divine mission to save lost souls. Heaven moves through willing voices, but it grows through hearts that are kind. This is what I say over you now. Each gift you give is like a stream of living water that flows into the life of someone who needs healing. Give, and it will be given to you is not just a verse for Jesus. It is a living promise that shapes your future. Allow me to invite you now with a simple act of faith. Come into this moment with purpose, with honesty, and with hope. The money you give today is not a donation. The act of spiritual obedience that lets your heavens open is what opens them. Let go of your seed and see what God brings back into your life. Do something now. Let go of what God is telling you to, and see how heaven responds. Dear child, what's happening now is the quiet strength that comes after alignment. A lot of people get this stage wrong because it doesn't come with fireworks or big announcements. Instead, it comes with stability, calm resolve, and a sense of knowing that doesn't require constant reassurance. Because this phase is about establishment rather than warning or urgency, Archangel Michael speaks softly here. There are changes happening in your spirit, not in your body. You aren't as scared of things as you used to be when they happened. You still feel emotions, but they don't tell you what to do. This is proof of growth. Your faith is no longer reactive as a result of Jesus calling your name. It has roots. The way you think is taking on a new authority. No longer do you need permission from everyone to move forward. Discernment has grown stronger, and so has confidence. Not loud confidence or performative strength, but quiet assurance. The kind that doesn't rush to explain or defend itself needlessly. Archangel Michael confirms that obedience, not ambition, is what gives someone power. You might have noticed that the way you pray has changed. Now that you agree, you're not pleading as much. Your prayer is not for God to fix everything, but for Him to show you the way. This change is important. The agreement calls for a partnership. Heaven has more clarity when it sees a willing heart. Your daily life is also becoming more peaceful. This isn't because everything is fine, but because the foundation of your life has changed. Peace is no longer tied to results. Trust serves as its anchor. One of the best ways to show spiritual maturity is to do this. You won't fall down when the storms come, which they will. You will stay steady. This season is about reinforcement, says Archangel Michael. Now that things are in line, they need to be made stronger. Habits are becoming stronger. Limits are being put to the test. There is more and more consistency. These aren't little things. They are the buildings that will hold the next thing. Don't be shocked if things seem slower on the outside. For internal stability, heaven often slows down movement that can be seen. Cracks appear when you rush. Patience makes things last longer. You are not being made to look good, but to last. Jesus calling your name was never just for a moment. There was talk of a lifetime of alignment. Also, you might feel like you have more responsibility for what you say. You're becoming more aware of how important what you say is. Gripes drain you faster now. It's heavier to be negative, not because you are limited, but because your spirit is more open. What used to go smoothly is now shaking your peace. Protection comes from this sensitivity. This is also a time of discernment in terms of access, according to Archangel Michael. Not everyone needs to know how you do things. Not everyone deserves to see how vulnerable you are. Wisdom is learning when to speak and when to remain quiet. Being quiet does not mean you are weak. Sometimes it's a plan. There may be times when you feel like no one gets you. That's a part of this stage. Language changes as you get older. You change your priorities. People who aren't growing with you might not see you the same way. There is no rejection here. It's called divergence. Don't move around. Be nice. Be clear, but don't be shy about it. You can still hear Jesus calling your name. but it sounds more like reassurance than a need to act right away. That voice tells you you're on the right track, even when doubts pop up and you feel like you're not making any progress. This voice stays the same. Develop the ability to trust it more than your feelings. This is a time to intentionally guard your peace, says Archangel Michael. Peace does not do nothing. It is kept safe. Pay attention to what you let into your mind. Choose what you eat and drink carefully. The training your spirit is getting is for discernment, not overload. You're also feeling grateful for how far you've come. This isn't forced gratitude, it's real gratitude. You might think about the people you were in the past and see how much you've changed. Humility is cultivated by this awareness. You know that you didn't get here by yourself. Do not forget how powerful this phase is. It may seem quiet, but establishment is very important. A lot of them fail, not because they don't have enough calling, but because they don't do enough reinforcement. You're not going past. In this way, you're letting God build depth before expansion. As this part calms down, take this truth in deeply. There is no longer a threshold between you and the door. You've gone through. The foundation is being made stronger. The stability you are building now will be needed for what comes next. Stay in the present. Follow the rules. Don't move around. Heaven still has more to say. Beloved, now is the time to put your consistency and commitment to the test. This isn't because heaven doesn't believe in you. It's because endurance is what turns alignment into legacy. This message from Archangel Michael is calm and steady, reminding you that lasting things are not made in emotional moments, but in seasons of faithfulness. It might feel like things have settled into a rhythm for you. Things don't seem as important or noisy anymore, and life feels more organized again. This is the intention of everyone. Heaven is giving you the chance to practice obedience without any stress. Anyone can speak up when they're feeling angry or upset. When things seem fine, not many people can stay faithful. This is where real maturity is shown. During this phase, Jesus calling your name sounds like a quiet affirmation. That voice tells you to keep going, not because something is wrong, but because something is working. Do not mistake stability for inactivity. The strongest growth sometimes happens below the ground, where roots get deeper and foundations get stronger. Without constant confirmation, you are learning to walk. This doesn't mean that God is far away. Building trust is what it means. Movement without fear is made possible by trust. You can make decisions without worrying about getting in trouble. Archangel Michael confirms that this level of trust makes spiritual authority stronger than any dramatic meeting could. There may be times when you wonder if the intensity you felt before will come back. Do not try to get more intense. Strive for obedience. Emotional highs come and go, but alignment stays the same. It doesn't matter how you feel about what God is building in you right now. It serves as an anchor for who you have become. Also, this is the time of year when discipline is important. How you talk, how you rest, and how you react when things don't go your way are all small choices that you make over and over again that have a big impact on your future. In heaven, these details are taken into account. They are teaching you how to take on more responsibility. At this point, Archangel Michael says, a lot of people leave, not because they sin, but because they get bored. Knowing something well can make you not appreciate it as much. Don't let routine keep you from seeing goals. It's funny how things you thought would never happen now feel like they did. Your heart will stay in tune if you are grateful. Jesus calling your name also helps you remember that you're not supposed to go this journey by yourself. Connection is important. Community is important. Keeping up with messages that make you feel better is important. If this word has been keeping you down, let that alignment show. As a promise of consistency, I like this message. Tell someone who may be getting tired on their walk about it. If you want to strengthen your resolve, write down what this season has taught you. Also, if you haven't already, make sure you're subscribed and connected here so you can keep getting what heaven is sending through this space. Wait, what's about to happen will help you understand everything better in a way you might not have thought possible. You are also learning a deeper kind of patience, not just waiting, but trusting as well. You're making progress without rushing things. This patience keeps you from getting tired and upset. Patience is not waiting, says Archangel Michael. On-time alignment. This season may bring tests of humility, chances to show what you're made of, and times when you have to wait to be recognized. Hold off on the urge to strive. You don't have to promote yourself to get what God has for you. Favor naturally discovers alignment. Doors will open on their own when the time is right. Here, Jesus is also talking about endurance. With endurance, you can keep going even when things are taking a long time to happen. Making the right choice even when no one is cheering for you takes strength. You are currently developing this endurance, which will help you through times of expansion. You might notice that those urges don't feel the same now. They are softer, less loud, more comfortable, a compromise, and easy to use. These are the new tests. To stay aligned, you need to be aware, not afraid. There is discernment in you. Trust what doesn't seem right, even if it seems harmless. Archangel Michael tells you that consistency makes heaven happy. Being faithful isn't flashy, but it's strong. It helps heaven and earth trust each other. As soon as trust is built, assignment grows. Let this truth anchor you as this section concludes. You don't have to do anything else to be called. To carry what has already been given to you, you must stay aligned. Things are going exactly as they should on the trip. Hold on. Be faithful. The reward for endurance will be shown in what comes next. Beloved child, what is happening now is the meaning coming out. At this point, heaven starts to demonstrate to you the importance of endurance, the necessity of consistency, and the necessity of alignment. This is a time of revelation, not warning or testing, so Archangel Michael speaks with calm authority. It feels more like wisdom now than it did before when it felt like discipline. Things in your life are becoming more clear to you. There is sense in patterns. Delays show what the goal is. Even the seasons you used to doubt now seem necessary. This doesn't mean the pain wasn't important. It means it wasn't a waste of time. Jesus calling your name along the way was leading you to understanding, not confusion. You no longer feel like you have to rush to prove anything, and your mood has calmed down. This isn't being lazy. It's trust that builds confidence. Even if other people can't see it yet, you know who you are becoming. Archangel Michael agrees that this quiet confidence is one of the best signs of spiritual maturity. You might notice that the way you react has changed a lot. You used to feel like you had to defend, explain, or justify yourself, but now you're okay with keeping quiet. No longer does silence bother me. That's nice. You are no longer looking for approval from places that can't give it to you. Your identity is becoming more stable. Jesus calling your name at this point sounds like a friend, not a command or a correction. It's the voice that walks with you, not the voice that tells you to hurry up or the voice that tells you to feel bad about what you did. This friendship is what makes it possible for you to move forward without worrying about failing. An increased sensitivity to truth, both spiritual and personal, is also present. You're being more honest with yourself. No longer do you hide behind excuses or put the blame on other people. It doesn't bother you that you take responsibility. Being honest sets you free. When people accept the truth, they let go of their bonds. This stage is about the refinement of motive, according to Archangel Michael. It's more important than ever to know why you do what you do. When you act out of fear or to please others, it will feel heavy. It will feel light to do things out of obedience and love. Your spirit now knows the difference, even when they take work. Thoughts of deep gratitude may come to you out of the blue. You may feel grateful for growth, protection you didn't realize you had, or doors that never opened. There's no need for this gratitude. It comes naturally from understanding, and understanding makes peace stronger. Resting in God's sovereignty is also an invitation here. You are learning that you don't have to be involved in everything. You don't have to fight every battle. There are some outcomes that you can't change. You are not weaker because you gave up. It makes you stronger. Your responses will now be guided by discernment, says Archangel Michael. A readiness for greater trust is also indicated by Jesus calling your name. Trust does not always entail receiving a new assignment right away. Before expansion, it can also mean stability. Heaven cares about the environment. Slowly and with intention, one must construct what lasts. People are trusting you with patience because it keeps things on track. You might have noticed that your wants have changed. What was once important doesn't seem as important now. What seemed necessary at first now seems like too much. Simplicity is starting to look good. This is not giving up on your goals. It is desire alignment. When your wants and your purpose are in line, life is easier. This is the time of year when wisdom starts to speak louder than impulse, according to Archangel Michael. You wait before you act. You think before you answer. You're not weak because of this. It helps you be smart. Discernment keeps you out of fights and energy drains that aren't necessary. There may still be times when things aren't clear. That makes sense. Faith does not take away the fear of the unknown. It teaches you how to handle it without getting scared. You no longer think of uncertainty as a threat. You see it as a request to trust more deeply. In this stage, Jesus calling your name is also a sign that you are seen. Heaven sees every step of obedience, every choice made with integrity, and every moment you chose alignment over ease, even when your progress is quiet and no one praises your growth. Once this part calms down, make sure you understand this well. You are no longer getting ready, you are getting set up. What you have on you now is strong. It's heavy. It goes deep. It can handle a lot. The big reveal is almost here, and it won't make a lot of noise. It will happen with certainty. Stay in the present. Don't move around. The next thing heaven says will seal what you already have inside you. My beloved child, this is the moment of sealing. It's not the end, but the completion of what heaven has been building in you the whole time. There was a warning, and now there is confirmation. What seemed like stress has turned into peace. You can feel the authority of Archangel Michael as he stands here and says, "What was assigned to you has now been anchored in your spirit." You are no longer on the edge, not sure if you should move forward. You stepped up, even though the outside world looks the same. Inside you something has changed that can't be changed back. Things are now aligned. Delay has been replaced by decision, and heaven can clearly see this. The sound of Jesus calling your name sounds different now than it did before. It doesn't mean anything urgent or correct anymore. It means affirmation. It is the voice that says, "You heard." Not many people know how powerful that is. A lot of people hear God, but not many fully respond. You did not shrug off the shaking. There was no silence on conviction. You stayed. That's right. You made changes. This is why the protection stays on. Archangel Michael says that angels don't leave people whose hearts are in the right place. They move around. Their job changes. What looked like guarding is now seen as guiding. Things that looked like warnings before are now seen as reinforcements. Covering is not disappearing. You're moving on to a new part of it. This is also the end of something. Fears from the past are no longer true. Old regrets don't make you who you are now. The arguments inside your head that used to drain you are becoming quieter. That doesn't mean there won't be any problems. It means that challenges will no longer make you lose track of who you are. There was never any fear today. Clarity was the issue. It showed the difference between drifting and making up your mind, and you made up your mind. Heaven respects decisions that are made with honesty. When the heart is in the right place, even imperfect obedience has weight. You might not see fireworks right away. That is the intention behind everything. God isn't making you into something brief. He is making something that will last. The next events will happen slowly, safely, and on purpose. This is not a rushed process for you. Stability is being built into you. Archangel Michael says that this is the time of year when silence will once again test trust. But this time it won't feel scary. The fact that you know where you stand, who called you, and why you said yes will make you feel calm. Jesus calling your name right now doesn't mean you need to work harder. You have to trust even more. Trust that your obedience was enough. Trust that heaven saw your answer, and trust that what you couldn't see was already planned. You're about to enter a time when your life will be a quiet testimony, not just through words, but also through peace, discernment, and choices that reflect alignment. Make sure you subscribe before you leave now. Your subscription should be a sign that you are following God's prophetic alignment, staying grounded, alert, and connected to what is happening next in heaven. People around you will feel different when they see you, even if they don't know what changed. Share this message with at least one person in your network before you close it. Release this breakthrough beyond yourself and allow the anointing to go to homes, hearts, and destinies that need it. This is the reward of endurance, not praise or quick results, but inner authority, stability, and confidence that is rooted in truth. Get this final confirmation before this message ends. If you get this message, type "I am sealed in purpose" in the comments. The blessing code 624 is now being used on your life. You are about to enter your divine future. Remember that this message does not end with you. People can use your breakthrough to get where they need to go. Through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community, you can help this mission. By doing so, you are sowing into the awakening, deliverance, and restoration of souls who are still trapped in darkness. This is not poetry when Jesus says, "Give, and heaven will open over you." Every seed you plant turns into oil for your destiny, fire for your calling, and safety for your family. Now is your time, my child. Have faith, and as you do, watch God multiply what you let go of. Before we get to the end of this powerful story, let's take a moment to reflect on this deep truth. You did not find this message by accident. This is not a stroke of luck. It is a direct message from Archangel Michael to you. He's extending his hand and inviting you into a protected, high-vibrational community where divine abundance is not just a hope, but a promise. This sacred principle is very simple, but it can change your whole life. If you follow it, you won't just receive blessings. They will be multiplied and flow into every part of your life. By accepting this invitation right now, you are unlocking immediate, early access to powerful content and divine insights that are hidden from the general world. Now is your chance to enter a sacred space where you will receive spiritual guidance, unwavering support, and speedy progress toward your destiny. Do not let this sacred moment of destiny pass you by. Your breakthrough is waiting. Join Archangel Michael's inner circle immediately through the exclusive link in the description. This is how you guarantee you never miss the direct, personalized messages that are specifically meant to elevate and empower your life. If you desire to deepen your connection, the link is waiting for you in both the pinned comment and the description. And for those who feel called to amplify this work, a link to purchase the guided ebook is available, which is completely optional. But your presence, attention, and energy already mean the world. Take the step. Your abundance awaits. My beloved child, pause your breath for a moment, because what I am about to release is not ordinary, and it is not accidental that you are here right now. Archangel Michael is stepping forward with a message that was whispered in heaven before it ever reached your ears. You'll only get this kind of message once in your whole life. When you felt a strong urge to listen, it wasn't because you were interested. Yes, it was confirmation. Pay attention to this. The heavenly realms just told you something new about your soulmate. Today or tomorrow, it came out, and heaven is no longer quiet about it. There was a reason why your spirit was tense. There was a reason why some memories came back to you. You felt a shift for some reason you couldn't put your finger on. The answer is this message. Beloved, Archangel Michael says, do not ignore this moment. What was hidden has been discussed before the throne. What was delayed has been reviewed by divine authority. And what you thought was confusion was actually protection. Heaven had been watching the connections in your life very carefully, especially the one tied to your heart. Let me speak gently but truthfully. Not everyone who feels familiar is sent by God. Not every intense connection is meant to last, and not every delay means denial. In heaven, your soulmate's name was spoken not in judgment, but in revelation. A shocking secret was uncovered, and it changes the direction of your story. You have been asking why things felt close but never complete, why communication felt strong one moment and distant the next, why your heart sensed depth yet timing never aligned. Archangel Michael says this was not your imagination. There was an unseen layer you could not access, but heaven could. My dear one, understand this. Heaven protects before it provides. And recently protection was activated around your heart. A truth surfaced that explained why God slowed things down. The secret was not meant to hurt you. It was meant to save you from heartbreak that would have come later if you rushed ahead. Archangel Michael is standing with his sword lowered, not in war, but in clarity. He says the delay was mercy. The silence was guidance. The distance was not rejection. It was divine interruption. Something about your soulmate's readiness, alignment, or intention was not matching what you were praying for, even if they felt perfect on the surface. And listen closely now. This is where many people miss it. Heaven did not expose this secret to end your love story. Heaven exposed it to correct the course of it. There is a massive difference. God is not removing love from your life. He is removing confusion from your path. Beloved child, Archangel Michael says your tears were seen before they ever fell. That is why this revelation came now and not later. If you had continued without this insight, the pain would have gone deeper. The regret would have been heavier. That is why the warning is urgent, not fearful urgent. You may feel emotions rising as you listen. Relief mixed with sadness. Validation mixed with disappointment. That is normal. Heaven is untangling what was tangled in your heart. The truth that came out in heaven is now being translated gently to your spirit so you can heal without breaking. Do not rush to conclusions. Do not rush to confront. Do not rush to cut off or cling tighter. Archangel Michael says, pause. This is a holy pause. You are getting more and more wise right now. Whether you move toward peace or keep going through the same things will depend on what you do with this knowledge. You should not miss the hopeful side of this place. Heaven wouldn't show this if fixing, redirecting, or replacing things wasn't already planned. God never shows up without also setting things up. As one truth came to light, a second door slowly began to open. My beloved, the story of your soulmate is not over. It is being made better. It will become clearer over time whether that means alignment, separation, or divine replacement. Right now, your job is to be aware. Soul ties that aren't healthy are broken by awareness, while ordained soul ties are strengthened. You are more protected than you think, according to Archangel Michael. You were spared a future that would have made you lose your peace. And because you paid attention rather than ignoring this provocation, heaven can now move you forward with clarity. Follow me. What follows will reveal why this information was kept a secret for so long, who was involved behind the scenes, and how this revelation directly impacts what happens next in your love life. Your spirit is ready for this truth, and heaven knows it. Before we go any further, this is where your participation becomes an active part of the process. If this message touched your heart, and you can feel that change happening inside you, I want you to say yes right now. Not just to leave a mark, but to let heaven know that you are listening, that you are ready, and that you accept the clarity that is being released today over your love life. Write these words in the comments below. I receive this truth. Be aware that the heavenly realms are recording your faith as you write it. Let us now go on. Listen carefully now, chosen one, because the mood around this message is changing. What Archangel Michael started to show you is now getting closer to your heart. This is not information for the ground level. You should feel calmer after reading this. You shouldn't rush revelations just like heaven doesn't. What you're hearing now is meant to wake you up, not stress you out. Archangel Michael says, the reason this secret stayed hidden for so long is because timing matters more than truth alone. Had you known this earlier, you might have acted from fear, attachment, or confusion. But now you are stronger. You are wiser. You have walked through enough emotional terrain to discern without collapsing. Heaven waited until your spirit could carry this knowledge without being crushed by it. There was a season when you idealized this connection. You saw potential more than reality. You held on to words more than actions, and that was not foolishness. It was hope. But Archangel Michael says, hope must be anchored in truth or it turns into delay. The secret revealed in heaven exposed the difference between who this person could become and who they were actually choosing to be at that time. Understand this gently. A soulmate connection does not remove free will. Heaven may assign alignment, but humans still choose obedience or resistance. What came out in heaven was not that love was false, but that alignment was incomplete. Your prayers were pulling one direction while their inner decisions were pulling another. That gap is where the tension you felt was born. Beloved, this is why you kept feeling like you were waiting on clarity that never arrived. Your spirit knew something your mind could not prove. Archangel Michael says, discernment was already active within you, but you kept questioning it because your heart wanted confirmation that everything was fine. Time showed what words couldn't. Thanks to heaven, you need to hear the next level. This revelation isn't just about them, it's also about you. This secret was told to you by heaven to show how much you have grown. You would have ignored red flags in the past just to keep the connection going. Instead of being excited, the new you felt uncomfortable. That is growing up. That is the formation of spiritual authority. Archangel Michael is there to protect you. He also says that protection can feel like loss before it feels like peace. That's why your feelings have been changing. You feel ready to let go sometimes and pulled back other times. This isn't being weak. This is the change. Your soul is letting go of what is familiar so it can connect with what is right. Do not let guilt get in the way of telling the truth. You're not leaving anyone behind. You are respecting yourself and the way God has planned for you. Heaven doesn't want you to make sacrifices that endanger your peace. It asks for surrender, which fixes it. The secret was meant to free you from carrying emotional weight that was never yours to carry by yourself. Now pay close attention, because this is where direction comes in. Archangel Michael says, do not chase explanations right now. Silence is doing more work than conversation ever could. Heaven is rearranging circumstances, and if you interfere too soon, you may slow what is already unfolding. Trust that what needs to be known will be known without you forcing it. This is also a moment of participation. If this message is resonating, do not keep it to yourself. When you like this message, when you share it, when you comment your agreement, you are not just engaging with a video. You are aligning your faith publicly. That action carries spiritual weight. It tells heaven you are receptive and ready. Subscribe to this channel if you have not already, because these messages are not random uploads. They are part of a sequence meant to guide you step by step. Join the community that is forming here, because you are not meant to walk this revelation alone. Beloved child, your voice matters here. Comment what you are feeling. Comment what you are sensing. Faith grows when it is spoken, and when you support this message, you help it reach others who are silently asking the same questions you once asked. Heaven works through obedience even in small actions. Archangel Michael says, what is coming next will make everything clearer. The end of your love story is not this revelation. That's when things change. You thought it was rejection, but it was really redirection. It was divine calibration that you thought was delay. You'll soon understand why heaven had to talk. Keep your eyes open for the next reveal, which will link your past prayers, how you're feeling right now, and what's about to happen. This is where you'll really understand, and you'll be glad you stayed in touch for what comes next. Feel the peace settle around you now, my dear, because this is where heaven speaks most clearly. Right now, Archangel Michael is not yelling. This guy is getting closer. The things that were told about your soulmate were just that. And now, with intention and mercy, the reason for the revelation is being shown, layer by layer. Archangel Michael tells you that your life was about to reach a spiritual crossroads. From a distance, both of the futures that were in front of you looked the same. One brought comfort and a quiet sadness. The other one brought both uncertainty and deep peace. Without this revelation, you might have chosen familiarity over fulfillment. So heaven stepped in. This is not a ruling of guilt. This shows compassion at work. Beloved, there was a connection between timing and obedience in the secret revealed in heaven. There was a time when alignment could have grown up on its own, but resistance stopped it. Heaven doesn't open people's hearts for them. It sits there. You prayed while heaven waited. It sounds like you asked for truth, protection, and clarity. Even though it doesn't look like what you were hoping for, this revelation is the answer to your prayers. Archangel Michael says, your soul contract was being reviewed, not rewritten, but examined. Looked at what was promised and what was being practiced. Love spoken without action does not nourish the soul. Desire without direction drains it. What heaven revealed was the gap between words and willingness, and heaven chose to protect you before that gap became a wound. Do not misunderstand this moment. This is not about blame. This is about alignment. Two people can care deeply and still be walking in opposite spiritual directions. One can be ready for covenant, while the other is still wrestling with identity. Archangel Michael says, love alone cannot sustain what obedience refuses to build. There is something else you must hear, and it may surprise you. Heaven saw your growth accelerate faster than expected. You outgrew the version of the connection you were still trying to hold. That discomfort you felt recently was not loss, it was expansion. Your spirit was stretching, and what once fit no longer could. Beloved child, this is why the warning came with urgency. If you ignored this nudge, you would have tried to shrink yourself to keep the connection alive, and heaven will never ask you to become smaller to keep love. True love rises with you, not against you. Archangel Michael says there is no punishment in this revelation, only positioning. Heaven is positioning you for a love that meets you where you are now and not where you used to be. That does not mean this story is over. It means it is being handled by higher wisdom than emotion alone. Let your heart breathe here. You are not behind. You did not miss your moment. Nothing was wasted. Every prayer, every tear, every way refined your discernment. You are stepping into a season where clarity replaces confusion and peace replaces overthinking. And now hear this promise clearly. Heaven does not close doors without opening greater ones. What was exposed was never meant to stay hidden, because hidden things cannot heal. This revelation was the final key to unlock a new level of trust between you and God. You trusted even when you did not understand, and heaven honors that. Archangel Michael says, the next phase of your love life will require courage, not chasing; stillness, not striving; watchfulness, not worry. The truth has already come out. Take a moment to let it become wise. You'll know when to move, and when you do, you'll feel peace rather than pressure. It's important to say a prophetic activation before this message goes any further. If this message speaks to you, type, I receive divine clarity in the comments. You have just been blessed with the number 999, which is for discernment, the heart, and your future connections. At this holy moment, I feel heaven calling for you to answer. With all of your being, not just your mind. In the comments below, write one word that has been used for thousands of years. Amen. Not as a normal answer, but as a seal. As a statement that you are standing with the revelation from heaven and that nothing can change your mind about this. You're not just leaving a comment when you write, Amen. A covenant is being made by you. You are telling the universe that you deserve this protection, clarity, and realignment. Now listen to this. This is on top of what heaven is already doing in you. As this truth reaches you, it also reaches a huge number of other people who are praying in silence for the same clarity. The Lord is telling me, as you sow light, I will multiply revelation. You are about to enter your divine future. Remember that this message does not end with you. People can use your breakthrough to get where they need to go, through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community. You can help this mission. By doing so, you are sowing into the awakening, deliverance, and restoration of souls who are still trapped in darkness. This is not poetry when Jesus says, "Give and heaven will open over you." Every seed you plant turns into oil for your destiny, fire for your calling, and safety for your family. Now is your time, my child. Have faith, and as you do, watch God multiply what you let go of. Also, now is the time to subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. Not as a random click, but as a promise from the prophet that your life will be better. You join a steady stream of divine revelation when you click the subscribe button. This ministry tells heaven that you are not just passing through, but that you are ready to receive every word, every warning, and every blessing that God sends through it. Sign up now to see how your obedience brings about alignment in ways you can't see yet. Take a deep breath, beloved soul, as this message goes on, because heaven is now shifting your attention from revelation to getting ready. Archangel Michael says, understanding alone is not the final destination. Alignment is. What has been exposed was never meant to leave you suspended in emotion. It was meant to position you for what is next. And what is next carries a very different energy than what you have known before. After a secret is revealed in heaven, there is always a period of recalibration on earth. This is where many people feel uneasy, not because something is wrong, but because something old is losing its hold. Archangel Michael says, your spirit is learning to stand without leaning on emotional habits that once felt necessary. That might feel strange or even lonely, but it is holy. You might feel like your thoughts are moving more slowly. The constant wondering has gotten better. There is less of a need to explain yourself now. These are signs that detachment is happening slowly and not violently. Heaven is cutting ties that don't hurt your heart. Perfect and planned, this is divine surgery. Archangel Michael wants you to know that not all lessons about soulmates are about getting together. Awakening is one of them. Some teach you how to love without giving up who you are. Others are meant to show you what alignment really feels like by comparing it to what almost happened. This connection did its job, even though it didn't get where it was supposed to go. Pay close attention to this. A lot of the time, the enemy tries to turn revelations into felt regret. What if you waited too long? Or, what if you misunderstood? He will whisper. But Archangel Michael says, discernment does not come with fear. It comes with peace. If the truth made you feel better under the sadness, then heaven was speaking. Shame causes trouble. Revelation makes peace. You are also making a new boundary inside yourself. You are becoming less open to having inconsistent emotions. What used to make you happy now wears you out. Things that used to pull you in now push you away. This is not having a hard heart. This is the growth of wisdom. Your spirit is learning what it's worth, and that means being picky. Archangel Michael says that the next part of the relationship won't start the same way the last one did. Chemists alone won't set it off quickly. There won't be any uncertainty in it, because it will be based on mutual clarity instead of guesswork. It will feel calm at first, even if it's only a little. Just because something doesn't seem dramatic, doesn't mean it can't be peaceful. Dear child, something powerful is going on that you can't see. Heaven is making room. Space is needed for divine encounters to happen. You would miss what God has in store for you next if your heart was still full of unanswered questions and emotional loops. I am not empty when I am silent right now. There is space being made. People who are close to the old version of you may also start to drift away. The conversations aren't deep. Some dynamics are no longer relevant. Archangel Michael says that this is not isolation, but alignment. When your frequency changes, things that don't match naturally fade away. Do not try to catch something that is going away. Give it a blessing and let it go. This season is teaching you to rely on what you know inside more than what other people tell you. You no longer need constant reassurance to feel safe. That freedom is bad for things that like things to be confusing. Heaven is enhancing your inner authority so that future connections are founded on equality rather than emotional dependency. Beloved, right now your protection is peace of mind. Don't rush to fill the empty space. Do not consider other people as companionship. What is meant for you will come to you without any stress. You are being ready to receive the truth without romanticizing the possibilities. As Archangel Michael says, what is coming will not require you to convince, chase, or prove. It will recognize you. People are becoming more real to you, not the way you want them to be. That's a gift of clarity. It will save you a lot of emotional work in the long run. Let me give you this promise. You are not late, beloved. Love is easy to find in you. You're not getting in trouble. You are getting better. Heaven is clearing the way so you can see clearly when the time is right. Overseeing this transition is Archangel Michael. Message continues. No manipulation, no confusion, and no old patterns will cross into your next season. What was exposed will not return disguised. You have outgrown the lesson. The focus will shift from healing to recognition as the message goes on. You'll start to understand how to spot real alignment when it happens, and why this preparation phase was so important. Soon enough, the clarity you're getting now will guide you. Stay still. Stay open. It's not that far away, heaven, and you'll know exactly what the next move is when it comes. Dear one, as this message goes on, Archangel Michael wants you to become more aware of what is going on inside you. At this point, a lot of people start to get impatient. It's not that heaven is quiet. Growth is taking place in silence. Instead of being still, what feels like it is stabilization. Your soul is learning how to stay steady when your emotions aren't affecting every choice you make. Archangel Michael says, this season is teaching you discernment without suspicion. In the past, you may have ignored inner warnings or overanalyzed every sign. Now heaven is balancing you. You are learning how to trust without losing wisdom and love, without surrendering boundaries. That balance is rare, and it is earned through moments exactly like this. You may notice that memories surface unexpectedly, not to pull you backward, but to show you how far you have come. When you revisit old moments now, they do not sting the same way. The emotional charge is weaker. That is healing. That is proof that the revelation released earlier is doing its work. Your heart is recalibrating to truth instead of fantasy. Archangel Michael wants you to understand something important. Closure does not always come through conversation. Sometimes it comes through clarity. You do not need answers from another person when heaven has already answered you internally. The need to explain yourself or be understood by them is dissolving because you are finally understanding yourself. This is also a season where your intuition sharpens. You are becoming more sensitive to tone, energy, and intention. What once confused you now feels obvious. You can sense when someone is aligned and when they are not, without needing proof or validation. That discernment is not meant to make you guarded. It is meant to make you grounded. Beloved child, Archangel Michael says, guard this peace you are developing. Not everyone should be able to see how you feel. No longer do you have to be there for every push, message, or attempt to reconnect. Being quiet is not mean. Being far away is not a punishment. You can use them to show respect for yourself sometimes. A strange mix of grief and gratitude may also hit you. Grief over what might have been and gratitude for what did not occur. They can both be true at the same time. Heaven is letting you honor the lesson without making the experience more important than it is. Being mature is letting you into places you can't see yet. You're also changing the way you think about love. Now you're not after intensity. You want things to stay the same. You are no longer moved by big words. People who are steady draw you in. Archangel Michael says, this shift is essential because what is coming next will meet you at this level, not the level you have outgrown. Do not be surprised if you feel less urgency around romance right now. This does not mean your desire for partnership is fading. It means desperation is leaving. You are learning how to be whole without filling emotional gaps with potential partners. That wholeness will become the foundation of your next connection. Beloved, there is also a release of old agreements happening. Agreements where you believed you had to earn love. Agreements where you tolerated inconsistency just to feel chosen. Those contracts are being broken in the spirit. Archangel Michael says you are no longer available for relationships that require you to abandon yourself. This is also why patience is being emphasized. Rushing now would reconnect you to cycles you have already completed. Heaven is asking you to trust the pace of healing, not fight it. What is meant for you will not require urgency to secure it. It will arrive with clarity and mutual readiness. You are being trained to recognize redirection without interpreting it as rejection. When something does not work out quickly, you are learning not to internalize it as failure. That emotional resilience is part of your preparation. Love that lasts requires emotional stability, not constant reassurance. Archangel Michael says, the next person who enters your heart will not trigger confusion first. They will make you feel calm and interested, not emotionally crazy. You won't need to think about every interaction. Peace will show the way. The sign will be familiarity without worry. Stay present for now. Pay attention to how your nervous system is calming down. Take note of how your thoughts are getting better. This is not a mistake. Your inner world is becoming more in tune with the future that heaven is making for you. When there is alignment on the inside, things naturally happen on the outside. No, You are not at a dead end, beloved one. You are in a sacred pause, and this break is making you stronger in ways you'll soon see. As this message goes on, it will talk about timing and how to recognize the right connection when it comes along without letting fear get in the way. Take a deep breath here, dear one. Right now, you are where you need to be, and heaven has never lost sight of you. As this message goes on, Archangel Michael wants you to pay attention to a small but powerful change that is taking place in your spirit. Now is the time when heaven starts to test your newfound awareness, but not with pain, but with your choices. You are being shown how you react to things that used to throw you off now in a different way. This is proof that the work that was done on you is real. You might feel old conversations, emotions, and temptations to reach out or go over things that have already been made clear coming back to the surface. Archangel Michael says, this is not a setback. This is confirmation. When you're really growing, things that used to control you lose their power over you. The test is not whether the old one shows up or not, but whether it still affects the choices you make. You need to be more careful now. Fear and avoidance are not the answer. Before you act, you are pausing. You're listening before you answer. You are feeling things out before committing. This is the maturation of discernment. Heaven is happy with this posture, because it shows that you are ready to take on more responsibility in love and purpose. Beloved, understand this. Even if it makes you feel good, not every invitation is divine. Even if an opportunity looks like a good fit, it might not be. Your spirit now knows the difference between emotional pull and divine peace, says Archangel Michael. This will keep you safe in the days to come. Also, this is the time of year when heaven is watching how you handle clarity. Revelation is a gift, but how you use it shows how wise you are. People want you to respect what you know by not negotiating with confusion again. Your path becomes clearer the more you value your discernment. During this stage, you may feel lonely at times, but hear this clearly. It's not abandonment to be alone. We call it refinement. Heaven often splits up before it joins back together. This quiet place is helping you build stronger inner foundations so that future relationships will add to your life and not take the place of inner stability. Archangel Michael wants you to let go of the idea that something has to happen right away for it to be important. Some of the most important changes happen behind the scenes before they show up in the open. You are learning to trust yourself as well as God right now. You are learning that you can leave behind things that don't make you whole. Dear child, pay attention to how your prayers are changing. You're not pleading for signs as hard as you used to. You're asking for peace, alignment, and smarts. That change in prayer language shows how identity has changed over time. You are taking charge of your emotions. Also, a wall of protection is forming around your heart. You are less likely to have inconsistent emotions. You don't feel like you have to fix, chase, or wait forever. This line is not a wall, claims Archangel Michael. It's gates. You now get to choose who comes in and who doesn't. If this message hits home for you, don't keep this moment to yourself. You are calling for agreement when you like this video, share it, or leave a comment about what you're feeling. When you speak your faith, it grows. If you haven't already, subscribe to this channel. These messages are part of a divine flow that will help you navigate each stage with clarity. Join this community that is growing because it helps to be in alignment with other people who are also awakening. Don't just use digital tools to engage people. It's taking part spiritually. When you back this message, you help it reach people who are still confused, waiting and praying for answers. Even small acts of obedience are praised by heaven. Loved ones, when you share this message, something powerful takes place. This word is more than just a video when you click the share button and send it to someone you care about, someone who is confused, or someone who is still waiting for clarity. You are letting the anointing go. By becoming a vessel, you are letting breakthrough flow to another soul. The breakthrough you're hoping for starts to happen more quickly when you help someone else get theirs. Share this word right now and see how heaven responds to your kindness. Beloved, you need to hold on to something important right now. Do not think that being calm means not moving. Heaven is setting the timing, not putting off the promise. What's meant for you will come to you at the right time, not too quickly. When it comes, you won't have to worry about getting it. It will make you feel steady and welcome. Archangel Michael says, the next connection will meet you where you are now, not where you were wounded. That is why this preparation could not be skipped. You are becoming someone who can receive love without fear of loss controlling you. Pay attention in the coming days. You will notice subtle confirmations, inner peace where there used to be anxiety, confidence where there used to be doubt. These are signs that alignment is taking hold. And now, as you feel this truth taking root, I invite you to participate in a simple but powerful declaration. In the comments below, write these exact words. My heart is ready, not because you have all the answers, but because you trust the one who does. When you declare this publicly, you are not just typing words. You are making a spiritual statement that you are no longer waiting for permission to heal, no longer waiting for closure from others. You are claiming readiness right now. Write it from your heart and let heaven see your faith in action. Hold on, because what is coming next will shift how you recognize divine timing and how you will know without confusion when heaven is saying yes. This is where everything begins to make sense, and you will be grateful you stayed with this message until now. Beloved one, the atmosphere around you is changing again, and Archangel Michael wants you to recognize this shift without fear. What you are entering now is not a waiting room, but a recognition phase. Heaven is training your senses so that when alignment appears, you will not question it, chase it, or second-guess it. You will simply know. Up to now, love often came with urgency, a rush to define, secure, or hold on to something before it slipped away. That urgency was rooted in uncertainty. But Archangel Michael says, uncertainty no longer has authority over your heart. You are learning how to remain present without clinging, open without overextending, and hopeful without projecting fantasies onto people. This is where discernment becomes instinct. You will notice that you no longer feel compelled to prove your worth. You are not performing for affection. You are not adjusting yourself to be more acceptable. That internal shift is critical, because love that is truly aligned does not require self-abandonment to sustain connection. Beloved, heaven is also healing how you interpret silence. Silence no longer triggers panic or self-blame. You are learning that silence can be neutral, even protective. Archangel Michael says this is important because future communication will be clear, not confusing. You will not be left guessing intentions or reading between lines. What is meant for you will speak plainly. You may also notice that your standards are clear now, not harder but healthy. You are not asking for perfection. but you are no longer tolerating inconsistency disguised as effort. This clarity is not making you lonely, it is making you selective, and selectiveness is wisdom, not pride. Archangel Michael says something else is happening quietly. Heaven is rewiring how you experience attraction. What once felt magnetic but unstable will no longer hold your attention. You are being drawn toward emotional safety, spiritual alignment, and mutual respect. That kind of attraction feels calm at first, not overwhelming, but it deepens steadily. Beloved child, this is why you may feel less reactive lately. Situations that once would have stirred anxiety now pass without emotional spikes. That is not numbness, that is regulation. Your nervous system is healing, and a regulated heart can recognize healthy love without mistaking chaos for passion. You are also becoming comfortable with not knowing everything at once. In the past, uncertainty felt unbearable. Now you are learning to let things unfold without forcing clarity prematurely. Archangel Michael says, this patience will protect you from missteps because divine timing reveals itself naturally to those who are not rushing ahead of it. You're slowly becoming more sure of yourself. Not pride, but confidence. You have more faith in yourself. You believe in God more. It makes you less afraid of making the wrong choice because you know you can spot misalignment more quickly and leave the situation more quickly if you need to. That trust takes the fear out of making decisions in the future. Do not forget about this season because it seems quiet, my beloved. Discrimination is honed during quiet times. Heaven is making your inner compass better. You won't need outside validation to confirm it when the right person or opportunity comes along soon. Peace will prove it. Archangel Michael also wants you to let go of the idea that love has to be hard to be real. Trouble doesn't mean depth, and struggle doesn't mean fate. When love is ordained, it doesn't always test your worth. It backs it up. This truth is now settling into your spirit, taking the place of old stories you used to think were true. You might still feel nostalgic from time to time. You shouldn't go backwards because of that. Nostalgia honors the journey, not the end goal. As you go forward, you will notice how quickly you disengage from anything that disturbs your peace. Archangel Michael advises, honor what taught you, but do not confuse it with what is meant to stay. This is not staying away, it's alignment. It's okay for you to choose yourself. You pick clarity over chemistry, even though the two don't go together. That choice shows that you have grown. Beloved, heaven is getting you ready to be recognized without any trouble. The next connection that matters won't feel like a puzzle you need to figure out. Because it is honest, two-way and grounded, it will feel like something that fits. Not because it is perfect. Do not close down, but stay open. Keep your hopes up, but don't get attached to the results. During this phase, Archangel Michael watches over you to make sure that anything that comes your way has good intentions. What's going to happen next will help you understand how divine timing will show up in your life and how to calmly see confirmation. Here, trust turns into action, and here, clarity turns into movement. Pay close attention. It's closer than it looks to heaven. Dear child, this is a holy turning point in the message. Archangel Michael wants you to calm down while you listen. What's happening now isn't about anticipation anymore. It's about when to have the alignment meeting. Heaven isn't just getting you ready on the inside, it is also setting things up outside of itself. This is where a lot of people miss what God is doing because they are still looking for signs instead of changes. Archangel Michael says that divine timing doesn't usually make a loud announcement. It doesn't come with stress or confusion. There is a quiet certainty about it that settles into your spirit and stays. At first, you might not feel any fireworks, but you will feel steady. That steadiness is what heaven is like. Being able to get something without rushing is called ordained. You're about to start a new phase where chances, conversations, and connections will feel different. They won't make old wounds come back. Fear of abandonment or rejection won't be triggered by them. Instead, they will ask people to be there. You'll realize that you don't have to plan how to be liked in order to be yourself. That ease is not a fluke, it's alignment. Beloved, Archangel Michael says, this is why your discernment had to be sharpened first. Without it, you might have mistaken excitement for confirmation. Now you are able to sense the difference between emotional chemistry and spiritual compatibility. This distinction will save you from repeating cycles that once felt unavoidable. There is also a release happening in how you view the past. You are no longer replaying conversations or wondering what you could have done differently. Closure has arrived internally. That does not mean you forgot. It means the lesson has been integrated. When a lesson is complete, it no longer demands your attention. Archangel Michael wants you to know that heaven has not wasted a single moment of your waiting. Every delay trained your spirit. Every disappointment refined your discernment. Every unanswered prayer redirected your expectations. You are not starting over. You are starting wiser. You may also sense a new boldness emerging. Not impulsive boldness, but clarity-driven courage. You are more willing to say no when something does not align. You are more willing to walk away without explanation. This is not coldness, it is self-trust. Heaven trusts you now because you trust yourself. Beloved child, do not be surprised if the next meaningful connection feels almost understated at first. It may not arrive wrapped in intensity. It may feel simple, calm, even ordinary. But peace grows roots where chaos cannot. Archangel Michael says, what is stable will deepen, while what is unstable will fade quickly. This is also a moment of responsibility. Alignment requires participation. You are being asked to honor what you have learned by not romanticizing red flags or minimizing discomfort. Peace is not boring. It is safe, and safety is where love can actually grow. Archangel Michael says something profound here. The soulmate revelation that once felt shocking was never meant to leave you guarded. It was meant to leave you aware. Awareness allows love to be chosen consciously, not desperately. You're now choosing from clarity, not fear. As this message lands, there is a spiritual sealing happening. Old emotional contracts are being closed. New standards are being written. Heaven is affirming that you are ready for what comes next. Not because you are perfect, but because you are honest with yourself. Before this message moves forward, there is a prophetic activation that must be spoken aloud. Type "I am aligned with heaven" in the comments if this resonates with your spirit. Blessing code 1444 has just been activated over your timing, your discernment, and your future relationships. Now, at this moment of alignment, I sense heaven inviting you to take one more step of faith. In the comments below, write these words: I trust divine timing. Not because you can see the whole picture, but because you trust the one who holds it. When you declare this, you are releasing the need to control outcomes. You are surrendering timelines that were never yours to carry. You are telling heaven that you believe what is meant for you will not pass you by. Write it now and feel the peace that follows. Now think of this invitation as the next step in what God is doing in you. As this alignment takes place in your life, it is also taking place in the lives of many others who are still confused, waiting, and praying for clarity. As this awakening grows inside you, know that helping with this mission is not a joke. It is a sign from God. You can support this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our coffee community. By doing so, you become part of Jesus' plan to save souls who are still stuck in fog. Every seed turns into light that fights against darkness. If you water others, you will be watered yourself, Jesus says. This is not history. It is a living promise about your future. Come into this moment with faith and a plan. What God has already planned for your life can be unlocked through your giving. Dear one, as this message goes on, Archangel Michael wants you to take an honest, fearless look inside yourself. At this point, awareness changes into embodiment. You are now putting everything you have learned so far into practice in the way you live, make decisions, and act. Heaven is teaching you more than just what to see. It makes you the person you are becoming. You might find that your responses have changed more than you thought they would. Things that used to make me anxious now pass with calm observation. Conversations that used to make you think too much no longer leave you with any emotional residue. We don't care about this. This is being sovereign. Anger and sadness no longer control you. Your inner clarity guides you. The fruit of alignment, according to Archangel Michael. When things calm down inside you, they start to show up in the outside world. No longer are you looking for clarity from people who can't give it to you. You're no longer looking for comfort in things that were never stable. Without constant confirmation, you have learned how to stay strong. You also feel a new sense of self-respect beginning to grow. You are more aware of how you use your time, energy, and emotional resources. Your boundaries are no longer something you feel like you have to explain. You're okay with letting your actions speak for themselves. This is not far away. This is the practice of discernment. This time of year also shows you how much you trust yourself, beloved child. In the past, you might have didn't trust your gut or brushed it off in favor of hope. But now, when you know something isn't right, you don't fight that feeling. You respect it. Archangel Michael says, this trust is essential because divine guidance often speaks quietly. You may feel moments of anticipation without anxiety. That is new for you. Expectation without fear is a sign of emotional maturity. You are no longer bracing yourself for disappointment. You are open to possibility without attaching your worth to outcomes. That balance is rare and powerful. Archangel Michael wants you to notice how your prayers have simplified. You are not asking for signs, confirmation, or proof anymore. You are asking for wisdom, peace, and alignment. That shift indicates that your faith has moved from desperation to partnership. You trust God to lead without demanding constant reassurance. There is also a release of old narratives happening now. Narratives that said love must hurt to be real. Narratives that said waiting means being forgotten. Narratives that said you must struggle to be chosen. Archangel Michael says those beliefs were never from heaven, and they are dissolving as truth settles in. Beloved, this is also a time where you are learning to enjoy your own company without loneliness. Solitude feels restorative. not empty. You are discovering parts of yourself that were once overshadowed by emotional investment in others. This self-connection is strengthening you for future partnership, not replacing it. You may also notice that your tolerance for inconsistency has significantly decreased. What once felt confusing now feels unacceptable. You are not judging others. You are simply choosing peace. Archangel Michael says, this discernment will keep you from settling out of fear or impatience. This is a quiet but powerful season. Nothing dramatic may be happening externally, yet everything is aligning internally. Heaven often does its deepest work in these moments. You are being prepared to recognize opportunity without idolizing it, and to receive love without losing yourself. Beloved child, understand this clearly. The soulmate revelation that began this journey was not meant to leave you guarded or skeptical. It was meant to leave you grounded. Grounded people attract grounded connections. Secure hearts recognize secure love. You are also learning how to wait without stagnation. Waiting now feels active, not passive. You are growing, living, and becoming, not pausing your life for someone else to arrive. This is the kind of waiting heaven honors, because it is rooted in trust, not fear. Archangel Michael says, your next step will not require you to abandon this peace. No matter how appealing something looks, if it makes you less stable, it is not aligned. Peace is now the guardian. What goes through it needs to respect what you've made. As you move forward, you will start to notice small confirmations, not big signs, but steady alignment, conversations that flow without effort, opportunities that show up without you having to look for them, and connections that feel natural from the start. These are not just random events, they are signs. Dear one, you are not the same person you were when you started this journey. Your discernment, patience, and self-assurance have all improved. Never has heaven been unfaithful, even when the way seemed unclear. What comes next will give you a chance to use this new base to act, not on a whim or out of fear, but with confidence. The clarity you feel right now will help you make decisions, and you won't need to be told when it's time to move. Pay close attention. Stay on the ground, in order to ensure that whatever comes into your life next does so with honor, truth, and peace. Archangel Michael is keeping watch over this transition. Loved child, now is the time to move, not rush. Archangel Michael wants you to know the difference. There is no such thing as restlessness right now. It's getting ready. Being ready doesn't shout. It calms down. You feel like you can take a step forward without having to plan everything out first. Heaven is telling you that you should stop planning in your head. You are getting ready by practicing. You might feel a strong desire to get involved with life again in fresh ways. Not trying to make connections, but making room for them. You pay more attention to what's going on around you and in conversations, and you are more aware of how things affect your body and spirit. Being aware of this is guidance. Archangel Michael says, your intuition is no longer reactive. It is responsive. There is also a shift in how you approach decision-making. You are no longer driven by fear of missing out. You are driven by peace of mind. When something aligns, you feel calm curiosity. When something does not, you feel gentle resistance. That resistance is not anxiety. It is wisdom saying no without drama. Beloved, this is where many people fall back into old habits. But you are being asked to move differently. When opportunities present themselves, you are not rushing to define them. You are allowing them to reveal themselves over time. This patience is not passivity. It is strength. It means you trust alignment to show itself without pressure. Archangel Michael says, this stage is about stewardship. You are taking care of self-respect, clarity, and peace. What stays will depend on what you protect now. If something forces you to give up your emotional stability, it's not meant to go further than this stage. Not having peace is a bonus. It's the norm. Also, you might notice that people now talk to you differently. Some people are drawn to how calm you are. Other people don't like your boundaries. You are not to blame for that reaction. Alignment pushes away things that don't go together and draws in things that do. You don't have to tell anyone who found it helpful that you've grown. Dear child, this is also the time of year when heaven wants you to speak up. This is not to persuade, but to confirm. If this message hits home for you, let it be known that you agree. Comment what this season is teaching you, like this video, and share it with someone who needs clarity. When you interact, you do more than just back a channel. You also bring alignment to life through your actions. Sign up if you haven't already. These messages are part of a steady stream that will help you with discernment, timing, and purpose. Clarity is strengthened by community, so come to this space with purpose. Your participation is important. When you talk, interact, and show up, you make what heaven is doing in you stronger. Faith doesn't do nothing. The way it moves is planned. Archangel Michael also wants you to let go of the idea that big movements are necessary for meaning. There are quiet steps that are very important. Picking not to answer, not to pursue, and picking to think about it some more today. You can trust yourself more when you make these choices, and a partner who trusts you will come to you. You are also learning to tell the difference between what you want and what you should do. Just because you want something doesn't mean it's time. It's not aligned just because you feel connected. This discernment, says Archangel Michael, will keep you from taking your feelings as instructions. Heaven leads by way of peace, not stress. Loved ones, your confidence doesn't depend on how things turn out anymore. It's getting easier for you to deal with uncertainty without giving up hope. You can move forward without holding on too tightly to the future when you have that balance. Because you chose wisdom over hurry, what was meant for you will not get away. Now pay attention. This is important. You might feel moved to do small things in the next few days. You can reach out, back off, say no, or just watch. There is a reason for these nudges. They are moving in time with the alignment. Don't overthink it. Just trust them. Archangel Michael tells you, your next big step won't feel forced. It will feel natural, even obvious in hindsight. You won't have to convince yourself. Peace will be with you from start to finish. Hold on, because what comes next will bring everything full circle. The revelation that started this journey, the clarity that followed, and the readiness you now carry are about to come together. This next step will show you why every step mattered, and you'll be glad you stayed present through it all. Beloved one, the tone of this message softens now, not because the urgency has faded, but because understanding has matured. Archangel Michael wants you to recognize that you are standing at the edge of integration. Everything revealed, healed, and clarified is now becoming part of how you naturally live. You are no longer trying to apply wisdom. You are embodying it. This is the phase where heaven watches quietly, not to test you, but to witness what you choose when no one is pushing you. You are making decisions from a grounded place now. You are no longer asking, what if I lose this? but rather, does this honor the peace I carry? That question alone marks a profound transformation. You may notice that you feel less reactive to uncertainty. Unknowns no longer feel like threats. They feel like open space. Archangel Michael says this is because fear has lost its grip on your imagination. You are no longer projecting worst-case scenarios. You are allowing life to unfold without rehearsing pain in advance. Beloved child, this season is also teaching you restraint without suppression. You still feel deeply, but your emotions no longer control the steering wheel. They inform you, not dominate you. This balance allows you to remain open without being vulnerable to instability. It is emotional strength, not emotional distance. There is also a quiet dignity forming in you. You are less interested in being chosen and more interested in choosing wisely. Validation from others has lost its urgency because self-respect has taken root. Archangel Michael says this dignity is attractive in the spirit. It draws what is aligned without effort. You may also sense that conversations are becoming more meaningful. You are no longer drawn to surface-level connection. You listen differently. You speak with intention. You are present. This depth is not forced. It is emerging naturally as clarity settles in your soul. Beloved, heaven is also healing how you perceive time. You no longer feel rushed by age, timelines, or comparisons. You understand now that alignment cannot be rushed without being compromised. What is meant to last must be built patiently. This understanding removes anxiety from waiting. Archangel Michael wants you to know that the earlier revelation about your soulmate was never meant to make you skeptical of love. It was meant to restore your trust in discernment. You can love again without fear because you now know how to listen inwardly before committing outwardly. You are also becoming comfortable with letting things reveal themselves instead of forcing definitions. You no longer need immediate clarity to feel secure. This patience allows truth to surface naturally. What is aligned will remain consistent over time. What is not will fade without confrontation. Beloved child, there is a calm authority in you now. You are not trying to control outcomes. You are allowing alignment to filter what belongs in your life. This authority does not announce itself. It is felt in your boundaries, your choices, and your peace. You may also notice a subtle joy returning. Not excitement tied to someone else, but a quiet contentment within yourself. This joy is not dependent on circumstances. It comes from knowing you are no longer betraying your own wisdom. Archangel Michael says, this joy is a sign of wholeness. This is also a season of trust without naivety. You are open but observant, hopeful but grounded. You believe in love, but you are no longer willing to lose yourself to prove it. That balance is rare, and heaven honors it. Beloved, what is approaching you next will meet you at this level. It will not require you to unlearn what you have gained. It will complement it. That is how you will recognize it. Alignment does not ask you to go backward to feel connected. As you move forward, keep honoring what your peace is teaching you. If something disturbs it repeatedly, listen. If something nurtures it consistently, pay attention. Peace is not passive. It is informative. Archangel Michael stands beside you now, not to warn, but to affirm. You have listened. You have grown. You have not ignored the message. Because of that, you will not cry later over what could have been. You will rejoice over what arrives in truth. And as we approach the sealing of this message, I want to ask you something important. Have you subscribed to this channel? If not, This is your moment. When you subscribe, you are not just following a channel. You are activating a flow of God's favor over your life. You are telling heaven that you want to remain connected to the source of these revelations. Every message uploaded here is part of a divine sequence meant to guide you step by step into your destiny. Do not let the next word pass you by. Hit subscribe now and seal your connection to what God is still about to say. And before you go, there is one more simple but powerful act of faith I am asking you to do. Click the like button on this video. That small gesture carries more weight than you realize. When you like this content, you are activating the flow of God's favor over your own life. You are telling heaven that you approve of this word, that you receive it, and that you are grateful for what has been released. That gratitude opens doors. That favor begins to move on your behalf the moment you press like. So do it now, not as an afterthought, but as a declaration that you are walking in divine favor from this day forward. Finally, beloved, I urge you to share this message, not just to help the channel, but to activate the anointing that is resting on this word right now. When you share, you become a conduit. The breakthrough you have been praying for begins to multiply as you pass this truth to someone else. Send it to a friend. Post it on your story. Put it where someone lost and confused can find it. Heaven is watching what you do with what you have received. Share now and watch how the anointing doubles back on your own life. Your obedience here will not return void. Right now, all that's left is completion. The last move will end this chapter and seal what heaven has done in you. Stay in the present. The ending has a blessing that will ground everything you have learned and get you ready for what comes next. My beloved child, this is the sealing moment. Archangel Michael is standing closer than ever, not to warn you, but to confirm what has already changed inside you. What started as a shocking revelation has now finished its work. Heaven didn't speak to confuse you, it spoke to free you, and you are now stepping into that freedom. Archangel Michael says, this chapter is ending not with loss, but with authority. You are no longer what you thought someone else would become. Who you are is based on what you know, what you value, and what you won't ignore. This is the mark of maturity, obedience. When it was important, you listened. In the beginning, heaven was so important because ignoring that message would have forced you to give up something important to you emotionally. To keep attachment, you would have shut down discernment. You didn't, though. And since you chose to be aware instead of avoiding, you won't cry later. You were spared a pain that was never yours. Loved ones, this is the truth that many people never get to. An answer does not always bring closure. It has to do with alignment. You are now in line. Your spirit, your heart, and your wisdom are no longer at odds with each other. Your inner unity is what makes you ready for the next season. Archangel Michael says, the soulmate issue that once felt heavy has lost its authority over you, not because love disappeared, but because clarity replaced illusion. You are no longer attached to outcomes that require you to betray your peace. That alone is victory. You are stepping forward with clean hands and a clear heart. No resentment, no bitterness, no emotional debt. What you carry now is discernment wrapped in grace, and grace attracts what force never could. Beloved child, heaven wants you to remember this moment. Not the fear, not the urgency, but the obedience. You listened when it would have been easier to ignore. You stayed when many would have scrolled away. That posture matters. God responds to hearts that lean in. Archangel Michael says, your future love will not arrive with secrecy or confusion. Transparency, cooperation, and emotional safety will all be part of it. You won't have to figure out what people mean. You will not have to wait for a very long time. There will be no stress because you will feel chosen. This does not mean the best. It means peace. The confirmation you've been seeking from God is peace. When this message is over, let this truth sink in. There was no waste. Not the having to wait, cry, or be confused. Your discernment is stronger than your desire, and your peace is louder than your fear at this point because of every step you took. As heaven seals this chapter, a prophetic act must now be done. Tell us in the comments if you get this completion. I walk in divine peace. You can now feel the blessing code 8888 over your heart, your future relationships, and your divine timing. Listen to this final invitation, which comes straight from what heaven has done in you. I hear the Lord saying, those who were spared must now help others be spared. This message didn't end with you. It's meant to reach souls that are still lost, still stuck, and still crying alone. Please know that every seed you plant in this mission will grow into a torch that shines in someone else's darkness. Giving to this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community, does not go to a channel. Your actions are supporting a divine mission to save lost souls. Heaven moves through willing voices, but it grows through hearts that are kind. This is what I say over you now. Each gift you give is like a stream of living water that flows into the life of someone who needs healing. Give, and it will be given to you, is not just a verse for Jesus. It is a living promise that shapes your future. Allow me to invite you now with a simple act of faith. Come into this moment with purpose, with honesty, and with hope. The money you give today is not a donation. The act of spiritual obedience that lets your heavens open is what opens them. Let go of your seed and see what God brings back into your life. Before we get to the end of this powerful story, let's take a moment to reflect on this deep truth. You did not find this message by accident. This is not a stroke of luck. It is a direct message from Archangel Michael to you. He's extending his hand and inviting you into a protected, high-vibrational community where divine abundance is not just a hope, but a promise. This sacred principle is very simple, but it can change your whole life. If you follow it, you won't just receive blessings. They will be multiplied and flow into every part of your life. By accepting this invitation right now, you are unlocking immediate, early access to powerful content and divine insights that are hidden from the general world. Now is your chance to enter a sacred space where you will receive spiritual guidance, unwavering support, and speedy progress toward your destiny. Do not let this sacred moment of destiny pass you by. Your breakthrough is waiting. Join Archangel Michael's inner circle immediately through the exclusive link in the description. This is how you guarantee you never miss the direct, personalized messages that are specifically meant to elevate and empower your life. If you desire to deepen your connection, the link is waiting for you in both the pinned comment and the description. And for those who feel called to amplify this work, a link to purchase the guided ebook is available, which is completely optional, but your presence, attention, and energy already mean the world. Take the step. Your abundance awaits. You're about to hear something that no one else was meant to hear. something sacred, something hidden. But first, before everything changes, I want you to ask yourself one thing. Why do I feel this right now? What made your heart stop when you saw this message? Why did you feel like your name was being called? Since it is. The one you miss, the one you love, the one who left this world too soon. They're trying to reach you right now, says Archangel Michael. And if you skip this, if you silence this moment, they may not get another chance. This is the message. Heaven has been looking forward to giving this to you for hours. The wind has changed. The time is now open. You're finally here. You didn't just happen to find this. Your soul was called to this very moment. The guardian angels are looking. They have their breath held. And Archangel Michael says, "My beloved child, this is your final warning. If you close this now, you'll never know what they were desperate to tell you. Don't skip this, please. Something is about to disappear." And the person who passed, they begged the angels to stop you from making a mistake that could change everything. There is something happening behind your back right now, something you can't see. And if you don't listen, you'll only realize it when it's far too late. Michael says, this is not a coincidence. They've been trying to reach you for days, for nights. Their soul was whispering your name when you couldn't sleep. That wasn't just a dream. That wasn't just your imagination. That was them crying, calling, hoping you would finally see this. And now you have. Archangel Michael says they died too soon, and they didn't fear death the most. It was you who forgot what they were going to say. In that brief moment before they died, they thought of you. They sent a sign now. The sign is this message. Their screams can be heard in heaven. Please show them this before it goes away. Would you like to know what they saw before they died? They saw you. You are now in the holiest moment of your life. There is a divine portal in front of you where time bends and the truth can finally be spoken. This is why you've been feeling weird lately. Hence your thoughts on a person who has died. This is the reason the clocks keep showing the same number. The universe has been getting you ready for this one message. They've waited long enough. Please don't make them wait any longer. You were not supposed to know this truth until now. That's why it feels heavy in your chest. That's why your eyes are beginning to water without knowing why. Because your soul remembers. Archangel Michael says, they tried to send dreams. Signs were sent, but you couldn't see them because of the pain you were in. The door is open today. If you stay, you will hear what they've been literally dying to say. But if you leave, this message will fade forever, says Archangel Michael. This is their last message. Your name, your energy, and your fate were all carved into this moment by something holy. And the truth is that your pain is more than just sadness. It's a message. That's how heaven gets in touch with you. Archangel Michael says, they are still with you. They never left. But they need you to know what was hidden. If you read carefully, you'll start to feel them. Right now, they are sitting next to you, watching, whispering, and hoping you won't skip this. Because if you do, their message will be lost in the wind. Michael says they have been trying to keep you safe from what's coming next. But if you don't get this message, you won't know what the future holds. Something is different about your family. They want to tell you something that will fall apart soon if you don't do something. Someone has something hidden, and the person you loved who died knew it was going to happen. No one heard them when they tried to say it with their last breath. So, they waited and waited until God gave them the chance to speak. You are the only one who can stop what's going to happen, so you are the only one who is chosen to hear this. Archangel Michael says, "This is sacred, this is sealed, this is only for you. Please, my beloved child, open your heart and read every word. Heaven is watching, and the one you miss is finally ready to tell you everything. You may feel your skin shiver. That's not fear. That's the soul memory waking up. Yes, they weren't mad when they left this world, even if you thought they were. Please know that every seed you plant in this mission will grow into a torch that shines in someone else's darkness. Giving to this work through the link in the description or the pinned comment, whether by buying a coffee, making a donation, or becoming a member of our Ko-fi community, does not go to a channel. Your actions are supporting a divine mission to save lost souls. Heaven moves through willing voices, but it grows through hearts that are kind. This is what I say over you now. Each gift you give is like a stream of living water that flows into the life of someone who needs healing. Give, and it will be given to you is not just a verse for Jesus. It is a living promise that shapes your future. Allow me to invite you now with a simple act of faith. Come into this moment with purpose, with honesty, and with hope. The money you give today is not a donation. The act of spiritual obedience that lets your heavens open is what opens them. Let go of your seed and see what God brings back into your life. It was with love, tears, and hope that they said your name as they left, and this moment gives them hope. Do you feel it? That this is where you were supposed to be? That everything going on in your life was building up to this truth? You will cry for the rest of your life if you ignore this, because this moment right now is the last time they will speak to you. They are using this message to send light through the darkness you've been walking in, and the next few words are their truth. Good. You stayed. That means your soul is listening. The message from Archangel Michael starts now. It will shake you, but it will also save you. They didn't leave the room. They want you to know, even though you thought you were by yourself that day, even when everything was quiet and the sadness was too much to bear, even when you asked in a whisper, "Where are you?" They were right behind you, touching your shoulder. Plead with God to let them speak. Now heaven has said yes, but just once. Along with God, Archangel Michael has agreed to let this message through during this small window in time. This is your chance to hear what the world was never meant to tell you. You're feeling like crying right now because of this. Being aware is what it is, not sadness. Your soul is seeing the half it's missing, and now the truth is going to come out like rain. The person who is on your mind at the moment. Yes, they did. The person whose picture you keep. The person whose name you won't delete from your phone. They're right here. They tell us, please don't let them lie to you anymore. Before we go any further with this sacred truth, I want you to confirm that you're ready to receive it. Type Amen in the comments to show heaven that your heart is open and that you're not just reading words, but that you're accepting a message from God. This simple action lets the angels know that you're not just watching but also taking part. Type Amen now to let God know you agree. Something was kept from you after they died, according to Archangel Michael. Someone will take what is yours if you don't open your eyes now. Someone behind the scenes has been watching you.